Chapter 1840. No need for explanations. Guild leader, it seems that we've been discovered, Aqua Rose said as she felt the killing intent radiating from the female half-elf elementalist. However, she did not reveal any signs of panic at being discovered. Instead, she calmly smiled and said, "It also seems that the other party doesn't appreciate our good intentions. Forget it since they don't, so be it," Silverwing said, shaking his head and laughing. "Since they've spoken, let's head over." Kill stealing was a frequent occurrence in the fields. For such expert neutral players to come all the way to such a high-level danger zone, it was highly unlikely that they were just here to kill bosses. The only possibility he could think of was that these players were here for a high-ranked quest or had found a clue leading to one either way. They wouldn't like being discovered by other players, for example. Silverwing didn't want anyone to learn about his quest to unseal the Philosopher's hand. If they did, it would definitely cause trouble for him and his guild. Even now, he hadn't told anyone about the quest. Not even his teammates. Any players that had an important quest or were trying to pick one up would conceal their activities. When discovered, they'd greet the offending players with hostility. It wouldn't even be surprising if these players attacked without warning. Hence, to avoid a misunderstanding, Silverwing had decided to maintain his distance, hiding his team throughout the raid. First, he wanted to avoid unnecessary combat. Second, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo were members of this neutral team. If Zero Wings members suddenly showed up in this deserted area, the team would suspect Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo of leaking information. Third, he didn't want others to know what Zero Wing was doing in the Flame Demon's Valley. However, the female half-elf elementalist's perception had exceeded Silverwing's expectations. He had never expected the woman to sense them 200 yards away despite her involvement in the intense battle. Even with his physique, he had barely seen the battle from this distance. The only other player that had seen the battle clearly was Minor Wind, who had activated Eagle Eyes. The other team's members had been busy with the fight, making it impossible to maintain Eagle Eyes. Hence, he hadn't expected to be discovered. However, since the team had noticed them, he had no choice but to reveal himself and see how events unfolded. Meanwhile, the half-beastmen and half-elves warily watched Silverwing's group approach. Guild leader, our tracks have been discovered. Should we kill them? A level 55, Tier 2 berserker, a half-beastman in armor and wielding a white-bone spear, asked, lacing his words with killing intent. Let's hear them out first. At the end of the day, this map is controlled by the human race. Moreover, we're already halfway through our quest. An interruption will only make it more difficult to complete. The female half-elf elementalist quietly responded during the battle. She had discovered Silverwing's group, but she had remained silent about it to see what the other players intended at first. She had assumed that the team was here to steal, but even after the boss had died, Silverwing's group had been motionless. This proved that Silverwing's group had no designs on their loot. Even so, she couldn't let the other party follow them. After all, she had an important quest to complete. She could only expose the team and persuade them to leave. Of course, the decision had some risk. If negotiations soured, it was likely they would have to fight each other. If Silverwing's group insisted on following them, she would have to act. Her quest offered an extraordinary reward, which would qualitatively transform their guild. With this reward, it was entirely possible that their guild would instantly become as strong as a first-rate guild as Silverwing's group. Increasingly closer to the female half-elf's team, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who were busy with 3 flame demon guards, stared with wide eyes. Rain, aren't they from our guild? Even Vice Guild Leader Aqua and Commander Fire Dance are here, Blue Bamboo said, stupefied. What should we do? Will Big Sis Melody suspect us of leaking information? The team they had joined on this expedition to the Flame Demon's Valley for a quest was extremely important to Melody, the guild leader of Ninth Heaven. This quest could even determine the life or death of Melody's guild. Hence, the woman had repeatedly forbidden them from telling anyone about the quest. Neither she nor Thoughtful Rain had spoken a word of their actions, yet their guild members had shown up here. At this point, avoiding a misunderstanding was almost impossible. We don't have a choice. We have to explain to Big Sis Melody and hope that she understands. But this is really a terrible coincidence, Thoughtful Rain, who kept the 3 flame demon guards busy, said helplessly. Unfortunately, as Silverwing's group approached, Melody and the other Ninth Heaven members noticed the 6-winged emblem on these players' chests. A 6-winged emblem? Isn't that the same one that Rain and Blue wear? Could they be Zero Wings members? Guild leader, we haven't said anything about this operation to anyone. How could Zero Wings members be here? Could it be? Did Rain and Blue? I knew outsiders couldn't. Suddenly, the half-beastmen and half-elves turned to thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. Although they did not question the two directly, they watched the women with questioning gazes enough. I'll handle this, Melody roared as she shot her team members a chilling look. Let's find out why they're here first. Suddenly, this team of neutral players heard a deep voice. I am Black Flame, Zero Wings Guild Leader. My team and I have a task in the Flame Demon's Valley. May I ask you to remain here for some time? Once we're done, we'll invite you in. Shurfeng's voice was sonorous, echoing throughout the valley. Moreover, his aura was imposing. He felt like an ancient behemoth that had just woken. Damn it. It's true. When Melody's team members heard Shurfeng's statement, they glared at Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo with indignation. Meanwhile, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo were at a loss for words. They felt as if any explanation would be useless. Guild leader, since they've come to steal our quest, we should kill them. One of the Tier 2 berserkers said, exuding killing intent. I want to see just how powerful Zero Wing truly is. They had more or less heard of Zero Wing. This guild, which had started with nothing, had gone on to take control of Star Moon Kingdom. The guild was powerful enough to rival a first-rate guild, many times stronger than Ninth Heaven. However, they didn't think that they'd lose to Zero Wing's experts in terms of individual combat standards. They had the innate advantage of half-beastmen and half-elves, which would be particularly prominent in PvP. Waving to her teammates for quiet, Melody turned to Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. In a low tone, she asked, I just want to ask one thing. Did you two leak our secret? Big sis Melody, we didn't say anything about this. Thoughtful Rain insisted. Blue Bamboo nodded, repeated, firm resolution in her eyes. All right, I believe you, Melody said, revealing a gentle smile. She did not think that Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo would betray her trust. She then turned back to Shurfeng and said, hello, Guild Leader Black Flame. I am Melody, the Guild Leader of Ninth Heaven. May I know why we cannot enter? That way, I'll understand what I should do. Although there was no arrogance in Melody's voice, her voice held no deference either. Rather, her tone contained questions and threats depending on Shurfeng's explanation. She wouldn't shy from a battle to the death or mutual destruction. Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo tensed. The reason? Shurfeng suddenly laughed. I'm afraid that you don't qualify to demand answers from me. Moreover, Zero Wing has never needed to explain itself. All you need to know is that you are not allowed entry for the moment. If you refuse, I'll simply treat you like the other monsters. Shurfeng then swung Killing Ray at the Flame Demon guards chasing Thoughtful Rain, tearing the space before him. A golden lightning bolt struck one of the three lords from over 60 yards away. The powerful Flame Demon guards then fell to one knee, the strike leaving a deep gash in their flesh. All three lords were heavily injured. Meanwhile, a damage of over -100,000 appeared above the Flame Demon guards' heads. Among the three lords, one even suffered nearly -300,000 damage. But compared to Shurfeng's damage, what truly surprised the other guild leader was his ability to land his attack against the three moving lords without harming Thoughtful Rain, despite being over 60 yards away. Moreover, Shurfeng had sent his attack through the other team, striking the Flame Demon guards before they had been able to react. Shurfeng's timing and skill usage were godlike. This stunned Melody and the Ninth Heaven members, who had planned to put up a fight without another word. Shurfeng led his team into the Flame Demon's Valley, leaving the dumbstruck members of Ninth Heaven behind. Chapter 1841, Rich Danger Zone. Melody and her teammates only breathed a sigh of relief after Shurfeng's group had vanished too strong. The strength and frightening aura Shurfeng had displayed had been stifling. For a moment, they even thought that they had already died. So, that is Rain and Blue's guild? How could such a powerful expert exist? When Ninth Heaven's members turned to Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who still fought the three Flame Demon guards, they watched the women with shock and fear. They had never realized that Zero Wing was so powerful. The racial talents they were so proud of were little more than a joke before Shurfeng. Even Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who had thought that they understood their own guild, couldn't help but gape after witnessing Shifeng's attack. Not only had Shifeng's single attack alleviated the pressure they faced, but he had also shocked Ninth Heaven's experts, deterring them from attacking among the Ninth Heaven experts present. Quite a few were even stronger than the two of them. This was especially true for Melody. Melody wore 3 pieces of epic equipment and had stronger combat standards than them. Yet against Shifeng's attack, even she had failed to react. Melody also could not help but shake her head and smile bitterly as she looked at the 3 flame demon guards' wounds she had intended on threatening Zero Wing and questioning Zero Wing's purpose in the Flame Demon's Valley. After all, both teams had roughly the same number of players. Even if their teams fought, she did not think that her team would lose. At worst, their teams would suffer mutual destruction. However, reality proved that her thoughts were laughable. Guild leader, what should we do? Are we going to give up just like that? A tall, robust Tier 2 Tigerman Berserker asked before he had seen Shifeng's power. He had been confident in defeating Zero Wing's members, but after, he understood one thing. He absolutely must not clash with Shifeng. He would only find his death if he did. He hadn't only come to that conclusion because of Shifeng's superior basic attributes, but also because of the technique the swordsman had displayed. Why should we give up? We've gone to great lengths to find this quest, and Flame Demon's Valley is so large. Do you really think that they have eyes in every corner of the valley? A Tier 2 female ranger carrying an icy, crystalline bow said, clicking her tongue. She had no intentions of giving up on their quest. Moreover, she refused to believe that Shifeng's group would notice them sneaking into the Flame Demon's Valley. Forget it. Let's just wait here, Melody said, shaking her head. I don't think that Zero Wing is here for our quest. Anyway, they must be here for something more important. Otherwise, with Zero Wing's strength, they wouldn't need to waste words on us. They could have simply gotten rid of us before entering the valley. Hearing Melody's decision, the other members nodded in agreement. Seeing the logic in her words, it would have been much easier and safer just to get rid of them, rather than asking them to wait at the valley's entrance. They had just witnessed Shifeng's prowess personally, and they doubted that he'd need long to annihilate their team if Shifeng wished it. He could have killed several of them with that attack, and they would have been powerless to do anything about it. We should also thank Rain and Blue. Large guilds generally dislike others following them during a large-scale operation. Generally, they seal off the area. Even if they don't, they tend to get rid of any potential threats, yet Black Flame had simply forbidden us from entering the valley, rather than kill us. Let's not stir up any more trouble, Melody explained. When large guilds were on an important mission, they definitely didn't show mercy. The fact that they were still alive was all thanks to Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo's membership in Zero Wing. If not for these 2 women, she didn't dare imagine what kind of outcome her team would have suffered. Upon hearing Melody's explanation, her teammates gave Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo grateful and apologetic looks. They now felt that their decision to invite the women on this mission had been a wise one. Otherwise, they would have likely died an unjust death at the entrance of the Flame Demon's Valley. This turn of events had also bewildered Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who still tried to figure out how to clear up the prior misunderstanding a moment ago. The team had been hostile towards them, but now, their teammates seemed grateful and cordial. It felt like they had been dropped into hell before being thrown into heaven in the next moment. They had no idea how to react. Zero Wing is so strong, guild leader. And I've heard that Candlelight, the guild's trading firm, is doing quite well. Both Rain and Blue are Zero Wing's core members. If we can get acquainted with Black Flame through them and partner with Zero Wing, our guild's development in Forest City will definitely go more smoothly, the Tigerman Berserker quietly suggested as he looked at Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. I get what you're trying to say. I'll ask them for their opinions later. However, I must say this. If they don't want to help us in that way or find it too difficult, you will let the matter rest. Melody nodded as she turned to the Tigerman Berserker in surprise. Previously, the Tigerman Berserker had been very opinionated about Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo's participation in this operation. She had never expected him to suggest that they cozy up to the women. The Tigerman Berserker nodded silently in response. Meanwhile, in the Flame Demon's Valley, Shifeng remained ignorant of the fact that his behavior had made Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo VIPs in Ninth Heaven. He simply led his team toward the Flame Demon's Valley's core region. Although the Flame Demon's Valley didn't house a lot of flame demons, as a danger zone, Its severe environment was incredibly uncomfortable for those who entered despite having equipped fire resistance items and drinking master flame resistance potions. Zero Wing's team sweltered in the heat. This prevented them from displaying their full strength, although Shifeng had been very careful in selecting their path. Due to Aqua Rose and the others' low levels, they still attracted flame demons. They had no choice but to engage in a few fights, slowing their advance considerably. However, killing the flame demons also granted a bountiful harvest. Although the monsters lacked equipment drops, they did drop enough fire-type materials to earn a small fortune. This was especially true for the flame crystal. The flame demons dropped these flame crystals could be turned into flame gemstones, which could be equipped on weapons. When equipped, the flame gemstone gave the weapons an additional 10% flame damage. This was an excellent item for players like them, who struggled to increase their combat power. Unfortunately, the flame gemstones were consumable items, unlike ordinary attribute gemstones, which could be used indefinitely. Even so, the flame gemstones were an excellent item. After advancing for around 4 hours, Zero Wing's members finally reached the Flame Demon's Valley's core. Shifeng then contacted Thoughtful Rain and notified her that her team could now enter the Flame Demon's Valley. To current players, the Flame Demon's Valley's core was absolutely off-limits, even for half-beastmen and half-elves. Without the all-round devices, Elven Silver, and sufficiently high fire resistance, players would die in a matter of seconds upon setting foot in this area. Hence, he was not worried that others would discover his activities. After another half an hour, Fire Dance, who scouted ahead, excitedly reported in the team chat, "Guild leader, I found something. Something good." Shifeng muttered, curious when he heard Fire Dance's trembling, excited voice. The Flame Demon's Valley was a danger zone. It had many valuable things to offer. She shouldn't have sounded so excited. "Guild leader, you won't guess what I found. I actually found N or Vein," Fire Dance proudly proclaimed. Chapter 1842, Attributed or Vein. Upon hearing Fire Dance mention N or Vein, everyone's eyes glowed with excitement. Or veins were extremely rare in God's domain and particularly in Starmoon Kingdom. This was because Starmoon Kingdom was a relatively balanced kingdom. While the kingdom had no lack of herbs, ores, wood, and food materials, it did not specialize in any of these resources. Hence, or veins were very rare in the kingdom. Whenever one was found, it would be highly contested over an or vein. "What type is it?" Shifeng asked curiously. He wasn't particularly surprised by the fact that N or vein had appeared in the Flame Demon's Valley. After all, this was a mountainous region. It was also a danger zone, a map famed for abundant resources. However, although or veins were generally quite valuable, they were also differentiated by rank. For example, the difference between a bronze vein and a magic crystal vein was like heaven and earth. Although a bronze vein could tempt ordinary large guilds, it wouldn't be particularly helpful to Zero Wing. At the very least, it wouldn't be occupying if it were in the Flame Demon's Valley. The Flame Demon's Valley was a danger zone and home to very dangerous monsters. The map's harsh environment would only make it even more difficult to mine the vein. Even super guilds had a hard time setting up mining operations in danger zones within kingdoms and empires, and the Flame Demon's Valley was both a neutral map and a danger zone. Normally, superpowers ignored or veins in danger zones. The rewards simply weren't worth the effort. A source Fire Vein. Fire Dance exclaimed when Fire Dance reported the vein's identity. Her teammates let out a gasp. In their opinion, finding a copper or mithril vein was already exciting, yet they had stumbled across a source fire vein. Source fire? Shifeng's heart raced upon hearing Thesa source fire vein was a bona fide grade 2 vein. Unlike ordinary grade 2 veins, a source fire vein was also an attributed or vein. It was extremely rare even among grade 2 veins. Normally, an or vein didn't attributes, just like how ores were normally unattributed. However, if an ore had an attribute, its price would increase by several fold. For example, frost steel ore was an ice type ore. When using this type of ore to forge weapons, the weapons produced would deal additional frost damage. When used to produce equipment, the equipment would have additional ice resistance. This was why attributed or veins were far more valuable than their non-attributed counterparts. Superpowers would even fight over a grade 3 attributed vein, not to mention a grade 2 vein. If the various superpowers found out about this source fire vein, they would do everything they could to acquire it. The vein might not be as valuable as a grade 1 vein, but it would greatly help their members when raiding dungeons or exploring new maps. Even if the price were great, they would pay it to secure the source fire vein. However, Shifeng had never heard of an attributed or vein in the Flame Demon's Valley in the past, leaving him a little confused. Had such a vein existed, the Flame Demon's Valley would have been a battlefield for the various superpowers, rather than some obscure map that no one cared about. Send the coordinates. We'll head there immediately. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng wanted to verify the authenticity of the vein. If the source fire vein were real, it could help Zero Wing's rapid advance in both ship and weapon production. After Fire Dance relayed her current coordinates, Shifeng led the team, slowly approaching the assassin's location. Fire Dance was situated before a canyon that was surrounded by mountains and lava. The canyon was clear of black smoke, so visibility was excellent. Only the terrain was extremely dangerous. There were also a large number of giant lava beasts in the area. Moreover, laying at the canyon's entrance was a gigantic, level 80 mythic ranked beast lava hound, elemental creature, mythic, level 80. HP 450, 000, 000/450, 000, Everyone felt their heads ache when they saw the two-headed lava hound guarding the canyon's entrance. However, they could clearly see a cave in the distance with some crimson ore around its entrance. This crimson ore was none other than source fire ore. It's actually real. Shifeng's eyes burned with desire as he gazed at the source fire ore. Although the vein seemed small, it was definitely a source fire vein. How unfortunate. There are too many lava monsters nearby. There's even a level 80 mythic monster guarding the canyon's entrance. We don't have a chance of securing the vein, Aqua Rose said, slightly frustrated as she looked at the cave entrance. With their current strength, they might be able to defeat level 60 mythic monsters, but a level 80 mythic ranked monster was still too difficult. Furthermore, they had to fight the lava creature in such an extreme environment. Under such circumstances, they wouldn't be able to defeat the lava hound even if they were level 80. This was because this was a danger zone. The monsters here had much higher combat standards than monsters in a normal map. Including the frightening attributes of a mythic monster, they had no hope against the level 80 lava hound unless they returned at level 90 or 100. Lava creatures were different from ordinary monsters. Players would be subjected to the burning heat radiating from the monster's body if they got close to it. Even if players had sufficiently high fire resistance to avoid taking any damage, they'd still feel the searing pain. This pain would significantly affect players' combat power and prevent them from fighting at their best. However, this was not the most frightening aspect about lava creatures. Lava creatures' corrosive ability was far more dangerous. Weapons and equipment would rapidly lose durability when they came into contact with these creatures. If the items lost all durability mid-battle, they'd be permanently lost. Because of this, players tried to avoid lava monsters as much as possible. Meanwhile, every monster in the canyon was a lava creature. Trying to clear out these monsters long-term would be hell. Not only would they fail to acquire the vein, but they would also sacrifice a large number of weapons and equipment. If they tried to construct a mining base here, a large number of monsters would assault the base during its construction. If the mining base were destroyed, all resources they had invested would be lost. On the off chance that they managed to construct a mining base here, there was also the problem of manpower. Zero Wing simply couldn't afford to station a lot of players here. This was the Flame Demon's Valley's core. Its harsh environment could easily kill the guild's players. Players needed sufficiently high fire resistance to survive here. They were only able to explore this area because they were fully equipped in fire resistance equipment and had consumed master fire resistance potions. If any other player stood in their place right now, the extreme temperatures would have long since claimed their lives. The rest of the team agreed with Aqua Rose's assessment, a little disappointed. While the source fire vein before them was a priceless treasure, they could only afford to view it from afar. Meanwhile, as Shifeng examined the roaming lava monsters, he fell deep into thought. Not many people knew the true value of an attributed or vein in God's domain yet. However, he did. The source fire vein would be particularly valuable to the current Zero Wing. Not only did the vein produce source fire ore, which could be used to increase the guild's overall combat power by a significant margin, but the vein also produced the super rare byproduct, flame source crystals. Flame source crystals were incredibly useful to master alchemists, but they were also one of the main materials to produce the epic set equipment, Broken Steel, a set exclusive to his Blade Saint class lava creatures. After carefully observing the terrain and the wandering lava monsters, Shifeng said, "While it would be impossible to set up a mining base here, it isn't entirely impossible to harvest the ore. Guild leader, can we really mine here?" Anticipation burned in Aqua Rose's eyes as she looked at Shifeng nowadays. Fire-resistance weapons and equipment were in high demand since the various large guilds had realized how necessary these items were to their development. If Zero Wing could harvest the source fire vein, it would definitely increase the guild's development speed. Given enough time, Zero Wing's members wouldn't be limited to operating near Silverwing town. They could freely explore the Ur Empire and cross swords with the Ur Empire's evil god's temple. They had long since grown tired of the evil god's temple's antics by this point. Chapter 1843, Titan's Might. When Zero Wing's members heard that it was possible to mine the source fire vein, their eyes glowed with excitement. They all had a certain understanding of Ur veins, so they knew that the source fire vein was a grade 2 Ur vein. This meant that there was a certain chance to obtain magic crystals when mining it. This was something the various large guilds sorely lacked right now, especially Zero Wing currently. Zero Wing was expanding and recruiting more members. This meant that the guild needed to nurture far more players. Although Zero Wing had training locations like the Battle Arena, the guild members still had to train in the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. Zero Wing's battle arenas simply couldn't accommodate enough people. The Trial Tower also provided comprehensive training, testing players' limits. If Zero Wing could acquire a large number of magic crystals, the guild would be able to transform the new recruits into usable combat power. Right now, the majority of Zero Wing's members wouldn't be useful in large-scale combat. This was also why Zero Wing's members couldn't venture far from Silverwing town, and the guild couldn't develop properly in the Ur Empire. We'll have to give it a try before we'll know if it's truly possible. I can only say that we have around a 30% success rate, Shifeng said, shaking his head. He wasn't particularly confident in his plan. While it was common knowledge that lava monsters were extremely difficult to deal with, not many knew that lava monsters also had obvious weaknesses: ice and water-type attacks. In addition, an ice or water-type environment would dull the lava monsters' reactions to an extreme. Once the lava creatures' reactions dulled, they'd become far easier to deal with. However, lava monsters filled the canyon before them. In addition, they were nowhere near the monsters' levels. If they tried to lure a single lava monster, they'd likely attract a large group instead. They also had to worry about the level 80 mythic lava hound. Moreover, this was the Flame Demon's Valley. The environment was extremely hot. Even after equipping fire resistance equipment and drinking master fire resistance potions, the heat still affected them considerably, and they couldn't fully exhibit their combat powers. Picking a fight with the lava hound would be suicide. Hence, he wasn't confident in success. A 30% success rate? It's so high. Some hope is better than none at all. Guild leader, just tell us what you need us to do. When they heard their chance of success, the team grew excited, rather than disappointed. Even the various superpowers weren't likely to occupy the source fire vein, but if Zero Wing could, it could grow into a super first-rate guild within a short time. Zero Wing would then be able to compete for dominance over God's domain. It would no longer be limited to its status as a kingdom's #1 guild. Aqua Rose, who had once been an honorary elder in the veteran first-rate guild, Twilight Echo, had never thought that Zero Wing would one day have a chance of becoming a super first-rate guild. Despite so many years of development, Twilight Echo had never reached the point where it had the potential of becoming a super first-rate guild, yet Zero Wing already had. All right, since everyone is in agreement, Aqua and those with the Sea God's legacy, ready your spells. You should have learned quite a few water-type spells. As for the remaining elementalists, prepare to use ice-type spells. Try to use as many AoE spells as possible. I don't need you all to attack. I just need you to transform this canyon into a world of ice and water. As long as you can change the environment, the lava monsters will weaken and become much easier to deal with. If you succeed, we'll have a chance of getting the Vein Cola, Turtle Dove, and Yiwumian. Once Aqua and the others begin, you three need to do everything you can to lure the monsters away from the canyon's entrance. Cola, you'll be responsible for tanking the lava hound. All you need to do is lure it away. Everyone else will use the ice and water-type magic scrolls I'll distribute in a moment. I don't need you to buy a lot of time. 5 or 6 minutes will be enough. No matter what happens, do not use Power of Darkness. We'll need it later. When Shifeng finished explaining his plan, His teammate gulped as they glanced at the 8-meter-tall lava hound. They had no confidence of defeating the mythic monster. The other level 70-plus lava monsters shouldn't be an issue, but distracting a level 80 mythic monster for 5 or 6 minutes would be a massive challenge. An unsuppressed level 80 mythic monster would most likely kill them with a single slap, and they weren't allowed to use their berserk skill surprisingly. However, Cola brimmed with fighting spirit. "If nobody has any problems, let's begin," Silverwing said after scouting the terrain for about 10 minutes. Aqua Rose and the other casters finally decided on their positions. Meanwhile, after Cola, Turtledove, and Yiwumian prepared to pull every monster's aggro in the canyon. "Good. Let's begin," Silverwing commanded once everyone was in position. Immediately, Aqua Rose and the others started to chant incantations and draw runes, drawing a large amount of water and ice-type mana towards them. The non-magical class players also activated their water and ice-type magic scrolls. The flow of mana soon attracted the attention of nearby monsters. These monsters instantly searched for the change's source. However, before these lava monsters discovered Aqua Rose and her companions' locations, AoE spells began to descend. Boom! 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 Suddenly, icicles and waterfalls rained down from the top of the canyon walls as the streams of ice and water reached the bottom of the canyon. The molten lava vaporized the ice and water, filling the canyon with a dense mist. At the same time, the canyon's temperature began to decrease. Unfortunately, Aqua Rose and the other spells were only temporary. Their spells couldn't stop the lava from spewing out of the ground and canyon walls. "Damn it. Why is there so much lava? If we can't stop it, changing the environment will be impossible," Blackie said, anxiety filling his heart as he watched water and ice become steam. If they failed to change the environment, the lava monsters would easily annihilate them. They shouldn't even dream of securing the source fire vein. Seeing the swarm of lava monsters charge up the canyon, Cola and the other MTs began to grow nervous. These level 70-plus lava monsters hadn't weakened in the slightest. "It seems the effects are quite good. Everything is coming along just as I expected." Silverwing smiled as he watched the rising steam. He then took out the ancient weather book and activated weather control. He hadn't actually expected Aqua Rose and the others to change the environment here by themselves. After all, only powerful domain skills could accomplish such a feat. Only a fool would try to change an area's environment with ordinary AoE spells. While the ancient weather book could alter an area's weather, it was too difficult to do so in such an inferno. It would take a very long time for the ancient weather book to alter this environment enough to impact the lava monsters. Meanwhile, the lava hound would have killed the entire team several times hence. He needed Aqua Rose and the others to create enough steam in the valley to hasten the ancient weather book's alteration process. Suddenly, a powerful storm began to brew above the canyon, dark clouds forming in the sky. After 5 seconds, rain began to fall, showering the lava monsters. As the rainwater covered their bodies, the lava monstress cried out in pain. Their body temperatures rapidly began to cool. Not only did the lava monster's movement speed begin to decrease, but they also seemed sluggish. The lava hound raged as the rain drenched its body, its howl so powerful that it even pushed away the descending rainwater and rubble on the ground. The lava hound then charged for Silverwing, swiping a paw as it pounced on the swordsmanry. "Not getting past me." When the lava hound ignored him, Cola activated Titan's domain and ran at the beast with his shield raised. Boom! Sparks scattered when the lava hound's nails scratched against Cola's Titan guard. The lava hound's gigantic body came to an abrupt halt. Meanwhile, Cola only stumbled 3 steps backward, a damage exceeding -1,000 appearing above his head. To Cola, who had over 90,000 HP, this damage was practically negligible. So strong. Cola can actually tank that thing by himself. Everyone was surprised to see Cola barely harmed. This was a level 80 mythic monster they were talking about. Although the rain had somewhat weakened the lava hound, it was a mythic monster. Yet Cola had received its attack effortlessly without any help. Even Silverwing was shocked by how little damage Cola had taken. He finally understood just how frightening a fragmented legendary shield was. By the looks of it, the Guardian Knight should have no problems tanking the lava hound by himself, even if he didn't use Titan's domain. Silverwing also dismissed the worry that plagued his heart. He then activated Gale domain and flew toward the cave entrance in the distance. He quickly reached the mine, realizing that its entrance was so small that barely 3 people, shoulder to shoulder, would be able to enter at the same time. The instant Silverwing set foot in the mine, a series of system notifications reached his ears. Moreover, he wasn't the only person to receive the system notifications. Everyone in the Flame Demon's Valley had received them. Chapter 1844, Underground Country. System. Congratulations! You have discovered the Fire God's Ancient Land Flame Demon's Valley Region System announcement. A player has triggered the new expansion pack, Underground Country, and activated the Primordial Taboo Seal. Players may enter the Underground Country in 10 days, the system announcement repeated 3 times. The system's indifferent voice echoing in everyone's minds for quite some time. Underground Country? Silverwing was stunned. Fire God's Ancient Land. He had never heard of the Flame Demon's Valley containing some kind of underground country during his previous life. He only knew that the Fire Demon's Valley's monsters had a high drop rate for source fire or in magic crystals, and a few superpowers had fought fiercely over the area. However, this new expansion pack had never been triggered in the past. Although he had never heard of the Fire God's Ancient Land before, he was very familiar with ancient lands. Any location that was considered an ancient land had existed before the Great Destruction. Only these locations had disappeared from the public eye after the Great Destruction. Meanwhile, these ancient lands were rumored to have been blessed by ancient gods, which was why they had survived for so long. But as time passed, these ancient lands had become relics among the various ancient lands that had been discovered during Silverwing's life. Some contained items that had even been famous during ancient times. These items had all been highly sought after by the various superpowers. Hence, the various superpowers had fought desperately to claim any discovered ancient lands in the past. Silverwing had never thought that the source fire vein they had found was actually an entrance to the Fire God's ancient land. This rendered Silverwing speechless. Now that the system announcement had been made, the underground country in the Flame Demon's Valley would be exposed sooner or later. The source fire vein would definitely be discovered as well. Meanwhile, the Flame Demon's Valley was tens of thousands of miles away from Starmoon Kingdom. If the Fire Dragon Empire's superpowers wanted to claim the vein, he'd be powerless to stop them. Fortunately, it wasn't easy to reach the Flame Demon's Valley's core. Players would need high enough fire resistance to do so. Triggering this new expansion pack also excited Zero Wings members. Although they didn't know what the underground country was, they knew that this expansion pack represented a huge opportunity. Every kingdom and empire had its own specialty products, and no player had ever explored this underground country yet. This meant that they could monopolize the underground country's specialty products. Depending on the item's value, they could make a fortune by reselling them. Although Zero Wings members were excited about the new expansion pack, when they returned their attention to the horrific number of approaching monsters, they suppressed their excitement and focused on their enemies. As for Silverwing, after a moment of surprise, he quickly charged into the source fire vein and started building a marker for a teleportation magic array, trying to get all of his team members into the Flame Demon's Valley's core had already been incredibly difficult, not to mention sending an army into the valley. No guild in God's domain would be able to do so at this stage of the game, so it was impossible to mine the source fire vein long-term. However, while this task might be impossible for other guilds, the same was not true for Zero Wing. As long as he set up a teleportation marker, he could transport players via teleportation array. Not only would it save his players a lot of travel time, but they could also avoid unnecessary battles in the Flame Demon's Valley. Unfortunately, due to the massive distance between teleportation arrays, the magic crystal cost would be considerable, but compared to the source fire vein's value, the teleportation fees were almost negligible. Aside from the fact that magic crystals could drop from the source fire vein, the source fire ore was incredibly valuable. It also had a small chance of dropping flame source crystals. Meanwhile, in a hot, sandy area in the Flame Demon's Valley's inner region, Melody and her team worked on clearing out the monsters in an ancient ruin. When Silverwing entered the source fire vein, they, too, had heard the regional announcement regarding the new expansion pack. Amazing. Someone actually triggered a new expansion pack in the Flame Demon's Valley. That should be Zero Wings doing. Is it the matter they mentioned earlier? Although I don't know what the underground country is, it must have a lot of valuable items. Our ninth heaven has struck gold. The only other guild that should be in the Flame Demon's Valley is Zero Wing. Our 2 guilds should be the only ones who know about this underground country. We'll make a fortune by reselling the items from it. Excitement flashed in the eyes of the Ninth Heavens members when they heard the system announcement. Traveling into human kingdoms and empires was intensely difficult for neutral races. So any items they purchased in Forest City were far above market price. Now that they had discovered the underground country, they could sell its unique items in Forest City. They'd be able to make a fortune and rapidly develop their guild. So, this is Zero Wing's strength? Melody revealed a bitter smile when she read the system announcement. She had been smug and satisfied because she had accepted a high-ranked quest with an extraordinary reward. In contrast, Zero Wing had triggered a new expansion pack in the Flame Demon's Valley. The difference between them was immense. Previously, she had still suspected Zero Wing of targeting Ninth Heaven, but now, her suspicions were laughable. To Zero Wing, her high-ranked quest wasn't likely worth a second glance. While Ninth Heaven's members envied Zero Wing for activating a new expansion pack, Shifeng frantically set up the teleportation array's marker. Setting up a teleportation marker was not an easy task. Players needed a considerable understanding of magic arrays to succeed. The procedures were extremely complex, and normally, a player would need a lot of time to set up the marker and connect it to a teleportation array. However, to Shifeng, who was adept in drawing advanced magic arrays, this task was easier. He swiftly etched magic arrays on one crystal after another before placing the crystals on a large magic array he had carved into the ground. Very quickly, the mana in the mine started to gather in the magic array. Shifeng could feel the mine's dense mana begin to dwindle. Awoo. Suddenly, Shifeng heard a furious howl from outside of the mine, echoing on the mine's stone walls. Guild leader, trouble. The lava hound went berserk and is charging towards you. It's ignoring aggro completely. Aqua Rose shouted in the team chat when she saw the enraged lava hound rush back to the canyon. To current players, a berserk level 80 mythic monster was an absolute nightmare. Cola had tried to stop the lava hound with his shield, but had instantly lost over 30,000 HP when the boss had responded with an angry swipe. The lava hound's strength was terrifying. If anyone else had taken that attack, they would have likely died instantly. As soon as Aqua Rose fell silent, the lava hound arrived before the mine's entrance. Fortunately, the mine entrance was too small for the lava hound, so the boss couldn't get in. Seeing this, Aqua Rose and Cola breathed a sigh of relief. However, something then happened that stupefied Zero Wing's members. The gigantic lava hound split into 3 miniature copies. Each copy was still a level 80 mythic monster, but they did have slightly lower basic attributes. Before Zero Wing's members could react, the 3 lava hounds charged into the mine. Hurry! Hurry up! Shifeng could already hear rapidly approaching footsteps. It was obvious that the lava hound was almost to him. Meanwhile, he only needed to insert one last crystal into the ground to set the spatial coordinates. Unfortunately, the loading bar, which had swiftly filled before, felt extremely slow to Shifeng. It was only 70% full while conducting the merging process. Shifeng couldn't do anything. He couldn't even activate a skill when the loading bar reached 90%. 3 1-meter-tall lava hounds appeared before Shifeng. Despicable mortal! You dare violate this sacred ground. You'll pay for your crimes with your soul. The 3 lava hounds spoke in the human language, rage flaring in their eyes as they spat 3 scorching, white beams at Shifeng. Like lasers, the white beams vaporized everything in their path. Chapter 1845, Evil God's Sword. Just before the 3 scorching beams slammed into Shifeng, the loading bar before him finally reached 100%. When the beams were less than 10 yards away from Shifeng, a barrier of divine runes appeared. When the 3 beams met the barrier, it shook violently. As for Shifeng, he shot backward like a cannonball. Boom! Shifeng crashed into one of the mine shaft's sturdy walls. What power! Shifeng was shocked as he stared at the mine shaft's deformed terrain. He had never thought that the lava hound would possess such frightening power. Even after dividing itself into 3 copies, they were currently inside a source fire vein. The walls surrounding them were sturdy and fire-resistant. Especially the source fire. Ordinary flames wouldn't melt it, let alone vaporize it. One could easily imagine how high the lava hound's flames were if those white-hot flames struck a player's equipment. Not even magically enhanced, dark gold equipment would survive. Only epic equipment might. If he hadn't activated Absolute Domain in time, he likely would have died from that attack. Retreat. Everyone, retreat immediately! Shifeng shouted through the team chat once the flames dissipated. Cola could barely tank 1 lava hound. Now that they had to face 3 miniature lava hounds which were only slightly weaker than the full version, he knew they couldn't stay here for a moment longer after issuing his command. He switched the aura of Earth to the aura of space, preparing to teleport out of this map. Awoo! As Shifeng was about to escape using space movement, the 3 lava hounds howled as one. 3 light red ripples radiated from the beasts, and as if space had frozen, the 7 luminaries' ring failed to open a tear in space-spatial lockdown. Shifeng's expression darkened when he saw the growing spatial tear before him disappear. A monster with such peerless strength and the ability, spatial lockdown, were a nightmare for players. Coming across one such monster almost guaranteed death. Monsters that possessed the spatial lockdown ability were extremely rare in God's domain. Normally, only NPCs at the peak of God's domain could execute the ability. Shifeng never thought that an elemental creature like the lava hound would be able to use it as well. You have touched on the almighty fire god's taboo. Sacrifice your soul to beg forgiveness from the fire god. The 3 lava hounds spoke in a chilling tone before charging at Shifeng. Although the 3 lava hounds were small, their movements were so powerful that space itself trembled in their wake. Their strength could even rival the complete lava houndess. As the 3 lava hounds approached Shifeng, they split up and assaulted Shifeng from 3 different directions, transitioning into a battle formation as smoothly as NPC's eyes. This a god's guardian? Shifeng's expression turned somber as he watched the 3 lava hounds approach. It was normal in God's domain to find treasures guarded by powerful monsters, and there were some incredibly powerful existences among these guardian monsters. These guardians had been created by the gods. Normally, gods only created such powerful guardians to protect their wealth. Not only did these guardians have an eternal lifespan, but they were also undying. In addition, they commanded extremely powerful skills and spells. They were even more difficult to deal with than archaic species of the same rank and level. I can only give it a try. Shifeng gritted his teeth and used Heavenly Dragon's power before activating Divine Steps. In the next moment, 10 doppelgangers with the exact same aura and attributes as Shifeng appeared. Shifeng and his doppelgangers then charged at the 3 lava hounds. Although the lava hounds were powerful, Shifeng managed to nullify their attacks by constantly switching positions with his doppelgangers. Using this opportunity, Shifeng quickly made his way towards the mine's exit. Normally, guardian monsters would give up the chase once they were a certain distance away from what they were supposed to protect. As long as Shifeng moved out of range, he could shake off the lava hounds. However, the lava hounds were incredibly difficult to get away from. Not only was their strength incredibly high, but their speed was also impressive. They constantly interrupted Shifeng's advance and left very little space for him to move forward. By the time Divine Steps' duration ended, Shifeng had only crossed a little over 50 yards. He was still over 100 yards away from the mine's entrance. The instant Shifeng's doppelgangers disappeared, a lava hound swiped its paw at Shifeng so fast that it was impossible to dodge. With no other choice, Shifeng raised Killing Ray to block the attack. The instant the lava hound's paw met Shifeng's sword, he felt his entire arm go numb. The impact sent his body flying backward over 20 yards, dealing over -40,000 damage. What incredible strength! This should be close to rivaling a high mythic strength. Shifeng thought as he stared at the lava hound that hit him. His encounter with the lava hound had been brief, and the beast hadn't used any skills, yet he had lost so much HP. He had already activated Heavenly Dragon's power, as well, drastically increasing his strength and defense. Right now, his defense was even higher than Cola's. Although he didn't have the passive skills that provided damage reduction even then, he had still lost over 40,000 HP. The current lava hound before him definitely had much higher strength than the original. Meanwhile, he had to face 3 of these lava hounds. Before Shifeng could figure a way out of this situation, another lava hound pounced at him. Hurriedly, Shifeng activated Parry to block its attack. Once more, Shifeng flew backward by over 20 yards. Not only hadn't he moved closer to the mine's entrance, but he was actually further from it. This was clearly what the lava hounds had intended to do with their attacks. These lava hounds' combat standards were in no way inferior to expert players. Am I going to die here? Shifeng could not help his bitter smile as he watched the 3rd lava hound pounce at him. It would seem that he had taken on too large of a risk to set up the teleportation marker. While he did not mind losing 1 level of EXP, he carried multiple tools that would drop on his death. Moreover, these items would not simply remain on the ground after being dropped. After a certain time had passed, these valuable items would disappear. Meanwhile, when players died, they'd only resurrect after half an hour unless someone resurrected them with a skill or special tool. By the time he returned to this mine, his dropped items would be gone from this world. As Silverwing clashed with the lava hounds, his HP continued to decrease 80%, 70%, 60%. Although he had tried to use void steps to blindsight the beasts, the technique was ineffective against the lava hounds' sharp sense. Even though the lava hounds couldn't see him, they could pinpoint his location with their other senses, launching another paw swipe or bite attack. Why hasn't the guild leader come out yet? Aqua Rose, who had long since distanced herself from the canyon, muttered as she watched the swarm of lava monsters return to their home. The guild leader should be fine. If he goes all out, he can even contend with mythic monsters. Blackie reassured. It's been so long, though. Moreover, there were 3 lava hounds. I think it's best if I go take a look, Fire Dance said worriedly. I'll go with you, Flying Shadow offered as he followed Fire Dance. Meanwhile, inside the mine, Silverwing watched the circling lava hounds and glanced at the small percentage of HP he had remaining with a bitter smile. Despite activating twofold Berserk, which temporarily granted him the power to contend with Tier 4 mythics, he still couldn't come within 100 yards of the mine's entrance. While he was confident that he could escape a single lava hound, 3 were too much for him to handle. To make matters worse, the 3 lava hounds coordinated perfectly. Although he had thought of using a magic or summoning scroll, the 3 lava hounds were simply too fast. They gave him no opportunities to use such tools. As twofold Berserk's duration continued to run out, Silverwing frantically searched through his bag for items that could help him out of this predicament. Suddenly, he discovered a broken longsword that had been inactive in his bag for quite some time. This longsword was none other than the evil god's inheritance, a treasured sword that had once belonged to the evil god. Seeing that the lava hounds charge at him again, Silverwing gritted his teeth and took out the evil god's inheritance. He then inserted his power into the weapon. Protecting the items that would drop if he died was undoubtedly more important than losing 10 points in all of his attributes. After Silverwing powered the sword, the evil god's inheritance pulsated. An invisible force then spread out from the sword, sweeping through the mine with so much power that even space shook with the intensity. A moment later, a deathly aura pervaded the mine shaft. Chapter 1846, Broken Sword's Power. As the aura of death saturated the mine, space itself froze. The 3 lava hounds slid to a halt as they glared at the broken sword in Silverwing's hand. Wary. Pitch-black divine runes had appeared along the broken blade as the sword released plumes of dark smoke. The weapon felt cold and evil. The lava hounds finally discerned the broken sword's identity, and fear flashed in their eyes. It was as if they had remembered something horrific from their past. Despicable heretic, you dare set foot in this sacred land? Let the almighty fire god's flames purify your soul. After Silverwing replaced the abyssal blade with the evil god's inheritance, the broken sword seemed to trigger something in the 3 lava hounds. Suddenly, they began to grow larger as golden flames flared across their bodies. Despite standing still, the solid rock beneath the lava hounds' feet began to crack. Space tore around them as if it couldn't withstand the golden flame's power. It was as if the space around them was no longer able to withstand the power of the golden flame. Silverwing could also sense a threat of death from that golden fire. Moreover, Silverwing could tell that this death wouldn't just end with a single lost level. He could feel a power akin to soul fire, although this was many times stronger. Burning and devouring his soul would be child's play for this strange fire. If these golden flames burned a player's soul, the player's account would likely be left permanently crippled. Before Silverwing could think of a plan to get out of this troubling situation, the 3 lava hounds pounced as one. At this point, Silverwing had no skills that he could use to protect himself. In addition, the lava hound's movement speed had significantly increased. With no other options, Silverwing instinctively executed Sword's Orbit. Countless sword lights enveloped Silverwing, clashing with the 3 gigantic, flaming beasts as they attacked. Boom, boom, boom. The resulting impacts tore the nearby rocky ground. The scattered sparks ignited anything they touched, transforming the area into a sea of fire. The 3 lava hounds were thrown back, forming 3 large craters as they crashed into the ground. Damages of over -3,000 appeared above their heads in contrast. Shifeng remained standing in his original position, although the ground beneath him had been burned and melted. Now, he stood in a deep crater of his own that had a smooth, glassy surface. What incredible power! So, this is a weapon that had once belonged to an evil god. Shifeng was stunned as he looked at the injured lava hounds truthfully. The broken sword he wielded was only fragmented legendary rank. Although the weapon provided a considerable boost to strength and attack power, he hadn't expected the boost to be this intense. After all, his abyssal blade was even stronger than ordinary epic weapons, but it had never been this powerful. Meanwhile, the lava hounds before him nearly had enough strength to rival high mythic ranked monsters. Even after activating twofold berserk, he still hadn't been a match for the lava hound's strength. Yet when he had used the evil god's inheritance against these monsters, he felt as if he had hit a group of weak, powerless dogs. He hadn't felt the intense impact that he had experienced during his prior clashes with these beasts. Although he had seen weapons that could weaken an opponent's power in the past, he had never seen one as strong as the evil god's inheritance. The weapon had actually decimated Tier 4 mythic monsters' strength to such a great extent. That wasn't all. When he had clashed with the lava hounds, he had felt his own strength skyrocket. It was as if the broken sword had absorbed the monster's strength. Transferring it to Hima's Shifeng tried to get a better grasp on the evil god's inheritance's power. A lava hound stood up. This time, however, it did not charge at Shifeng. Instead, it howled with anger and formed a golden, threefold magic array in front of itself. A moment later, a beam of fire shot out from the magic array, moving so fast that Shifeng couldn't dodge in time. This beam was the result of the lava hound's Tier 4 spell, Red Lotus Breath, the same spell that had vaporized the source fire. Or earlier, in response, Shifeng simply swung the evil god's inheritance at the approaching beam of fire. Boom. The broken sword sliced the crimson beam in half, the flames disintegrating the stone wall behind Shifeng. Shifeng stumbled 5 steps back as a damage of over -10,000 appeared above his head. Sure enough, Shifeng was indescribably shocked, glancing down at the evil god's inheritance in his hand. As he had guessed, the evil god's inheritance could absorb an enemy's power, converting it into his own. Moreover, he had received far more power from this attack than the last. Not only had he gained 20% more strength, but his fire resistance had also increased by 30%. This ability was simply frightening. Due to this ability, his combat power had instantly soared. Moreover, he could sense that this still wasn't the evil god's inheritance's limit. Although he couldn't see the evil god's inheritance's exact attributes, when he wielded the weapon, he felt that he hadn't fully grasped the broken sword's power. The broken sword could grant him even more boons depending on the strength of the attack he received. However, the provided improvements were not without a flaw: their short duration. Each time it absorbed an attack's power, the weapon's wielder could only retain it for a short 10 seconds. Even so, it was amazing. Shifeng found it truly hard to imagine that the evil god's inheritance was still incomplete and that he only exhibited 10% of its power after sacrificing his attributes. If he could exhibit the weapon's full power, the result would be unimaginable. Most likely, he'd be able to suppress the 3 lava hounds completely. One should be able to leave now. When he saw the other 2 beasts charge towards him, Shifeng licked his lips in excitement and ran to meet his enemies in battle. Previously, the difference between their basic attributes had been too great. Even after using twofold berserk, he had been thoroughly suppressed. Now, however, his strength had surpassed the lava hounds after he had weakened them and boosted his own with the evil god's inheritance. Shifeng relied on his superior strength and technique to push the 2 lava hounds to the side. He then dashed for the mine's entrance like a powerful gale. When the lava hounds caught up to Shifeng, he easily threw them back with an attack. In less than 5 seconds, Shifeng burst from the mine and back into the canyon. Thousands of lava monsters then turned to look at the swordsman. Big Sis Fire. The guild leader is out, Flying Shadow said, breathing a sigh of relief when he saw Shifeng emerge from the mine. However, his excitement quickly faded, and a somber expression dominated his face. Thousands of lava monsters surrounded Shifeng, including the 3 mythic lava hounds that chased after him. Even a Tier 2 assassin like him or Fire Dance would have no hope of surviving such an encirclement. much less a swordsman like Silverwing attract the monster's attention. Ready a defensive magic scroll and prepare to use it on the guild leader. Fire Dance felt her scalp tingle as she watched the swarm of monsters close in on Silverwing, but she had to try to rescue her guild leader. She could feel how extraordinary the flames that enveloped the lava hounds were. If those flames claimed Silverwing's life, he'd lose far more than a single level. Just as Fire Dance was about to dash forward, Silverwing raised the evil god's inheritance into the air suddenly. The canyon's mana began to gather around the broken blade, and the sword gradually took on a mist-like stature. Silverwing swung the weapon lightly at the surrounding lava monsters. The mist-like broken sword suddenly disappeared from Silverwing's hand and transformed into 5 pitch-black sword lights that flew at the offending monsters, devouring everything in their path. This move was the evil god's inheritance's only skill after Silverwing had sacrificed a fraction of his attributes. Godslayer. With one attack, every chieftain and lord-ranked lava monster nearby was incinerated, their ashes scattering in the wind. The surviving monsters were heavily injured and unable to make the slightest movement. Chapter 1847, Flame Demon's Crown. When Silverwing had swung the broken sword, the attack had carved 5 deep grooves in the rocky ground around him. The canyon's terrain had changed drastically. What great destructive power! Shock filled Silverwing as he gazed at the evil god's inheritance in his hand. Godslayer's destructive power was even greater than that of a Tier 4 super large-scale destruction spell. He had turned several hundred level 70+ lava monsters into ash instantly. The skill truly had the power to decimate heaven and earth. Unfortunately, the monsters he had killed with Godslayer hadn't granted Silverwing any EXP. In fact, he would not gain any EXP from slain monsters while he had the evil god's inheritance active. The sword would absorb it all after killing so many monsters. The black mist the evil god's inheritance emitted had become denser, following which, Silverwing heard the sound of a system notification system. Evil god's inheritance has accumulated sufficient life force and recovered the first evil god's mark, activating a portion of its power. The evil god's inheritance has such an effect? Silverwing was surprised. He had thought that he could only repair the weapon by collecting the missing fragments. He had never expected the broken blade to recover some of its lost power by absorbing others' life force. Evil god's inheritance. One-handed sword. A treasured sword that the evil god had once used. However, the sword had been destroyed in a battle, shattered into 3 pieces. Although the evil god's treasured sword had been destroyed, the evil god's power within remains intact. As long as one gathers all 3 fragments, it is possible to restore the sword to its past glory. This piece is the sword's broken hilt. By permanently sacrificing 10 points of all attributes, the user may temporarily use the sword's power. Although this sword has been severely damaged, it can still exert 1/10 of its original power. First evil god's mark. Power absorption can increase strength by a maximum of 100%, stamina by 20%, and all resistances by 100%. When this fragment is within 1,000 yards of other fragments, the fragments will resonate. Drops upon death cannot be traded. Although he could strengthen the evil god's inheritance by killing a large number of monsters, he had no intentions of doing so. While Silverwing might wield extraordinary power when he used the evil god's inheritance, he'd have to sacrifice 10 points from every basic attribute permanently each time he wielded the weapon. While 10 points in all attributes might not be much to a Tier 2 player, it would add up. If he used the weapon for too often, he would cripple his account. One could say that the evil god's inheritance was even more evil than magic weapons. Hence, the evil god's inheritance should only be used as a final trump card. Silverwing had no intentions of feeding the evil god's inheritance any more life force right now, either. He only had half an hour to use the weapon after activating it. How much life force could he possibly accumulate in half an hour? However, the ability to strengthen the evil god's inheritance had truly been an unexpected boon, following which, Silverwing charged out of the hole he had opened in the monster encirclement. Now that the evil god's inheritance had grown stronger, he had a much easier time dealing with the 3 lava hounds that chased after him. Is this the guild leader at his full strength? Flying Shadow, who watched from the valley's entrance, was astonished as he watched Silverwing take on 3 level 80 lava hounds without trouble. Even Fire Dance, who prepared to move out, was stunned. She had assumed that after so many battles and adventures, the distance between her and Silverwing had shortened. Looking at it now, however, It would seem that the gap was larger than ever. What the two assassins did not know was that Shifeng fully relied on the evil god's inheritance to command such power. Without it, he might not have survived even after activating twofold berserk. Shifeng quickly escaped the lava hound's grasp. And although this further enraged the mythic monsters, they didn't dare leave their domain by as much as a centimeter. They could only watch until Shifeng left their sight. Despicable heretic. The almighty fire god will not let you get away with this. After Shifeng had vanished, the lava hounds released furious howls, the sounds echoing throughout the valley at the same time. A system notification reached Shifeng's ears. System. You have incurred the RRE god's wrath. As long as you enter the fire god's territory, its guardians will hunt you to the death. How ruthless. Shifeng could not help his astonishment as he read the system notification had only set up a teleportation marker in the fire god's ancient land. Yet he was now prohibited from entering any location the fire god sheltered. This penalty was truly severe after all. The fire god was a god who had left behind many areas in God's domain. The fire god had even been responsible for creating a number of other worlds. This penalty basically warned him that he could lose his life if he entered any of these locations. Unless he was strong enough to defeat the area's guardians, he shouldn't even consider exploring the locations. But after giving the matter some thought, Shifeng didn't mourn the loss now that he had constructed a teleportation marker in the fire god's ancient land. He could lead a team to mine the source fire or without revealing themselves to the lava hounds as long as he prepared properly. In 10 days, he could also visit the so-called underground country, possibly obtaining another significant harvest overall. He considered this transaction quite profitable. After leaving the canyon, Shifeng regrouped with Zero Wing's other members. He then briefed Aqua Rose about the teleportation marker and had her contact her subordinates to prepare. They would need enough fire resistance to survive in the Flame Demon's Valley's core region. Moreover, only intermediate miners or higher could mine the source fire, or they'd only be able to revisit the mine after fulfilling these two conditions. It would take quite some time to prepare. After the team rested for a short moment, Shifeng led his team into the heart of the Flame Demon's Valley, although they came across quite a few monsters on their way, and Shifeng was currently weakened. The team advanced relatively quickly with their powerful MTs like Cola, and Shifeng summoned Tier 3 demons. As no one had explored the Flame Demon's Valley thus far, it was home to a lot of monsters, which, fortunately, provided far more EXP than normal. Moreover, a large number of treasure chests hid in the area. After venturing through the core region for 4 hours, some of the team's level 56 members had risen to level 57. Fire Dance and Flying Shadow had also discovered 6 treasure chests in the area. They had found 3 bronze treasure chests, a mysterious iron treasure chest, a secret silver treasure chest, and a fine gold treasure chest. The discovery surprised both Fire Dance and Flying Shadow, who frequently searched for treasure chests in the fields. It was common knowledge that treasure chests were extremely rare in God's domain. Normally, a map only had 2 or 3 at one time, yet after wandering in a small section of the core region, they had discovered 6. Moreover, one was a fine gold treasure chest past level 50. A bronze treasure chest would contain loot that could rival the items a High Lord dropped, while mysterious iron chests items were on par with a Great Lord, and secret silver treasure chests dropped items on par with a Grand Lord's loot. As for a fine gold treasure chest, its loot could rival that of a mythic monster. However, in the Flame Demon's Valley, both the monsters and the treasure chests offered weapons and equipment that were all level 70 or higher. Unfortunately, current players couldn't use these items unless they had weapons and equipment that could reduce level requirements by 15 levels or more. As Shifeng activated the fine gold treasure chest, it released a light that illuminated the gloomy sky above the Flame Demon's Valley. Even players several thousand yards away could see the glow of the Flame Demon's crown. Shifeng was flabbergasted when he saw the exquisite, flaming crown inside the treasure chest. Chapter 1848, Ancient Demon. Guild Leader, did you find something good? Aqua Rose asked curiously as she watched Shifeng's blank expression. The rest of the team turned to look at Shifeng as well, anticipation flashing in their eyes. They all wanted to know what kind of treasure a fine gold treasure chest had to offer. A fine gold treasure chest was almost impossible to find in level 50+ maps. The best players normally found were secret silver rank. Meanwhile, Even mysterious iron treasure chests could cause a heated struggle between guild teams. The higher quality treasure chest players found, the more of a commotion activating the treasure chest would cause. In turn, this would lead to more players finding out about the treasure chest. Moreover, after players acquired the items inside a treasure chest, there was a 2-hour period when the items would be guaranteed to drop upon death. Hence, whenever a treasure chest appeared in the fields, a slaughter would soon follow. Fortunately, Zero Wing's team didn't have to worry about being attacked. After all, this place was the Flame Demon's Valley. The only other players that might see the glow from the fine gold treasure chest were the Ninth Heaven members. Even if other players with hostile intentions discovered them, they had no fear that anyone would try to rob them. Something good has dropped, Shifeng said, laughing. He then retrieved the Flame Demon's crown and shared its statistics in the team chat. Flame Demon's crown, head, fine gold rank, equipment requirement, strength 800, agility 800, and intelligence 800, defense plus 100 additional passive /. Flame Demon's body allows the wearer to gain the body of a flame demon, increasing fire resistance by 200 and becoming immune to burning effects. Additional active /. Flame Avatar becomes immune to all flame damage for 1 minute cooldown, 10 minutes. After reading the Flame Demon's crown's details, the team lost their prior excitement. Guild leader, this crown is a scam. Not only does it have such a high equipment requirement, but it doesn't actually offer any basic attributes. The only good thing about it is its high fire resistance, but it isn't worth sacrificing everything else. I feel the same. The monsters in harsh environments are generally very powerful. Although this crown can provide sufficient fire resistance to survive in these maps, without the basic attributes, you'll have a difficult time dealing with monsters. It would be much better to equip several pieces of equipment that provide less fire resistance but have significant basic attributes. Its defensive properties are even more important. No matter how I look at this crown, it doesn't seem to have any. Everyone quickly discerned the pros and cons of the Flame Demon's crown. Even level 50 common cloth armor had more than 100 defense. The Flame Demon's crown's defense was practically a useless decoration. In addition, losing the basic attributes from a piece of equipment would reduce a player's attributes by around 10%. This would cause at least a 20% reduction in combat power. Moreover, due to the lack of defense in the head section, others would have a weakness to exploit. If one were struck in the head, it was entirely possible that they'd suffer a fainted state. As God's domain continued to update, the equipment player's war would have greater importance. Equipment would play a role in a player's defense beyond basic attributes. Take 2 players with the same defense, for example. If one of these players wore chest armor while the other player did not, the player without a chest piece would receive more damage when struck in that area and suffer additional negative effects. If a player took a blow to the head, they would feel dizzy and powerless, and their reactions would become sluggish. If one were stuck in the arm, it would go numb and become difficult to move. There were subtle differences in the negative effects depending on the materials of their equipment as well. An attack's impact was one such example. During the early stages of the game, these negative effects were barely noticeable, but as players took on higher-leveled monsters, these negative effects would become more prominent. As a result, players would have to choose their equipment carefully. It wasn't enough to prioritize basic attributes. Players also needed to focus on their equipment's compatibility and defensive properties. Meanwhile, the Flame Demon's crown, made of fire with a pitiful 100 points in defense, clearly didn't have any. It was a costume piece at best. If one equipped the Flame Demon's crown during battle, they'd be asking for an early death. Shifeng simply revealed a bitter smile as he stored the Flame Demon's crown. He had to admit that his guild members' standards had significantly improved. Their understanding of weapons and equipment was no longer limited to basic attributes. Unfortunately, they were still somewhat ignorant. This didn't particularly surprise Shifeng. His teammates were still relatively low-leveled after all. They still didn't fully understand resistances. They did not know just how valuable a piece of equipment capable of increasing fire resistance by 200 points was. Among the items in the fine gold treasure chest, the Flame Demon's crown was easily more valuable than the other items combined. By the time mainstream players had reached level 100 and beyond in the past, a Flame Demon's crown had sold for a whopping 5,000 gold. With that amount of money, one could purchase an epic equipment with poor attributes. Even so, players rarely sold their Flame Demon's Crown's equipment that added 200 fire resistance was extremely rare. Most importantly, the Flame Demon's Crown's Flame Demon's body allowed its wearer to become immune to burning effects. In other words, no matter how hot an environment was, players would not suffer any negative effects. They could maintain their combat power at its peak, of course. Due to the Flame Demon's Crown's glaring weakness, it was only suitable for expert players. Ordinary players would be better off wearing several pieces of equipment that provided both basic attributes and fire resistance. Ordinary players already fought to get their basic attributes up to standard and as a result, struggled against monsters and in team dungeon raids. They would be asking for trouble by using a piece of specialized equipment like the Flame Demon's Crown. However, expert players were different. They would easily have enough basic attributes even without wearing a headpiece. When fighting in sweltering environments, it was far more important for expert players to have high fire resistance. Hence, during the later stages of the game, the various large guilds' main force members had stopped focusing on basic attributes. Instead, they had prioritized resistances and physique. Moreover, the Flame Demon's Crown was like an entry pass to the Flame Demon's Valley. As long as one had a Flame Demon's Crown, they could travel anywhere within the valley. They wouldn't even have any issues exploring the Flaming Valley's core. Originally, Shifeng had worried that he didn't have enough fire resistance to survive in the central area, but now that he had the Flame Demon's Crown, he wasn't concerned. Now, only the Flame Demon King himself would be a problem. In God's domain, the Flame Demon King was categorized as a world boss. Counter to most expectations, world bosses were not much stronger than ordinary field bosses. The system did not grant world bosses any special traits either. However, they did have full control over their territories. While in a world boss's territory, players would be prevented from using magic scrolls and magic arrays. It wasn't even possible to use magical tools. At most, players could use their weapons and equipment skills. It was a nightmare for most players. After emptying the fine gold treasure chest, Shifeng and the others continued towards the central region. After traveling for a little over an hour, they finally arrived before a fiery world. White-hot flames danced along the mountain range before them. The ring of mountains resembled a burning sun, making it difficult to look at. This place is so hot, Blackie exclaimed as he looked at the flaming mountain range. Despite standing some distance away from the mountain range, he felt as if like roasting meat. Everyone on the team felt the sweltering heat. Even walking exhausted their stamina. Meanwhile, a gigantic figure wielding a trident patrolled the center of this mountain ring. Every one of this figure's movements stirred the flames around it as lava rose into the air. Even from several thousand yards away, Zero Wing's team could feel the figure's fierce aura. When they saw the Flame Demon King's true appearance, they couldn't help their gasps. Even Shifeng was shocked. Flame Demon King, elemental creature, ancient fiend, mythic, level 83. HP 720, 000, 000/720, 000, An ancient fiend. How is this possible? Shifeng was indescribably shocked when he saw the Flame Demon King's statistics. Shouldn't it be an archaic species? Chapter 1849 World Gate. Guild Leader. Don't tell me we're supposed to fight that boss. Is that really a mythic monster? The Flame Demon King was a 50-meter-tall giant. Every one of its movements stirred up a storm in the sea of fire around it. Zero Wing's team could tell how terrifying this monster was just by looking at it. When he saw the Flame Demon King, Kola, who had brimmed with confidence, felt his scalp tingle. This boss could likely even slay a 1,000-man team of level 80, Tier 2 experts. Compared to the mythic monsters they've encountered thus far, the Flame Demon King was on an entirely different level. Could the new expansion pack I triggered have made the Flame Demon King stronger? Shifeng pondered as he looked at the Flame Demon King. The more he thought about it, the more his theory seemed plausible. After all, the Flame Demon's Valley was only a level 70+ map. It wasn't a level 100+ map. An ancient fiend shouldn't be here. An ancient fiend was an elemental creature that had fully unlocked its bloodline and reverted to its ancestral form. Although ancient fiends were no match for dragons in terms of life rating, they were fully capable of rivaling ferocious beasts. Even an expert team that was 20 levels higher wouldn't be a match for a mythic-ranked ancient fiend, much less an expert team of the same level. In addition, The Flame Demon King had a world boss's special ability. Not even a 100-man team of level 100, Tier 3 players could defeat this monster. There's no helping it, I can only adjust my plans. Following which, Shifeng addressed his team. I had thought that I could complete this quest and get everyone out of here safely, but that's no longer possible. I'll have to ask you all to sacrifice yourselves to lure the Flame Demon King away from its territory. Try to buy as much time for me as possible. Violet, you won't be joining the fight. I need you to hide in the distance. Once the battle is over, you'll be responsible for resurrecting the team. All he could do now was lure the Flame Demon King away from the World Gate. The players that would be responsible for buying time would die, but with the resurrection skill he had given Violet Cloud, they could reduce the death penalty his teammates suffered. I understand. Violet Cloud nodded. None of his teammates had any objections to Shifeng's proposal. They were the guild's main force members. Their weapons, equipment, and levels had been granted by their guild. It wasn't unusual to die for their guild's benefit very quickly. The team followed Shifeng's instructions. Cola would be the first player responsible for attracting the Flame Demon King's attention and luring it to the designated area. After Cola died, Turtledove and Wumien would take over. Once all 3 MTs had died, the rest of the team would split up and flee, forcing the Flame Demon King to waste as much time as possible chasing them down. Move out. Shifeng commanded once he was in position a short distance away from the valley's entrance. Following his orders, Cola charged into the flaming valley. Shortly after he had set foot in the sea of fire, a deafening roar echoed from the valley's center. Little human, you dare trespass in the Flame Demon King, Manakoland's territory. I'll show you just how frightening fire's anger is. As the voice faded, the Flame Demon King emerged from the raging flames, its movements causing waves of fire that washed over Cola, not daring to be careless. Cola immediately activated Power of Darkness and hid behind Titan Guard. Boom. As the firestorm slammed into him, Cola stumbled 3 steps backward, a damage exceeding -20,000 appearing above his head. So strong. Just its movements caused such a powerful attack. Aqua Rose, who watched from afar, could not help her shock when she saw Cola lose 1/8 of his HP despite his active Berserk skill. Normally, Cola could face a level 70 mythic monster head-on after activating his Berserk skill, yet he had just lost so much HP after an indirect attack from the Flame Demon King. The team's other members paled when they saw this. If they had received that indirect attack, they would have likely lost over 50% of their HP. They felt like ants before this world bosses. The Flame Demon King's frightening strength stunned Zero Wings players. The boss had arrived before Cola. The Flame Demon King then thrust its trident at the Guardian Knight with so much speed that the attack had been invisible to the naked eye. Fortunately, Cola had already raised Titan Guard and blocked the attack in time. After blocking the attack, however, Cola had lost all feeling in his arms. Like a cannonball, he had been thrown back, only stopping as he crashed into a massive boulder. Cola's HP instantly fell by over 80,000, more than half of his total. The team was stunned. Just one attack had left Cola so miserable. The gap in strength was despairing. Heal him quickly. Shifeng shouted through the team chat. The outcome didn't surprise him. After all, their opponent was a mythic-ranked ancient fiend. If not for the fragmented legendary rank Titan Guard, Cola might have died instantly upon hearing Shifeng's command. The Tier 2 healers snapped out of their daze and cast healing spells on Cola, instantly restoring the Guardian Knight's HP to 70%. However, the Flame Demon King was already stabbing its trident at Cola again, the weapon releasing white-hot fire. The white-hot flames shocked Cola. Hurriedly, he activated Protection Blessing after its upgrade to Tier 2. Protection Blessing reduced the damage he took by 60%. However, when the trident met Cola's shield, the stone under his feet shattered, forming a crater. Meanwhile, Cola's HP fell by more than 60,000, dropping his HP into the red. By the time the Flame Demon King executed another attack, the team's healers only recovered Cola's HP to 50% of his total. Realizing how precarious his situation was, Cola used Titan's Heart, forming 3 layers of protective energy, which could absorb up to 10 times his maximum HP, around him. With Titan's Heart in effect, Cola quickly fled the sea of fire. Seeing Cola pull away from the valley, Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had upgraded Titan Guard to the fragmented legendary rank earlier. Otherwise, The three MTs wouldn't be able to lure the Flame Demon King away before they died. Even if Kola, Turtledove, and Yuwumian worked together afterward equipping the Flame Demon's crown. Shifeng activated Gale Domain and charged into the flames that could even melt fine Ironas expected of the Flame Demon's crown. It really is wondrously effective. When Shifeng soared through the fire, he only felt a little warm. He wasn't in any pain at all due to the additional 200 fire resistance the crown provided. He now had over 400 fire resistance. His HP only fell by a little over 100 each second. He remained in the fire after flying for about 40 seconds. He noticed Kola's name darken among the list of his team members. It was obvious that the Flame Demon King had killed Kola so quickly. When Shifeng realized that he was still over 200 yards away from the stone gate in the center of the valley, his expression darkened. Kola was the sturdiest player in the team. He had thought that the Guardian Knight alone would be able to buy him enough time to reach the World Gate, but it seemed that the Flame Demon King was much stronger than he had expected. As soon as Shifeng reached the World Gate, he pulled out the Philosopher's Hand and used it to activate the stone doors. At this point, Turtledove had also fallen, and only Yuwumian remained alive of the team's 3 MTSI. Need to hurry. Shifeng used the Philosopher's Hand's power to repair the broken magic arrays on the World Gate. As he did, a furious roar reached him from outside of the valley. Despicable trespasser! You dare to open the World Gate! As the voice faded, a pillar of fire rose from its origin, following which, everyone but Shifeng and Violet Cloud's names went dark. This situation put immense pressure on Shifeng. He pushed himself to work faster. While Shifeng repaired the World Gate's magic arrays, he could feel the space around him boil. This meant that he was already standing within the Flame Demon King's sphere of influence. The ancient fiend's movement speed had completely exceeded his expectations. Despicable human, vanish alongside your sins. When the Flame Demon King caught sight of Shifeng, it threw its flaming trident at the swordsman. However, before the trident could reach Shifeng, he activated the aura of Earth's absolute domain. Yes, it's done. Using the period of invulnerability absolute domain granted him, Shifeng completed the final magic array, following which, he placed a hand on the World Gate's main magic array and said, "Open, World Gate." Chapter 1850 Hidden Reward. With Shifeng's command, the divine runes on the gigantic pair of doors before him began to glow with a purple-gold light. A moment later, the divine runes released a beam of light that threatened to devour the Flame Demon King. No. Upon seeing the beam, the Flame Demon King, who was within 50 yards of Shifeng, turned in a panic and tried to flee. However, the beam of light was much faster than the Flame Demon King. In the blink of an eye, the purple-gold light enveloped the world boss, and the ancient fiend cried out in pain. In the next moment, the Flame Demon King began to shrink, and the flames around its body gradually extinguished. A short moment later, the World Gate slowly opened. Some force sucked the valley's fire through the opening gates, and the Flame Demon King began to shrink even faster from its original height of 50 meters. The Flame Demon King quickly shrunk to 40 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. By the time the World Gate was fully open, the black hole within had devoured every last flame in the valley. The Flame Demon King had also been dragged towards the World Gate by the black hole's powerful gravity. No, this is my power, the Flame Demon King shouted, panicking as it used every shred of power to fight the black hole's pull. Seeing this, Shifeng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had no hope against a level 83 mythic-ranked ancient fiend right now. Fortunately, the World Gate could remove things that didn't originate from the continent of God's domain while the World Gate had activated. The Philosopher's Hand had also undergone a transformation. The Philosopher's Hand had originally been made of translucent crystal, radiating an ominous feeling. Now, however, not only had the ominous feeling disappeared, but the translucent hand had also transformed into a blood-red bead. What pristine mana! As Shifeng held the blood-red bead, he could feel incredibly pure mana emerge from it. This mana was even purer than that from the 7 luminaries crystal. Suddenly, Shifeng heard the sound of a system notification. System. Congratulations! You have completed the epic-ranked main storyline quest, Philosopher's Wish, before level 80. Rewarding Philosopher's Hand, plus 40% EXP of current level, 5 legacy skill points, 30 free mastery points, 30,000 subclass proficiency points, and 1 subclass dark gold design. When the system notification ended, Shurfeng's experience bar rose to 52% of level 68. However, obtaining the complete Philosopher's Hand excited Shurfeng far more than the bountiful EXP. This was a bona fide legendary item. Any superpower in God's domain would easily go mad over this. Moreover, Shurfeng was surprised by the additional reward for completing the quest before reaching level 85. Legacy skill points were no small matter. In addition, the awarded 30,000 subclass proficiency points would save him a lot of time when upgrading his Forger subclass. After reaching the master rank, players would still need a ridiculous number of proficiency points to rise from a basic master to an intermediate master. While ordinary master lifestyle players might not have trouble earning the required proficiency points, it was a different story for Shurfeng. Shurfeng had many matters he needed to deal with, and he only had a small amount of time to invest in his forging. As a result, he didn't obtain forging proficiency points very quickly. However, the most valuable of the rewards had to be the subclass dark gold design. This subclass dark gold design wasn't like ordinary designs. Not only could it upgrade a design to dark gold rank, but the new design would be a player creation. It was common knowledge that becoming a master lifestyle player was incredibly difficult. Players needed to create completely new items, which had to meet certain requirements. To accomplish this feat, players needed a certain understanding of items and materials. This was also the case when players tried to rise from a basic master to an intermediate master. In fact, the promotion to an intermediate master was even more difficult since players would have to create 1 dark gold item or 3 fine gold items. This hurdle had been the end of the line for many basic master lifestyle players during Shurfeng's previous life. In the past, when one had referred to a master lifestyle player, they had generally meant basic masters. The majority of God's domain's master lifestyle players had been basic rank. After 10 years in the game, basic masters hadn't received as much attention from first-rate guilds, although they were still VIPs in second-rate guilds. At most, they would be treated slightly better than the average lifestyle player. Only intermediate masters had earned first-rate guilds respect. Now that he had a subclass dark gold design, he had received a free pass to become an intermediate master. Of course, an intermediate master that reached the rank by using a subclass dark gold design wasn't as capable as a player that reached the rank through their own hard work and original items. The latter had solidified their foundation, while the former had none. A player who became an intermediate master, though their work would have a higher possibility of creating more dark gold items in the future, soon becoming an advanced master. On the other hand, the intermediate master that did not possess a sturdy foundation would struggle to advance. The only real benefit of using such a cheap method to become an intermediate master was the higher production success rates that came with the rank. Even so, many basic master lifestyle players had spent their entire life savings to get their hands on a subclass dark gold design during Shurfeng's previous life, since they had already reached their limits. As Shurfeng celebrated his additional rewards, the world gate began to close. By the time the world gate had shut, the valley was void of fire. Only the scorched earth remained. Despicable human. Took me hundreds of years to accumulate that power. And now it's all gone. You will pay for this with your soul. I will turn you into a puppet that will forever live under my command. The Flame Demon King bellowed as it glared at Shurfeng. Currently, the Flame Demon King was only 8 meters tall. It looked like an infant compared to its previous size. Its aura was also much weaker. Flame Demon King, elemental creature, mythic, level 81, HP 32, 000, 000/32, 000/000. The Flame Demon King didn't even have the HP of a mythic monster anymore. A mana depletion debuff also graced its status bar. Lasting for a whole hour, the world gate has robbed it of so much energy? Shurfeng was astonished when he saw the enraged Flame Demon King. The valley's flames had originated from a higher plane, containing unparalleled power. The fire had been highly sought after by fire elementals since they could increase the elemental's power. The Flame Demon King had only grown so strong because it had continuously absorbed these flames' power. Now that the world gate had returned these flames to their source, the Flame Demon King had lost the power it had accumulated over the years. With the energy that had bolstered its physical form gone, it was only natural that the Flame Demon King had weakened. Only, Shifeng never thought that the Flame Demon King would grow this weak. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng abandoned all thoughts of escape. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. When the mana depletion debuff ended, the Flame Demon King would recover its strength. Although it wouldn't be as strong as it had been, it would still be beyond current players' capabilities. Before the Flame Demon King could launch an attack, Shifeng activated Power of Darkness, Phantom Kill, and Dragon Solo level 68 High Lord ranked Black Dragon should have 0 chances against a level 80 Mythic monster. But now, the Black Dragon had the upper hand against the weakened Flame Demon King. While the Black Dragon kept the Flame Demon King busy, Shifeng activated every skill he had to the weakened boss. Thunder Flame Explosion, Flame Burst, 9 Dragon Slash, Lightning Slash. Although the weakened Flame Demon King was still a world boss, whose ability prevented players from using external tools, it no longer mattered. The Flame Demon King's defense had drastically fallen. After all now, Shifeng's normal attacks dealt over -30,000 damage, while critical hits dealt over -70,000 damage. Even the weakest of his skills inflicted over -100,000 damage. Even when the Flame Demon King used its powerful AoE attacks, Shifeng, who had over 400 fire resistance, only took a little over -3,000 damage from each hit. The Flame Demon King's HP continued to fall 80%, 50%, 20%. When the Black Dragon's duration was almost over, the Flame Demon King had around 10% HP remaining. Once the Black Dragon was gone, Shifeng would have to fight the world boss head-on. I guess there's no other choice. Shifeng sighed as he came to terms with his current predicament. A moment later, he retrieved the evil god's inheritance from his bag. Once more, trying to escape a world boss was an extremely difficult task. This was especially true now that he had used all of his skills. Furthermore, it wasn't every day that he found himself in such a favorable position against a world boss. Gritting his teeth, Shifeng sacrificed his attributes to activate the evil god's inheritance. He then activated Godslayer 5 pitch black sword lights instantly pierced the Flame Demon King, leaving 5 deep grooves in the rocky ground before Shifeng. Despicable human. If the world gate hadn't taken my power from me. The Flame Demon King's eyes burned with rage as it glared at Shifeng, but despite its fury, the Flame Demon King's HP didn't stop depleting before it eventually reached 0. Boom. As the Flame Demon King fell to the ground, its fiery body started to dissipate. A short moment later, only Shifeng remained in the scorched valley. Chapter 1851, Flame Demon King's Loot. After the Flame Demon King died, the rampaging mana in the valley settled down. It's finally dead. Shifeng breathed out a sigh of relief as the Black Dragon disappeared. Shortly after the Flame Demon King died, if not for the Black Dragon's assistance, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the Flame Demon King. After all, even though the Flame Demon King was weakened, it was still a mythic monster. The boss had possessed not only superior strength but also far more HP. Even if the Flame Demon King had only 10% of its HP left, it would still have had more than enough time to kill him, although he had to sacrifice another 10 points of every basic attribute to kill the Flame Demon King. He forgot about the loss when he saw the small mountain of items the boss dropped. The Flame Demon King was a world boss. Although it had been weakened due to his quest, it was still a mythic-ranked world boss, hence the extremely bountiful loot. Not to mention, as this was the first time the Flame Demon King was killed, it was guaranteed to drop a 4-star guild promotion order. Future Flame Demon Kings killed would have only a certain chance of dropping the promotion order. This item was also the reason why he had persisted in killing the Flame Demon King to the point of permanently weakening himself. Currently, Zero Wing was a 3-star guild and held a significant advantage over other guilds. However, as the various superpowers started raiding level 50 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons, it was only a matter of time before they became 3-star guilds as well. Meanwhile, compared to Zero Wing, the various superpowers would gain much more of an advantage from being a 3-star guild, be it the Guild Employment Center or Guild Training Room. These two facilities needed guilds to reach a certain scale in order to display their usefulness fully. In other words, the larger a guild was, the better the guild could leverage these two facilities. In the case of Zero Wing, despite the rapid expansion it was currently undergoing in terms of member count, it was far from rivaling even first-rate guilds. The operations of the various superpowers spanned over a dozen kingdoms and empires. Their member counts naturally dwarfed Zero-Wing-S. Once these superpowers became 3-star guilds, their development speed would undoubtedly skyrocket. At that time, not only would these superpowers be able to nurture a large number of elite players, but the income their guilds generated would also increase substantially if Zero-Wing, a guild that ruled over only a single kingdom, wished to surpass these superpowers, which had become 3-star guilds in terms of development speed. Then there was only one way to do so: be getting promoted into a 4-star guild. Unlike a 3-star guild, the benefits offered by a 4-star guild did not manifest with the scale of a guild. Instead, these benefits were apparent in the finer details. Reaching the 4-star rank would not give a guild the privilege to construct any additional facilities. Instead, what a guild gained from the 4-star rank was the recognition of the Adventurers Association as a large-scale guild. At that time, the Adventurers Association would directly issue large-scale quests to the guild. These large-scale quests ranged from easy to very difficult. Even national-level quests were available. The rewards for these quests were extremely generous. Moreover, these quests also provided players with good opportunities to raise their ranks in the Adventurers Association in addition to receiving large-scale quests. 4-star guilds would be designated a temporary rest area in every Adventurers Association on the continent of God's domain. While this rest area was relatively small, it allowed members of 4-star guilds to receive commissioned quests from every NPC town and city on the continent, not just from towns and cities where their respective guilds had residences. Due to this benefit, members of 4-star guilds could travel all over the continent to do quests, no longer hindered in their leveling speed and acquirement of resources by competition over a limited number of quests. The only downside to this was the Adventurers Association's tax on players' quest rewards when completing commissioned quests accepted from these designated rest areas. This, in turn, reduced the guild's income from these quests. Even so, this benefit would still help guilds generate much more wealth than before. At the same time, guilds would also be able to raise their popularity in the various NPC kingdoms and empires significantly. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This was the distinguishing feature of a 4-star guild. After reaching the 4-star rank, a guild's development would no longer be tied down to the territories they controlled. Of course, the consequence of this feature was also very obvious. The amount of competition guilds had to face would increase drastically. However, so long as Zero-Wing managed to become a 4-star guild ahead of others, it would seize a significant advantage over the other guilds. Hence Shifeng's persistence in killing the Flame Demon King, following which Shifeng started going through the Flame Demon King's loot. Just like he expected, there was indeed a 4-star guild promotion order among the dropped items. So long as a 3-star guild possessed 200,000 guild popularity, it could be upgraded into a 4-star guild using this promotion order as expected of a world boss. Its loot sure is bountiful. Shifeng was inwardly astonished as he looked over the statistics of the other dropped items. The Flame Demon King had dropped over 100 items in total, the majority of which were rare materials, including the extremely rare 7 Luminaries crystal. Although only 3 7 Luminaries crystals dropped, the equivalent often units, the value of these 7 Luminaries crystals still exceeded that of the other materials by a large margin. The rest of the loot were level 70+ weapons and equipment. Practically every one of these weapons and equipment was of fine gold rank. Only one of them was epic rank. Among the fine gold equipment dropped, 4 pieces belonged to the level 70 fine gold ranked Sins of Thunderfire set. The boss also dropped the entire level 70 fine gold ranked Scorching Wind set. While the weapons and equipment dropped looked subpar at best, Shifeng's eyes glowed with excitement when he saw them. His reaction was because the Sins of Thunderfire set was top-tier set equipment for magical classes. This was set equipment that only level 70+ mythic ranked field bosses dropped. The set had a total of 6 pieces, and even superpowers would need to expend a lot of effort to collect the complete setas for the Scorching Wind set. It was similarly top-tier set equipment but for plate armor classes instead of magical classes. Not only did the Scorching Wind set provide higher fire resistance than the Dark Corrosion set, but its 6-piece set effect was also extremely heaven-defying. It allowed players to transform into a war god of fire and acquire a life rating that could rival archaic species. Although players would incur double damage from ice and water-type attacks than they normally would, it was still plenty amazing. The Sins of Thunderfire set's 6-piece set effect was similar to the Scorching Wind set's, allowing its user to transform into a Thunderfire messenger. Due to these 2 set effects, Despite the ordinary basic attributes the two sets provided, they had ended up publicly recognized as the strongest level 70 set equipment available in the game. Even level 70 Dark Gold set equipment could not rival them. Shurfong had never thought that he would be able to obtain the entire Scorching Wind set. As for the Sins of Thunderfire set, he was just short of 2 set pieces to complete the set. Once he geared 2 guild experts in these 2 sets, he would have himself 2 peak experts. As for the Soul Epic equipment dropped, it was a pair of cloth armor gloves named Hands of Fire. Not only did the gloves provide a significant amount of fire resistance, but it even increased the spell completion rate of players by 2%. It also had a skill that allowed its user to summon a Lord-ranked fire familiar, making this pair of gloves perfect for Magicka-class players that were not adept in melee combat. After Shurfong was done going through the Flame Demon King's loot, he then took out the Philosopher's Hand from his bag and inspected it, suppressing the excitement in his heart as he looked through its attribute panelas. He needed to deal with the Flame Demon King before. He had not had any time to inspect the fully recovered Philosopher's Hand. Now that the Flame Demon King was dealt with, he naturally had to take a good look at this legendary item, which had disappeared from God's domain in his previous life. Chapter 1852, Complete Philosopher's Hand. The instant Shurfong retrieved the Philosopher's Hand from his bag, he felt the space around him grow heavier. It felt as if space itself couldn't withstand the pristine energy within the Philosopher's Hand. Now that Shurfong had the chance to get a better feel for the Philosopher's Hand, he felt a powerful inspiration well within him. His mind felt sharp and focused like never before. It was as if the world had faded away, leaving him alone with his thoughts. So, this is the true Philosopher's Hand? Shurfong could not help his excitement as he gazed at the crimson bead in his hand. Philosopher's Hand, legendary rank item, a special gemstone crafted by the philosopher Erhard, containing incredible power that is capable of manipulating the sole additional passive effect. The wielder of the Philosopher's Hand will have all of their subclasses temporarily raised by 1 rank. Additional active skill 1-. Philosopher's Soul offers players guidance for 10 hours when crafting items. Cooldown 12 hours. Additional active skill 2-. Soul Fantasy allows players to enter an imaginary world for 8 hours. During this time, players may use the materials that they know of to produce items without limit. Cooldown 15 hours. Although the Philosopher's Hand only possessed 3 skills, these skills were heaven-defying based on Shurfeng's knowledge. Only the epic-ranked Icarus's Heart could temporarily raise a lifestyle player to master rank. In Shurfeng's opinion, Icarus's Heart's ability to do so was already heaven-defying, but compared to the Philosopher's Hand, Icarus's Heart was a cheap knockoff. However, compared to the Philosopher's Hand, Icarus's Heart couldn't even be considered a cheap knockoff. The fact that the Philosopher's Hand could unconditionally raise a player's subclass by 1 rank meant that it could transform a basic master into an intermediate master or an intermediate master into an advanced master. The Philosopher's Soul also offered the system's guidance, which would be a great help to players when they produced items. Originally, the skill had been limited to a 1-hour duration. Unfortunately, it was almost impossible to accomplish anything useful in that time. Crafting items was a time-consuming process, after all, especially complex items. How many items could players possibly make within 1 hour? Now that the skill's duration had increased to 10 hours, players could attempt to craft far more complex items with the system's guidance. Lastly, Soul Fantasy granted players access to the main god system's resource warehouse. After seeing the Philosopher's Hand's 2 active skills, Shurfong finally understood why the item was capable of producing so many lifestyle masters. Regardless of the subclass, any lifestyle player would require materials to craft new items. Although some tools allowed players to participate in simulations, these simulations couldn't truly replicate the material's properties. At most, these simulations allowed players to get a feel of the production procedures. An actual attempt would still require real materials. Meanwhile, to reach the master rank, players needed very high-ranked items. Hence, the material requirements were quite high. However, high-ranking materials were not easy to obtain, and players would need these materials in large quantities. Experimenting with a few sets of materials would barely yield any results. Every lifestyle master was born of an astronomical resource investment. This was even true for the talented geniuses. Only, geniuses would need to spend fewer materials compared to ordinary lifestyle masters. However, with Soul Fantasy, players could experiment to their heart's content without worrying about lacking materials. Naturally, this would make new item creation very easy. I am going to have a headache once I return. Shifeng revealed a bitter smile as he looked at the philosopher's hand while he had acquired the alchemy treasure. There was still the matter of how to use it. There was only one philosopher's hand. Yet the Candlelight trading firm had tons of advanced lifestyle players waiting to use it. He would have to decide which players were worthy of the privilege. Most importantly, he'd have to worry about information leaks. Due to an information leak, Kingdom Sword, the philosopher's hand's owner in the past, had become a target for the various superpowers, eventually vanishing from God's domain altogether. Although Zero Wing was impressively powerful right now, if multiple superpowers decided to make it their target, it would suffer a similar fate. He needed to be extremely careful when using the Philosopher's Hand. Shifeng stored the Philosopher's Hand and exited the Scorched Valley. When Zero Wing's members, whom Violet Cloud had resurrected, saw Shifeng emerge, they breathed a sigh of relief due to the Flame Demon King's outburst. The entire team had been annihilated in an instant. They had barely bought their guild leader. Anytime guild leader, how did the quest go? Aqua Rose asked worriedly. Not only were high-ranked quests incredibly dangerous, but they also gave players very few chances of success. Plenty of quests only gave players a single attempt, and since their deaths had been so unexpected, they knew it was likely that this attempt had been a failure. Hence, Aqua Rose wondered if they'd have a second chance on the off chance that this quest didn't offer a second chance. Shifeng would have to suffer the system's penalty. To ordinary guild experts, suffering a system penalty wouldn't be much of a problem. At worst, if the penalty were severe, they could just start over with a new account. However, Shifeng was different. He was Zero Wing's guild leader. If he suffered such a severe penalty, it would shake the very foundation of the guild. Relax. I completed my quest, Shifeng said, chuckling at the worried expression on Aqua Rose's face. That's wonderful. I worried that we had failed the quest and you'd have to pay a high price for it. Now that the quest is complete, we didn't waste our trip here, Aqua Rose said, breathing a sigh of relief. She then looked at Shifeng curiously and asked, "But, guild leader, you really are amazing. You actually escaped the Flame Demon King after completing your quest. Looking at the terrain, there should only be one path out of the valley. How did you manage to hide from the boss, guild leader?" She had experienced the Flame Demon King's frightening might personally. The world boss had been beyond terrifying. It was basically a god to current players. She found it very difficult to imagine any players defeating the Flame Demon King, even after reaching the same level. She didn't even know if a 100-man team of level 100 players had any hope against the Flame Demon King. Hearing Aqua Rose's question, the rest of Shifeng's team turned towards him. Curious, the Flame Demon King had slain Turtledove, a tier 2 metric tons who had activated her berserk skill in just 3 hits, yet Shifeng had escaped the boss unharmed. It was incredible. Hide? I wish I could have hidden from it, but the valley is only so large. Where would I possibly hide? Shifeng said, shaking his head. If you didn't hide from it, how did you get away safely, guild leader? Didn't the Flame Demon King discover you as you left? Shifeng's reply on confused Aqua Rose further. When the Flame Demon King had killed her, she had caught a glimpse of the boss as it charged back into the valley, where Shifeng had still been. It discovered me, of course, Shifeng said, smiling. But rather than wait for it to attack, I decided to strike first. Then, guild leader, how did you get out? Aqua Rose asked, utterly confounded. Did you use an auto-resurrection tool? Although auto-resurrection tools were very rare and precious in God's domain, they were nothing new. Aqua Rose couldn't think of any other way that Shifeng would have escaped the Flame Demon King's pursuit. Take a look at this, Shifeng said, smiling as he retrieved a gigantic, crimson crystal ball from his bag. The fire-type mana within the crystal ball was so dense that the ambient fire-type mana automatically gathered around it. Isn't that a flame core? But the fire-type mana in the core is incredibly dense. It's even denser than the flame cores we obtained from Great Lord-ranked flame demons. Looking at the gigantic flame core in Shifeng's hands, Aqua Rose realized a possibility. Doubtfully, she asked, "Could it be, guild leader, did you kill the Flame Demon King?" Chapter 1853. Returning to White River City, looking at the flame core in Shifeng's hand, Kola and the others fell silent. incredulity flashing in their eyes. Guild leader? Are you for real? They had all witnessed and experienced the Flame Demon King's might. Only Kola had been able to stand against the boss for any length of time. The rest of the team had been forced to flee to buy their guild leader the time he needed. While they considered the possibility of Shifeng fighting such a boss, they knew that it would only be a matter of time before he died as well. As for Shifeng slaying the Flame Demon King, that was simply impossible. However, the flame core before them was proof of the swordsman's claim. Moreover, the raging inferno that had consumed the valley was gone. Not even a spark remained for a time. They were utterly baffled. I have killed the Flame Demon King, but only its weakened version, Shifeng explained, smiling with the explanation. The team could, more or less, accept the fact that Shifeng had killed the boss. Otherwise, they would have suspected Shifeng of abusing some bug in the game. Right, Kola? How far are you from level 58 right now? Shifeng asked as he turned to the empty level 58. After taking a look at his experience bar, Kola said, after my recent death, I'm 73% away from level 58. What about you, Summer? Shifeng asked as he turned to alluring Summer, who wore an exquisite set of light blue robes. How far are you from level 59? I'm down to 6% of level 58. I'll need quite a few days before I reach level 59. Alluring Summer said. Guild leader? What's going on? Aqua Rose asked, giving Shifeng a strange look. She didn't understand why he suddenly asked about those two's levels. It's nothing. You two are a little low-leveled right now. Once we return, stop raiding dungeons and come level with me. Violet, you'll join us as well, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. Now that he had the Scorching Wind set and Sins of Thunderfire set, it would be a waste to let them collect dust. Although the level 70 equipment requirement was quite high, it wasn't a problem without its solutions. Both Kola and Alluring Summer had equipment that reduced items' level requirements, though only by 5 levels. However, he had requirement gemstones which could reduce the level requirements by another 5 levels. Once they equipped the requirement gemstones, Kola and Alluring Summer could wear items that were 10 levels higher than them. Once they donned the set equipment, it would increase the overall strength of the guild's main force by a significant margin. Weary low-leveled? Alluring Summer blinked in astonishment at her own level. She already had the highest level in the team. Even in an empire, she'd be the undisputed #1 player on the empire's ranking list. However, the comment didn't dampen Alluring Summer's excitement in the least. After all, she was going to level up alongside Shifeng. Guild leader, we've rested already. Let's hurry and head back, Kola said impatiently after hearing Shifeng's intentions. Their teammates looked on with a little envy. When leveling up with Shifeng, not only would they rise in levels with astonishing speed, but they'd also improve their combat standards quickly. Following which, everyone used return scrolls to teleport back to White River City. Once they returned, Shifeng had Aqua Rose organize a team to mine the source fire vein. Only selecting trustworthy players, he then contacted Melancholic Smile, instructing her to select trustworthy advanced lifestyle players from the Candlelight trading firm for the Philosopher's Hand. These players would be required to sign an extremely strict contract, since containing the secret of the Philosopher's Hand was of the utmost importance. He could not afford for the public to discover its existence. He'd only be able to relax after Zero Wing could properly protect itself. Otherwise, Zero Wing would definitely follow in the Kingdom Sword's footsteps, while Shifeng rode an advanced horse carriage towards the Adventurers Association to promote Zero Wing to a 4-star guild. Gentle Snow contacted him. Guild leader, big trouble, Gentle Snow said anxiously. Not long ago, there was a system announcement in the Orc Empire, stating that Blackwater had captured the Crimson Flame Fortress. The Crimson Flame Fortress? Isn't that a transit hub to the Orc capital city? They actually managed to capture it? Shifeng had already investigated the Orc Empire's various fortresses. Each fortress varied in its importance. The more important it was, the more orcs it would contain. The Crimson Flame Fortress was a crucial transit hub for the Orc Empire. Players heading for the Orc capital city or other kingdoms or empires through the Orc Empire would have to pass through this fortress. Because of this, the Crimson Flame Fortress was invaluable to the Orc Empire. According to player reports, over 700,000 orcs were stationed there, including 4 mythic orcs. One of these 4 mythic orcs even had a special bloodline, which made it far stronger than ordinary mythic monsters. In addition, the Crimson Flame Fortress was protected by powerful war weapons and defensive walls. Current players shouldn't be capable of raiding the Crimson Flame Fortress. Even with Beast Emperor's help, we don't know how they managed to do it exactly, but based on the current reports, Blackwater has already dispatched a large number of players to garrison in the Crimson Flame Fortress. Blackwater has also officially announced the fortress's grand opening to the public on the Orc Empire's official forums. In addition, Blackwater has placed a bounty on every Zero Wing member right now. Players gain 1 point for killing a normal member, 5 points for elite members, and 50 points for core members. These points can then be traded for coins or weapons and equipment. In addition, depending on how many points a player has collected, they can get discounts for the Crimson Flame Fortress's teleportation arrays. Players will receive a 10% discount for 500 accumulated points, 20% if they accumulate 3,000 points, and 30% if they accumulate 10,000 points. Those with over 10,000 points will even enjoy the benefits of a Blackwater core member. Shortly after this forum post was uploaded, a large number of players swarmed towards the Crimson Flame Fortress. The Orc Empire is in chaos. I doubt it will be long before this news reaches players in the neighboring kingdoms as well. Even more players will join this madness. I've also heard that a large number of dark players have set their sights on our members. As he listened to Gentle Snow's report, Shurfeng's expression darkened. The being so ruthless? Shurfeng also could not help his surprise at Blackwater's generosity to secure a share of the pie known as God's Domain. The Blackwater Corporation had invested heavily into the Blackwater Guild. That investment enabled the guild to offer its members even greater benefits than other superpowers. As a result, many expert players had sought to join the guild, especially when they had learned of its core member benefits. The benefits were so generous that even large guilds' upper echelons envied Blackwater's core members. However, becoming a core member in Blackwater wasn't easy. It wasn't enough to be an expert player. One also needed a list of noteworthy achievements. Moreover, Blackwater limited the number of core members the guild could have at a single time. With how many expert players Blackwater had, it was easy to imagine how difficult it was to become a core member. Even so, a vast number of players did everything they could to achieve that status. Now that Blackwater offered those same benefits for kill points, how could players ignore the temptation? Moreover, by doing so, Blackwater could scout for true peak experts. Even if Blackwater couldn't convince these peak experts to bear the responsibility of a core member, the guild could persuade these experts to become allies. Guild leader, should we limit our guild members' activity within the Orc Empire? Gentle Snow suggested no. Shurfeng shook his head. We're already limited to a small area. If we reduce that further, our members in Silverwing Town won't be able to level up. Since Blackwater has already declared war against us, then we'll prepare for war as well. Post an announcement on the Orc Empire's forums, stating that Zero Wing will offer the same point system as Blackwater. But Blackwater has too many advantages over us. Even if we establish a similar system, I'm afraid that very few people will side with us. Gentle Snow said worriedly. Relax. I have a surprise for Blackwater, Shurfeng said. Smiling, Shurfeng disconnected the call as the carriage arrived before the Adventurers Association. After alighting from the carriage, he walked into the building, brimming with confidence. Chapter 1854, Promotion to a 4-star Guild. Dark Knight Empire, Light Shadow City, Dark Soul's main headquarters. Zero Wing is quite interesting. I don't know if this guild is brave or overestimates itself. It's provoked so many powers that nobody usually dares to. Not only has Lu Xinglua targeted Zero Wing now, but Blackwater also wants to exterminate the guild, Tigerbreaker said, smiling as he read the report he had just received regarding Blackwater's official declaration of war against Zero Wing. This latest move from Blackwater was particularly vicious. Not only could Blackwater's bounty destroy Zero Wing's members regardless of rank, but the guild would also be able to lure a large number of players to the Crimson Flame Fortress, earning considerable profits. In addition, it would have its pick of peak experts, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Although Zero Wing's foundation was sturdy, Blackwater was on an entirely different level. It wouldn't be long before Zero Wing's economy crumbled. Alliance Master, should we proceed with our original plan? Pathless, the Tier 2 Elementalist, quietly asked from beside Tigerbreaker. Of course. We had only accepted Starlink's commission, But now that Blackwater has joined the fray, not only are we going to proceed with our plan, but we'll also increase the number of participating members, Tigerbreaker said, snorting. We suffered quite a loss at Zero Wing's hands. It's time for Zero Wing to pay back that debt tenfold. Notify every adventurer team and tell them to send their experts to your empire. I'll take command of the operation personally. We'll teach Zero Wing to fear Dark Soul. Understood. Pathless nodded slightly, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes since Dark Soul had grown famous. His and Tigerbreaker's adventurer team, the strongest in the alliance, had rarely taken action. Normally, they left the toughest commissions to the Dark Hunters and Shadow Claw adventurer team's White River City Adventurers Association. As soon as Shurfeng entered the building, he noticed players crowding the lobby, chatting about Blackwater and its Crimson Flame Fortress. Blackwater is amazing. It actually captured the Crimson Flame Fortress so quickly. Exploring your empire will be much easier now. I've also heard that the Crimson Flame Fortress can teleport players to any nearby locations like Zero Wing City. We'll be able to avoid the ores inspection points in the Empire's inner region and reach its core area. That's right. I've heard that the Empire's core area is basically a treasure trove. It has a lot of rare ores and herbs, and the monsters in that area provide far more EXP than in the inner region. If we can get into your capital city, we'll have an even greater time. I've heard that the monsters in the regional dungeon have a chance of dropping magic crystals. I've heard that as well. The capital city is an extremely rare Azura mode regional dungeon. Moreover, it's a level 50 to level 100 super large-scale regional dungeon. Including the fact that it's in a neutral map, it'll offer far better loot than any regional dungeon available right now. Zero Wing is in trouble this time. Now that Blackwater has made such a vicious move, I'm afraid Zero Wing will struggle to survive in your empire. I've heard that quite a few known and top adventurer teams were doing everything they could to garrison in Silverwing town. But those that succeeded probably regret their decisions now. When the players in the lobby spoke about the Crimson Flame Fortress, their eyes glowed with excitement and anticipation. When they spoke about Zero Wing, their tone carried disappointment and pity. At this point, nobody had an optimistic view of Zero Wing's chances against Blackwater. After all, the difference between both sides was simply massive. Previously, Zero Wing had held its ground thanks to Silverwing town, but now that Blackwater had secured the Crimson Flame Fortress, Zero Wing had lost the advantage. Silverwing town granted news sure spreads quickly. Shurfeng revealed a bitter smile when he overheard the conversations around him. It seems Blackwater had prepared to advertise this matter, waiting for the right moment. Blackwater's successful capture of the Crimson Flame Fortress had only been announced recently, yet White River City's public was already talking about it no matter how he thought about it. This shouldn't be possible. While it wasn't unusual that the various major powers' upper echelons had learned of the situation very quickly, they had intelligence members everywhere, but the same couldn't be said for ordinary players. Most ordinary players only learned about other countries' news through other players. Normally, it took a few hours or even days before White River City's populace would learn of something happening in their empire yet. As soon as he had received news about the Crimson Flame Fortress from Gentle Snow, the ordinary players in the Adventurers Association were already talking about it. The information had spread too quickly. The only explanation was that Blackwater had sent some of its members to White River City to talk about the news. Secretly spreading the word, however, Shurfeng did not particularly mind. As he headed toward the association's second-floor Hallis, Shurfeng arrived before the VIP counter on the second-floor hall. He received a call. The caller was none other than Phoenix Rain Guild leader Black Flame. I've just heard about Blackwater's declaration of war on Zero Wing. As an ally, how can I be of help? Phoenix Rain asked. Zero Wing's development had progressed well lately. Moreover, Zero Wing's naval force continued to grow stronger, assisting her on Thunder Island. This help gave her more leeway. Now that Zero Wing was in such a predicament, she had to pay back the debt she owed. Since Phoenix Pavilion Master has offered, I won't shy away. I've been informed that Blackwater has been quite close with Nine Dragons Emperor recently. I'm guessing that Nine Dragons Emperor helped the guild capture the Crimson Flame Fortress. I hope that you can help me hinder Nine Dragons Emperor as much as possible, Shurfeng said, his gratitude obvious in his voice. That won't be a problem. I'll send some people to cause him some trouble. We'll make sure that Nine Dragons Emperor has no time to assist in your empire, Phoenix Rain said, nodding. However, Blackwater and Beast Emperor are still allies. Their combined forces should not be underestimated. I can have Blue Phoenix lead a team of experts to assist you. Although they wouldn't be enough to contend with Blackwater and Beast Emperor's forces, they can deter dark players from participating. That won't be necessary. Blue Phoenix is your capable and trusted aide. She must have a lot to do as well, Shifeng said, chuckling. As for Blackwater, Beast Emperor, and the dark players, I have a plan to deal with them. They'll soon learn that Zero Wing shouldn't be trifled with. He knew that Phoenix Rain had her own issues right now. The struggle on Thunder Island was far more troublesome than the struggle in your empire. Every competitor on Thunder Island was a superpower with an extraordinary foundation, and a single misstep could eliminate one from the competition. If Phoenix Rain could prevent Nine Dragons Emperor from joining the fight in your empire, that would be enough, all right. If you need extra funds, you can contact me for help at any time. Phoenix Rain was a little surprised that Shifeng had rejected her goodwill, but it wouldn't be right to insist on sending him reinforcements. After discussing the Dark Corrosion set, Phoenix Rain disconnected the call. Big Sis Rain. How did things go with Zero Wing? Should I lead some of my men over? Blue Phoenix asked curiously. Not at the moment. It seems that Zero Wing has already prepared for this. However, since Blackwater has decided to go all out, I doubt those preparations will last very long. It's best if you are ready to head out at a moment's notice, Phoenix Rain said. I understand. Blue Phoenix nodded. She felt as if Zero Wing was being too stubborn this time. Blackwater had occupied the Iron Empire, and its development speed was ridiculously fast. Even the Great Pavilion Master was awed by Blackwater's success. Blackwater even had more experts than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion right now. The guild only lacked Domain Realm experts. However, while Blackwater didn't have Domain Realm experts, it had countermeasures for such monstrous players. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to remove the super first-rate guilds that had occupied the Empire. Meanwhile, inside a VIP room of White River City's Adventurers Association, Lord Protector, how may I be of service today? An NPC senior administrator asked Shifeng respectfully. I wish to promote Zero Wing to a 4-star guild. Here is the promotion order, Shifeng said. He then retrieved the 4-star guild promotion order and placed it on the table for the senior administrator to inspect. Chapter 1855, Town Level Guild. Promotion to a 4-star guild? That won't be a problem, the NPC senior administrator said as he turned his eyes towards the purple golden token on the table. Once he saw the token, however, a look of surprise flashed across his face as he asked, Lord Protector, do you really intend to use this advanced 4-star guild promotion order? Is something wrong with it? Shifeng asked, although he had noticed that the 4-star guild promotion order he had acquired was a different color than those he had seen in his previous life. It was a 4-star guild promotion order. He hadn't paid it much attention, assuming that the promotion order was slightly different since it had dropped from a world boss. Lord Protector, advanced 4-star guild promotion orders were produced when the Adventurers Association had first established. There are only 22 of these advanced promotion orders in existence scattered across God's Domains continent. They are considered a trial for adventurer guilds, and the more advanced promotion orders an adventurer guild collects, the higher its status will be, enjoying greater treatment. In the Adventurer Association, once it becomes a 4-star guild, if an adventurer guild collects 3 advanced 4-star guild promotion orders, it will be treated as a city-state level guild. If an adventurer guild collects 7 advanced promotion orders, it'll be treated as a kingdom level guild. Currently, you already have 1 advanced promotion order. If you collect another 2, the Adventurers Association will recognize your guild as a city-state. Lord Protector, however, if you promote your guild now, you will lose the opportunity and will have to climb the ranks slowly, starting as a town-level guild. Are you sure that you want to use this advanced 4-star guild promotion order now? After listening to the senior administrator's explanation, Shifeng looked at the purple gold token on the table, a little surprised. So, the Adventurers Association has this kind of method to elevate a guild status. Shifeng understood what the statuses the senior administrator had mentioned represented. Other guilds would only come to learn and value the information after they were promoted to 4-star status. Once guilds reached 4-star status, they'd open a path in the Adventurers Association, gaining a temporary residence in every Adventurers Association across the continent of God's domain. From then on, members of 4-star guilds' base of operations wouldn't be limited to one or a few locations. They could expand their development across the entire continent and use the opportunity to increase the EXP and income they earned. This so-called path meant recognition from the Adventurers Association as an official guild. Official guilds would then be able to engage in adventurer guild work. However, even after becoming an official guild, guilds would receive varying benefits from the Adventurers Association. When a guild first became a 4-star guild, it would be treated as an ordinary level guild. If the guild wished to receive more support from the association, it would have to raise its status. The simplest method of doing so involved upgrading the guild status from ordinary to town level, city-state level, kingdom level, and finally, empire level depending on the guild's rank in the Adventurers Association. The guild would have access to different degrees of problems at the ordinary level. Guilds would be commissioned to solve civilian problems. Generally, these problems were similar to large-scale guild quests that required guilds to wipe out some demonic beasts harassing the civilian population. Only, they might reward more EXP than ordinary large-scale guild quests. After an adventurer guild reached the town level, the Adventurers Association would acknowledge the guild's ability to solve a town's problems. Normally, town-level guilds would receive commissions from town nobles, and the rewards would be much better than ordinary-level commissions. Even when a town-level guild accepted a civilian commission, the quest would reward more than what an ordinary-level guild would receive. After all, a town-level guild was much stronger than an ordinary-level guild. When a guild reached city-state level, it proved to the Adventurers Association that it was strong enough to solve issues that plagued an entire region. Commissioned city-state level guilds generally involved crusades against the dark forces in a particular area. Normally, to rise from ordinary level to city-state level, a guild had to complete a significant number of large-scale guild quests, slowly accumulating prestige in the Adventurers Association. Large-scale guild quests only awarded 3 to 5 prestige points, but becoming a town-level guild required 700 to 1,000 prestige. Depending on where the guild's main headquarters was located, the number and quality of large-scale guild quests would differ depending on the size of its NPC city. So the more prosperous the city was, the more prestige a guild needed to increase its rank. Thank you for the advice, but I have decided to go through with the promotion, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. The revelation was indeed surprising. After all, just one advanced promotion order was enough to promote a guild to town level. Normally, it would take a large guild several years to achieve such a feat. As for reaching the city-state levels, not many large guilds would rise so high within their lifetimes. This was because promotion to the city-state level required a guild to complete a large-scale promotion quest in addition to earning enough prestige. This promotion quest was despairingly difficult. In the past, only a small number of second-rate guilds had completed the quest, yet a guild only needed 3 advanced promotion orders to become a city-state level guild. As for kingdom level, only a small number of first-rate guilds had reached that rank in the past. However, Shifeng didn't have the time to search for more advanced 4-star guild promotion orders. Most importantly, he didn't have a clear idea of where to obtain them. Even if he knew that world bosses dropped them, he wasn't strong enough to hunt those bosses yet. He had only slain the Flame Demon King thanks to his quest. If he tried to raid a mythic-ranked world boss, he'd only be asking for a beating. Since Lord Protector has decided, the processing fees and guild residence reconstruction fees come to a total of 60,000 gold. However, due to your status, we can offer you a discount of 10,000 gold, dropping your total to 50,000 gold. The senior administrator said after making some calculations. 50,000? Doesn't a normal promotion to 4-star status only cost 12,000 gold? Shifeng had already begun to retrieve the money from his bag, but after hearing the total cost, he froze with shock. As you are using the advanced 4-star guild promotion order, the promotion will require more work than usual. We also have to notify the various cities' nobles and announce the officialization of the Zero-Wing Guild. Hence, the procedural fees are slightly higher. The senior administrator said. How fraudulent. The senior administrator's statement rendered Shifeng speechless. However, when he thought about how Zero-Wing would instantly become a town-level guild, he considered the cost relatively low. This was basically spending money to save time. Following which, he obediently took out 50,000 gold and handed it to the NPC. While he had seen to his quest, Phoenix Rain, an unyielding heart, had paid off the materials they had purchased, earning him another 120,000 gold. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to afford the promotion fees once the NPC confirmed Shurfeng's payment. A series of system notifications reached Shurfeng's ears. Chapter 1856, Shock Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming Star Moon Kingdom's first 4-star guild. Rewarding 1 set of intermediate guild defensive magic arrays, 3,000 gold in guild funds, and 50,000 guild popularity. Guild emblem upgraded to Mysterious Iron rank Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild to own a 4-star guild residence. Rewarding 100 Adventurers Association prestige and 20,000 guild popularity. Guild battle flag upgraded to bronze rank. Upon hearing the system announcements, Star Moon Kingdom's players couldn't help but gasp. I am not hearing things. Am I? Zero Wing actually became a 4-star guild? Zero Wing is amazing. I haven't even heard of a 3-star super guild. Yet Zero Wing has already been promoted to a 4-star guild. Zero Wing's members are so lucky. I've heard that joining a 3-star guild will help new players quickly become elites. The Bronze Guild emblem even increases the buffs when you're in a party with other guild members. A 3-star guild receives more high-ranked quests than a 2-star guild, too. What kind of benefits will a 4-star guild enjoy? I don't know, but the benefits are definitely going to be better. Moreover, Zero Wing's guild emblem has been upgraded to Mysterious Iron rank. The buffs the emblem provides will be much stronger. Maybe I should try my luck with joining Zero Wing. As expected of Zero Wing, Blackwater has just declared war on the guild. Yet Zero Wing has retaliated with such power. Blackwater will likely find Zero Wing a difficult opponent. There's no doubt about that. I just received some insider information from a friend of mine. He just got his Mysterious Iron guild emblem from the guild residence, and he says it's much stronger than before. The bronze emblem only provides 3% more HP and 1% more attack power, but the Mysterious Iron version provides up to 2% to all basic attributes, attack power, defense, and EXP gain. As long as 6 or more guild members are within 150 yards, players will enjoy the maximum buff. There's no need to be in the same party. Right? There's also the bronze-ranked guild battle flag. That's basically a treasure for raiding dungeons. As long as you purchase it, you can plant it in a dungeon, and all guild members within 200 yards will receive a 10% increase to all attributes for 5 minutes. After seeing the system announcements, Star Moon Kingdom's independent players engaged in a heated discussion on the official forums. Many players had abandoned the thought of joining Zero Wing after Blackwater's declaration of war, but now that Zero Wing was a 4-star guild, it offered even better benefits. When these independent players learned about these benefits, they began to reconsider their position. Zero Wing's new benefits were simply too tempting, especially the guild emblem. Previously, the Bronze Guild emblem had offered free teleportation between guild residences and increased attributes when in a party with other guild members. Not only did the Bronze Guild emblem save Zero Wing's members money, but it also made it easier to grind monsters. Now that the guild emblem had been upgraded to Mysterious Iron rank, its effects had more than doubled. Moreover, the guild now had access to the Bronze Guild battle flag. With the battle flag's help, Zero Wing's members would have a much easier time with dungeon bosses. After all, not every player in the game had the opportunity to learn a Berserk skill. Meanwhile, the guild battle flag's buff was akin to a mini Berserk skill for the entire team. Meanwhile, the various major powers soon learned of Zero Wing's latest promotion. So, this is what Black Flame was talking about? Phoenix Rain could not help but shake her head and smile as she read the latest report regarding Zero Wing. Sure enough, Zero Wing hasn't changed. It is always full of surprises. Big Sis Rain, I wish I could see the expressions of Blackwater and Nine Dragons Emperor's people when they hear about this, Blue Phoenix said. Giggling, even she was tempted by the benefits a 4-star guild enjoyed, not to mention independent players. She could already imagine the massive crowd that would form outside of Zero Wing's guild residences. Zero Wing would definitely increase its strength in a short time. Moreover, with the Mysterious Iron Guild emblem and Bronze Guild battle flag, she could already foresee Zero Wing's members improving significantly in a short time. After all, both items would drastically reduce the difficulty of raiding team dungeons. Players that had struggled to increase their attributes could now raid these dungeons, acquiring better weapons and equipment. These players could then use these weapons and equipment to raid team dungeons of greater difficulty and acquire even better items. Creating an endless cycle. Black Flame's latest trump card is certainly impressive. With the benefits of a 4-star guild hastening its development, Zero Wing has a chance in a war of attrition against Blackwater in the Orc Empire. As more time passes, Zero Wing will also be able to include more members in the fight. On the other hand, Blackwater severely lacks manpower, Phoenix Rain said, nodding. She hadn't actually thought that Shurfeng was capable of such a move. It was no wonder why the man had rejected her offer for reinforcements. Orc Empire, Crimson Flame Fortress. After the Crimson Flame Fortress had opened to the public, a large number of players had gathered there, seeking the Orc capital city's treasures. The fortress's player population was even more frightening than Silverwing Towness. However, while the town was quite lively, the meeting room in the castle was not Vice Guild leader. According to our investigation, many experts from the neighboring kingdoms have begun to consider visiting Starmoon Kingdom to join Zero Wing due to its promotion to a 4-star guild. Falling Fire said, reading the report in his hands with a grim expression. All 20-plus guild upper echelons inside the meeting room were deathly silent as they looked at the woman in the seat of honor. The woman had long, light red hair draped over her shoulders, and she wore a suit of sacred crimson armor. The woman looked to be around 25 or 26 and radiated a majestic charm. However, when everyone present looked at this charming beauty, fear and cowardice overwhelmed them, clear on their faces. Even Falling Fire, who was responsible for Blackwater's forces in the Orc Empire, only engaged this woman with trepidation. Their reaction was not because she was a level 57, Tier 2 shield warrior. Rather, it was due to her identity as one of Blackwater's Vice Guild leaders and her title as the Iron Valkyrie, granted by the secret pavilion Xuanwu Qisha. Despite her age, Xuanwu Qisha had become a master-level expert in the Blackwater Corporation's dojo. She was also one of the corporation's heirs. After joining God's domain, she had displayed monstrous talent. First, she had defeated over 50 experts on the God's domain experts list. Then, she had challenged several old monsters from the various super guilds before leading Blackwater's forces to dominate the Iron Empire, relying on her vicious tactics until she secured the guild's position as the Empire's overlord. Now, to secure Blackwater's hold of the Orc Empire, she had arrived to oversee the guild's development personally. She was also responsible for the plan to target Zero Wing. Good. Then, can anyone here tell me why we only learned about Zero Wing's promotion after the fact? Xuanwu Qisha asked softly as she swept her gaze over the people before her. Chapter 1857 Airport. The atmosphere inside the quiet meeting room became even tenser at Xuanwu Qisha's question. After the silence continued for some time, a young man, who was a level 56, Tier 2 assassin, stood up. Vice Guild leader. My subordinates did not do their job properly and failed to notice Zero Wing's actions in time. Afterward, I'll have them transferred. No, I'll send them packing right away, the assassin youth said nervously. Blackwater has no need for incompetent people. When everyone present heard the intelligence team leader's decision, they did not express any opinions about it. Neither did they feel surprised by it. After all, the Vice Guild leader before them was extremely vicious in her actions. Moreover, her viciousness wasn't limited to her enemies but extended to her allies as well. Xuanwu Qisha did not tolerate mistakes from her subordinates. A subordinate that slipped up would incur terrifying consequences. Not to mention, Zero Wing's promotion to 4-star guild was a huge incident. Yet the intelligence team spying on Zero Wing had actually failed to get any hint of it. Well said. Xuanwu Qisha smiled, clapping her hands as she walked up to the assassin youth. In that case, you can also get lost now. Following Xuanwu Qisha's words, everyone in the room received a notification that the assassin youth had been expelled from the guild and was no longer a member of Blackwater Vice Guild leader. When the assassin youth saw the expulsion notice, he turned to Xuanwu Qisha in shock. He had never thought that she would actually remove a managerial figure like himself just like that. Just as the assassin youth was about to say something more, Xuan Wuqisha suddenly unsheathed the sword hanging from her waist and sent a dark purple arc cutting at him. Before the assassin youth could even react, his vision started darkening. A moment later, the assassin youth's body collapsed to the ground, and multiple weapons and equipment dropped beside his body after the assassin youth died. His corpse slowly disintegrated, transforming into dark purple smoke. The smoke then flowed into Xuan Wuqisha's sword. Everyone inside the room could faintly hear agonizing screams coming from the purple smoke. Suddenly, fear permeated the entire room. Everyone present looked at Xuan Wuqisha with a dumbfounded expression. The assassin youth, named Greyblade, was the vice commander of the Empire Branch Guild's main force. At the same time, he was the head of the Branch Guild's intelligence department. Despite his high position, Xuan Wuqisha had actually expelled him after just a few words. She had even killed Greyblade without hesitation. This situation evoked an unprecedented fear in everyone. They could tell that Greyblade had not died an ordinary death. Otherwise, the assassin youth wouldn't have dropped over half of the weapons and equipment he wielded and let loose such soul-piercing cries. He also definitely did not lose just one level once Greyblade resurrected. His account would most likely be crippled after Xuan Wuqisha sheathed the glowing purple sword she wielded. No one inside the meeting room dared to look at her in the eye. Everyone simply lowered their heads and fixed their eyes on the floor. Deeply afraid of becoming the next Greyblade Snowscar, you'll take over his job from now on. I believe you won't disappoint me, right? Xuan Wuqisha said as she looked toward a cloaked and thin level 56. Tier 2 Berserker standing by the entrance of the room. Vice Guild leader. Please rest assured. The Heavenly Eagle Legion I lead definitely will not disappoint you. The Berserker addressed as Snowscar said respectfully as he lowered the hood of his black cloak. Upon hearing the name Snowscar, everyone present turned automatically to look at the Berserker. When they saw the man's appearance, they could not help but gape in shock. Snowscar. Isn't he the #1 Berserker of the super first-rate guild? Puzzled Star? Falling Fire was also surprised when he saw Snowscar. Everyone present was no stranger to this name. Puzzled Star was a super first-rate guild that had contended against Blackwater over the Iron Empire. Meanwhile, among Puzzled Star's forces, the Berserker named Snowscar had given Blackwater plenty of headaches, yet now, Snowscar had actually joined Blackwater. Moreover, he had even become one of Xuan Wuqisha's direct subordinates. This revelation was simply too shocking since Zero Wing plans on using the benefits of a 4-star guild to fight a war of attrition with us. Let's play along with them, Xuan Wuqisha said as she eyed the map of the Empire displayed at the center of the meeting table. When she looked at the terrain around Silverwing City, the corners of her lips curled up slightly. The Iron Empire has become very boring lately, now that no more enemies remain there. Hopefully, Zero Wing can bring me some entertainment. Meanwhile, inside Zero Wing's residence in White River City, the atmosphere was extremely lively due to Zero Wing's promotion to 4-star guild. The guild residence in White River City had gotten upgraded into a 4-star residence. The new guild residence was much more majestic than before. The guild hall was now a massive 9-story tall building. Not only were there more private rooms available, but even the first-floor lobby had undergone significant changes now. Aside from the counter that issued high-ranking quests, there was also a counter operated by the Adventurers Association inside the lobby. This counter allowed players to pick up high-ranking quests that were normally out of reach. Meanwhile, these quests could help Tier 2 players not only quickly raise their reputation in the Adventurers Association but also acquire tons of EXP and remuneration. Guild leader. Thus far, the number of applicants for the guild test has increased by 50%. Many of our guild's experts have also started forming teams with elite members to raid level 50 team dungeons. I believe it won't be long before our guild elites have level 50 secret silver equipment as well, Aqua Rose reported excitedly. Then, we'll be able to dispatch large numbers of well-equipped elite and expert members to Silverwing Town and show Blackwater and those dark players who's boss. Although mainstream players had already reached level 50, due to the sharp decrease in drop rate for level 50 weapons and equipment, players weren't particularly well-equipped right now. Let alone elite players, even level 50-plus expert players currently had only a few pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment on them. Excellent. Since so many people in the guild wish to raid level 50 team dungeons, let them prioritize raiding these team dungeons, Shurfeng said as he pointed out a few level 50 team dungeons in Starmoon Kingdom, Although these team dungeons did not drop the best weapons, equipment, and materials, they were sources of fire essence stones, ice crystal water, and titan or these three materials were extremely rare and were very difficult to acquire from the market. However, they were also the main materials necessary for the Hell tank currently. Due to Zero Wing's promotion to 4-star guild, the guild's fame had skyrocketed, and the guild's growth potential had risen considerably. As a result of this change, however, the guild had also earned the attention of many superpowers originally. He had planned on directly taking control of the secret stone fortress. However, if he did so now, the consequences would be extremely severe. The various superpowers coveting the fortress would definitely go crazy over the matter hence. What he needed to do right now wasn't to take control of the secret stone fortress but to boost the guild's combat power meanwhile. The simplest way to do so was to expand the guild's arsenal of war weapons currently. He had 2 new war weapons he could make. One was the Guardian Puppet, while the other was the Hell tank he had just acquired the Philosopher's Hand, and it would take Melancholic Smile some time to select trustworthy advanced lifestyle players. Nurturing these advanced lifestyle players into masters would also take quite a lot of time. The production of the Guardian Puppet required too many masters. It simply wasn't feasible to nurture the necessary masters within the amount of time remaining to take control of the secret stone fortress. Hence, the only option he had left was the Hell tank with sufficient Hell tanks, although these wouldn't allow Zero Wings members to roam the or Empire uncontested. Defending the secret stone fortress should not be a problem, I understand. I'll have our guild members focus on raiding these dungeons, Aqua Rose said, nodding. She then started making the necessary arrangements. Meanwhile, after Shurfeng was done assigning tasks, he went to White River City's teleportation hall and teleported to Star Moon City, then headed to the capital city hall. Lord Protector, how may I be of service to you today? An NPC senior administrator greeted Shurfeng as soon as he entered the building. Hello? I wish to construct an airport linked to Star Moon City in Silverwing Town. Here is my airport's construction certificate. Shurfeng replied as he retrieved an ancient parchment from his bag. Chapter 1858, Medium Airship. After the senior administrator verified the airport building order's authenticity, he presented a list of airport designs for Shurfeng to choose from. Unlike other advanced constructions, players only needed an airport building order to construct an airport. The airport size would depend on the player's budget. Players had 3 sizes to choose from: small, medium, and large. The larger an airport was, the more airship docks it would have. Moreover, the system would allocate higher quality airships. How expensive? As Shurfeng examined the various airports' prices, he felt like a poor bastard. The cheapest airport on the list the senior administrator had provided cost 50,000 gold to construct, whereas the most expensive small airport cost 150,000 gold. Needless to say, the medium and large airports cost even more. Although he had known the minimum price for constructing a small airport, he hadn't expected such a large price disparity between the cheapest and most expensive small airports available. Of course, the most expensive small airport was worth every coin. The 50,000 gold airport looked shabby next to the 150,000 gold option. The 50,000 gold airport only had 4 small docks, which were only available to ordinary small airships. The 150,000 gold option had 6 small docks, and all 6 housed small bronze airships. Not only were small bronze airships 30% faster than ordinary small airships, but their load capacity was also 50% higher. The profits a small bronze airship could generate was more than double that of an ordinary small airship. However, after deducting the promotion fees he had paid earlier, he only had a little over 90,000 gold on hand. It was obviously not possible to construct the best small airport available right now. Moreover, if he wished to become the Secret Stone Fortress's advanced manager, he needed to fork over another 60,000 gold. He still had 2 days left before he had to pay the 60,000 gold for the Secret Stone Fortress. Although he could earn a lot of money through the guild's territories and selling the rare materials from the Ice Crystal world, he should have barely enough money for the cheapest airport and the required fees for the Secret Stone Fortress with the total profits. It seems I have no choice but to go with the cheapest option for now and rebuild a better one once I have the money to do so. Shurfeng could not help his sigh as he read the list. As long as players qualified to build an airport in a town, they could build whatever kind of airport they wished. However, once an airport had been constructed, it couldn't be upgraded. If players weren't satisfied with their small airport and wanted to construct a medium airport, they'd have to remove the current construction and build the desired airport from scratch. In other words, players would have to pay the full price for a medium airport, Rather than the price difference, this was why even super guilds didn't dare to expand their airports casually. Lord Protector, as you are the first heaven-blessed individual in Starmoon Kingdom to construct an airport, we have 2 additional small airport models and 1 medium airport model we can offer. May I know if you are interested in seeing them? The senior administrator asked, smiling at Shifeng, who was deep in thought. Let me take a look. Shifeng's eyes glowed with interest when he heard the NPC's offer. This additional recommendation was the equivalent of a bonus reward. Naturally, he wouldn't ignore the potential opportunity. The senior administrator then retrieved a second list, handing it to Shifeng. Although the list only had 1 page, listing only 3 airport variations, descriptions covered the page. Only a fraction of the descriptions included simple introductions, while rules and regulations took up the majority of the page. Model 024, small airport. Price: 150,000 gold. Has 5 small docks, each equipped with a small bronze airship. Has 1 medium dock, equipped with a medium bronze airship. Installment plan: down payment of 60,000 gold and pay an additional 200,000 gold within 1 month. If payment is not completed within that time, the airport will be repossessed. Model 039, small airport. Price: 180,000 gold. Has 6 small docks, each equipped with a small bronze airship. Has 1 medium dock, equipped with a medium bronze airship. Installment plan: down payment of 80,000 gold and pay an additional 240,000 gold within 1 month. If payment is not completed within that time, the airport will be repossessed. Shifeng couldn't ignore the temptation of these 2 models. Not only could he pay in installments, but the small airports even had a medium dock and a medium bronze airship normally. This benefit was only included with medium airports. A medium airship wasn't just larger than a small airship, it also allowed NPC merchants to transport large and special cargo that small airships couldn't handle. As for the medium airport the NPC recommended, Shifeng had instinctively ignored it. 500,000 gold was more than enough of a reason to pass the option by. Lord Protector, are you satisfied with the airports listed? The senior administrator asked. If you cannot decide or lack sufficient funds, we can reserve these 3 options for you for 3 days. No need. I'll go with Model 024, Shifeng said without hesitation. Definitely couldn't afford the medium airport, even if he bankrupted himself. As for Model 039, he would have chosen it if he could have. After all, it only cost an additional 30,000 gold, or a total of 60,000 if he chose the installment plan, for an additional small dock and small bronze airship. However, if he paid the 80,000 down payment, he would have a very difficult time collecting the 60,000 gold required to claim the secret stone fortress. Hence, he had chosen Model 024, although paying the remaining 200,000 gold within 1 month would be a little troublesome. With Zero Wing's current development rate, it wasn't entirely impossible. Moreover, with an additional medium dock and medium bronze airship, his airport would likely generate enough income to cover a significant portion of his debt. Furthermore, the airport's construction would increase the income from Silverwing Town's other facilities. Lord Protector, the Model 024 you have chosen comes to 150,000 gold. Would you like to issue a one-time payment or pay in installments? The senior administrator asked respectfully. I'll pay in installments, Shifeng said. He then retrieved 60,000 gold from his bag, leaving him with just a little over 30,000 gold. All right. Once the senior administrator confirmed the payment, he explained, I have received the 60,000 gold. I will soon send people to Silverwing Town to start the construction. The airport will take 2 natural days to complete. If you wish it, you can reduce the construction time to 1 natural day by paying an additional 6,000 gold. Just build it normally, Shifeng replied. Building an airport required a lot of time, which he knew. That was also why he had chosen to construct the airport now. If he completed the airport a day before schedule, it would do more harm than good. Once Shifeng finished with the airport selection, he returned to White River City's candlelight trading firm. He had to set aside his original plan of helping Cola and alluring Summer level up, sending the 2 to Beslow Hills, a neutral map near Starmoon Kingdom. Once they had formed a 6-man party, instead the Beslow Hills was a level 70 neutral map and home to the Undead. Although the monsters there were roughly as strong as the monsters in the Flame Demon's Valley, the party would face far less danger than in the valley. Moreover, Undead generally had below-average HP. With Cola's current equipment, he'd be able to resist the undead army in the area. His 5 party members would simply need to consume holy light potions, converting their attacks into light type. Light type attacks dealt double damage to undead, which would significantly increase the party's grinding speed. Many of Starmoon Kingdom's large guilds had used this method to power level new, low-level members in the past. The only downside to this was that undead monsters were very poor. Even after killing an army of several hundred undead, one wouldn't earn enough money to cover the cost of a single holy light potion. After making the necessary arrangements for Cola and alluring Summer's leveling, Shifeng returned to his special forging room in the candlelight trading firm. He then took the subclass dark gold design from his bag. Anticipation flashed in Shifeng's eyes as he gazed at the blank parchment before him. He then pulled the Hell Tank designal from his bag. The Hell Tank required multiple subclasses to craft its various components. The Forger subclass was only one of them. Among the parts the Forger subclass had to craft, the most important were the power source and the sturdy outer shell. As an intermediate tank, both were fine gold rank. If he could upgrade one of them to dark gold rank, it would definitely improve the overall Hell Tank. With his current forging standards, modifying the Hell Tank's power source or outer shell would be impossible. Not even an advanced master forger was guaranteed to accomplish the task. However, the subclass dark gold design before him could forcefully modify and upgrade a low-rank design to dark gold rank, making the impossible possible. Of course, he had never actually heard of anyone achieving the feat, so he wasn't sure if it was possible, but if he succeeded, the Hell Tank would become far more powerful. Improving the outer shell will only increase the tank's defense and durability, but the tank's offensive abilities are more important. Let's go with the power source. After examining the Hell Tank design before him for some time, Shifeng decided to upgrade the tank's power source. Shifeng activated the subclass dark gold design and designated the Hell Tank's power source design as the target. A loading bar then appeared as the system analyzed and modified the design. Please succeed. Shifeng silently prayed as he watched the loading bar slowly fill. TL notes. Hell Tank. Changed Hell Chariot from Chapter 1771. Hell Tank. Chapter 1859. Improved Power Source. As the light blue loading bar filled, the analysis began to take more time to complete. Once the analysis reached 90% completion, each subsequent percentage took over a dozen seconds. Don't tell me it's going to fail? Shifeng couldn't help his growing nerves as he watched the loading bar. Blank subclass designs generally had a 100% modification success rate, but as far as he knew, no one had ever tried to modify parts of a design. The subclass design was a one-time use item, vanishing regardless of whether the modification succeeded or not. Nobody would take the risk of losing an opportunity to upgrade their subclass to the next rank. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, the modification finished and Shifeng heard the sound of a system notification system. Congratulations! You have modified the Hell Tank's power source and acquired the dark gold ranked Hell Tank power source design system. Congratulations! You have created the dark gold ranked Hell Tank power source design. Wonderful! Shifeng was ecstatic as he watched words and diagrams appear on the blank parchment before him. Now that he had created a new dark gold item, he only needed to accumulate 100,000 forging proficiency points to become an intermediate master forger. Following which, Shifeng eagerly clicked to inspect the dark gold power source design. The upgrade would improve the power source's transfer of energy throughout the Hell Tank. Not only would this increase the Hell Tank's movement speed, but it would also increase the power of the tank's cannons. Amazing. It's so much stronger after the modification. Shifeng was astonished as he inspected the upgraded power source at the fine gold rank. The power source could supply anywhere from 200 to 300 units of energy per second. This energy would power the Hell Tank's movement, defenses, and attacks. After its upgrade to dark gold rank, the power source could generate between 320 and 400 units of energy per second. In terms of performance, the power source had improved by more than 30%. Moreover, the new power source's energy output was far more stable. Now, the Hell Tank's dark gold power source could rival the power source of an advanced tank. Although advanced tanks' power sources were also dark gold rank, they required far more precious materials to construct. The required materials for the Hell Tank's modified power source, on the other hand, hadn't changed. Only the design now required a higher quantity of materials. The fact that it could rival an advanced tank's power source was amazing. The various empires commanded advanced tanks to combat mythic monsters. These war weapons weren't available to players' guild leader, I've already collected all the materials you've requested in Blackwing City. Abyss and the others have also returned from Ocean Viewing Town. Melancholic's smile reported joyfully as she entered Feng's forging room. Should I bring them to you? MHM. Send them here, Feng said. Nodding now that he had completed the modifications, he could start the Hell Tank's production with Titan City and Burning Abyss's tutelage. The Candlelight trading firm had gained 2 more master engineers, bringing the total to 3, the minimum required to craft the Hell Tank. Although Feng wasn't an intermediate master forger yet, with the Philosopher's hand, he could perform like one. In addition, he had a much higher success rate when forging the power source than ordinary intermediate master forgers, since he had created the upgraded power source a short moment later. Burning Abyss and the 2 other master engineers stepped into Feng's special forging room despite these 3 players' status as master engineers. They still looked at Feng with nervous and excited energy anywhere else. Even a first-rate guild's guild leader would have to treat them with respect due to their identities as master engineers. However, as employees of the Candlelight trading firm, they knew their place in the trading firm. Master lifestyle players might be good, but they were not irreplaceable. With the Candlelight trading firm's strength, it would have no issues nurturing more masters in the future. They were proof of this. Guild leader, do you need us for something? Burning Abyss asked. I've asked you here today to help me produce an item. However, before we do, you'll need to sign a confidentiality agreement. Feng told Burning Abyss's group of 3. If any of you don't wish to do so, I won't force you. I'll just find someone else to replace you later. If there are no problems, the contracts are on the table. Burning Abyss and his companions revealed confused expressions. Before they had become master engineers, they had signed Candlelight's core member contract, which was already quite strict. Logically, there should be no need to sign an additional confidentiality agreement. Although these 3 were curious, they didn't hesitate to sign the new contract Feng had presented. Good. Since you've signed the contract, take a look at this, Feng said as he revealed the Hell Chariot design to the 3 master engineers. If you don't have any issues with it, you may begin production right away. When the 3 master engineers saw the design, they were dazed. Amazing. This is an intermediate tank. Burning Abyss's eyes glowed with excitement as Head read the Hell Tank's introduction. The other 2 master engineers couldn't tear themselves away from the design after seeing it, and they wanted nothing more than to test their skills on the Hell Tank's production. Although they had learned a lot while producing speedboats, the knowledge they had gained was a drop in the ocean compared to what they would learn as they crafted this intermediate tank. If they grasped the Hell Tank's production method, it could even help promote them to Intermediate Masters Guild leader. We don't have any problems with the engineering aspects of this design, but some of its components will require an Intermediate Master Forger. Burning Abyss said awkwardly. Don't worry about that. I'll send the components to you soon. Feng said. Feng's decisive, confident reply stunned the 3 engineers. Has the guild leader already been promoted to Intermediate Master Forger? This thought popped into the master engineers' minds. They couldn't think of any other explanation for how Feng would acquire the required components in Intermediate Master. They had only become basic masters after a long struggle, and even now, they had no idea how to become Intermediate Masters. They didn't even know if they could reach the Intermediate Master rank, yet Feng had just hinted that he had already become one. Alright, you guys should get to work on the basic components. I'll have the forging components sent over soon. Naturally, Feng knew what these 3 were thinking, but he didn't bother to refute their assumptions. Although he wasn't an official intermediate master, he wasn't far from becoming one. After all, he only lacked sufficient proficiency points. He could easily deal with that by investing time into forging items, following which, Burning Abyss and the others went to another special workshop and started to craft the necessary basic components. As for Feng, he activated the Philosopher's Hand's Philosopher's Soul. He then began to refine the Titan ore and the various other materials Melancholic Smile had delivered. After 8 straight hours of work, Feng had finally crafted all of the Hell Tank's forged components. Although he had failed multiple times and wasted a lot of materials, the losses were within his expectations. Burning Abyss and his engineers had long since completed their part, and once they received the forged components, the trio carefully began to piece it all together. As Feng watched the 3 master engineers combine the individual components and transform them into a full-fledged tank, he could not help his growing excitement. The Hell Tank was crimson and 4 times the size of a tank in the real world. The Hell Tank took up nearly half of the special forming room like some gigantic, slumbering beast guild leader. It's a success. We combined all of the components successfully. Burning Abyss shouted in elation as he inserted the final piece and received a notification from the system. Chapter I-860 New Hell Tank. Burning Abyss's joyful voice echoed inside the spacious and messy special workshop. When the other two master engineers saw the cold, pitch-black Hell Tank before them, they, too, could not help but become excited as the makers of the Hell Tank. They knew very clearly just how amazing it was. The Hell Tank's armor was made from Titan, or an incomparably tough material that was basically indestructible to current players. If players couldn't damage the Hell Tank's armor, then they wouldn't be able to reduce its durability either. With the frightening mana output of the Hell Tank's power source, the tank would be capable of rolling over any Tier 3 monsters in its path. As for Tier 2 players, they were no different from powerless children before the Hell Tank. The destructive power of the Hell Tank's body itself was already plenty troublesome to players. What more, the firepower the Hell Tank possessed. When they thought about fielding the Hell Tank in combat in the future, they could easily imagine the Hell Tank's destructive power instilling fear into their enemies. They really wished they could put the Hell Tank to use right away. Excellent. Shifeng also could not help a little excitement as he looked at the completed Hell Tank. Burning Abyss and the other two only understood that the Hell Tank was a very powerful weapon. However, they failed to appreciate what an intermediate tank represented, never having witnessed how frightening an existence an intermediate tank was when used against players out in the fields. Even a 100-man, Tier 2 expert team would be helpless against a fully armed intermediate tank. There would only be one outcome: death. The powerful armor of an intermediate tank was not something that Tier 2 skills and spells could destroy. Only Tier 3 attacks stood a chance of damaging an intermediate tank slightly. Hence, for Tier 2 players, going up against an intermediate tank would be akin to raiding an invincible monster. However, the immunity to Tier 2 attacks and below still wasn't the most amazing aspect of an intermediate tank. The crucial detail about an intermediate tank was its speed and power. If one had an intermediate tank, one could basically move unhindered, so long as one did not come across Tier 3 or above players and monsters or players that wielded war weapons. After verifying that the production was a success, Shifeng arrived before the Hell Tank and stored it inside his epic ranked spatial bag. This scene stupefied Burning Abyss and his fellow master engineers. The Hell Tank wasn't an item that could be stored whole in a player's bag space. If players wished to store it there, they would have to disassemble it first into smaller parts, because not only did the Hell Tank occupy too many bag space slots, but its weight was also extraordinary. Normally, several players would be required to lug it around. Currently, even the most expensive 1,000-slot bag sold on the market could hold only 1/10 of the Hell Tank. If one wanted to store the entire Hell Tank in a single bag, said bag would need a capacity of 10,000 slots. However, this was still not the most crucial point. The deciding factor was the weight. Carrying a Hell Tank required at least 5 strength-focused Tier 2 players. Nevertheless, Shifeng had actually stored the entire Hell Tank all by himself. What Burning Abyss and the other two did not know was that epic ranked spatial bags existed in God's domain. Take Shifeng's spatial bag for example. Not only could it store 12,000 slots worth of items, but it also had a built-in warehouse that allowed the storage of non-bag space items. In addition, items stored inside the spatial bag wouldn't add to the load of players. Hence, Shifeng was able to store the Hell Tank without problems. After collecting the Hell Tank, Shifeng had to inspect its attributes. As the Hell Tank was a war weapon, its attribute panel could not be inspected while it was present in the outside world. At most, one would see only its name when inspecting it. Only after storing it in a bag space could one inspect it. Hell Tank. Intermediate tank equipped with a dark gold rank power source. Maximum capacity 20 people, increases movement speed by 210%, possesses upper rank Tier 2 defensive capabilities. Durability 400 additional skill 1 dash. Magic shield constructs a Tier 3 magic barrier that can absorb up to a maximum of 3 million damage for 24 minutes. Each use costs 18 magic crystals. Cooldown 10 minutes. Additional skill 2 dash. Hell Cannon 1,700 yard range. Deals a devastating blow at the Tier 3 standard to a 35-yard radius. Each use costs 90 magic crystals. Cooldown 14 seconds. Additional skill 3 dash. Flame Spears creates 14 flame spears. Each flame spear carries power at the peak of Tier 2 and has a 150-yard attack range. Cooldown 7 seconds. It's improved by so much? Feng hid his astonishment as he looked at the attributes of the Hell tank. The original Hell tank was already top tier among intermediate tanks. However, upgrading its power source to Dark Gold rank had improved it significantly in every aspect. Not only did the higher mana output bring a 30% increase to its movement speed, but it also amplified the magic runes carved on the Hell tank's armor, boosting the Hell tank's defensive capabilities from Tier 2 to upper rank Tier 2. With this, even Tier 3 attacks would barely damage the Hell tank. Aside from that, the upgraded power source had also strengthened the Hell tank's firepower slightly and reduced its energy consumption somewhat. Overall, the Hell tank's combat power had improved by at least 40%. Although it still wasn't comparable to an advanced tank, it also far superior to an ordinary intermediate tank guild leader. Now that we've completed the first Hell tank, may we start production on the second one? Burning Abyss asked carefully as he looked at the silent Feng. He was already captivated with the Hell tank at this point. The engineering techniques involved in the Hell tank's production were superior to the production techniques for the ships he had made thus far. One could say that tanks were his current romance right now. All he wanted to do was mass-produce the Hell tank and research the theories behind its production so that he could create his own tank in the future. However, the materials required to produce the Hell tank were simply too staggering. Just the engineering materials needed were already extremely difficult to acquire, not to mention the forging materials. Without permission from the guild, the Hell tank was not something he could produce as he wished, of course. Currently, what you all need to do is produce the Hell tank's engineering components from the materials on hand. If you run out, you can ask Melancholic for some more. I'll also try to have the forging components delivered to you as soon as possible, Feng replied, nodding after seeing the Hell tank's strength. He was even more certain of its necessity, although Melancholic's smile had collected barely enough materials for 3 or 4 Hell tanks, which would be hardly sufficient to accomplish anything major. He had already mobilized the entire guild's power to collect the necessary main materials. It wouldn't be long before they acquired more Titan ore. Upon hearing Feng's command, the 3 master engineers grew even more excited. Without hesitation, they rushed back to their respective workstations and resumed producing the engineering components. As for Feng, he returned to his special forging room and crafted the forging components. He wanted to fabricate as many Hell tanks as possible before the airport's completion. Like so. 2 days passed by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Zero Wings members were continuously raiding the dungeons Feng specified and collected a large amount of Titan Oregon, including the other rare materials Melancholic Smile sourced from other kingdoms and empires, which were integral to the Hell tank's production. Feng and the others had managed to build 5 more Hell tanks. Now, a total of 6 Hell tanks were sitting inside the Candlelight Trading Firm's underground warehouse. Looking at the 6 Hell tanks, Feng found them to be a spectacle to behold. Feng's forging proficiency had also increased rapidly during this period. Including the proficiency points the system awarded him before, he had over 70,000 forging proficiency points accumulated. He now needed just a little over 20,000 points to officially reach the intermediate master rank. Feng was considering producing the components for the 7th Hell tank. He suddenly received a system notification system. The construction of Silverwing Town's airport is completed. Please check and ratify the construction work. Chapter 1861. Airport opening time's up already. After reading the system notification, Feng promptly stopped his work, contacted Cream Cocoa, and instructed her to take his place. He had worked constantly over the past 2 days to produce the Hell tank. He had also used the Philosopher's Hand to help Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile forge the Hell tank's components. After all, he was Zero Wings guild leader. He didn't have a lot of spare time to commit to the Hell tank. Now that the 2 women had become basic master forgers, the Philosopher's Hand could help them perform as intermediate master forgers. As well as the 2 women forged more components, their forging standards improved. Likewise, their production success rate increased. Although they weren't nearly as skilled as Feng when crafting the Hell tank's upgraded power source, their success range was tolerable. With this, Melancholic Smile and Cream Cocoa could work on the Hell tank's forged components as long as they had materials. Even if he wasn't around when Hell tanks were used on a battlefield, they weren't very effective unless an army had a certain number of them. However, once they had a sufficient force, players wouldn't be able to compare to their destructive power. Hence, production of the Hell tanks must continue without pause. Moreover, once she used and familiarized herself with the Philosopher's Hand, Melancholic Smile could use the alchemy treasure effectively to nurture Candlelight's advanced lifestyle players. With it, she could gauge which players would quickly reach master rank. This, in turn, would increase Candlelight's strength far more quickly after passing his work off to Cream Cocoa. Shifeng used a guild transfer scroll to teleport to Silverwing Town or Empire, Silverwing Town. As Shifeng walked through the streets, he could see that the town's player population had significantly decreased. The previously crowded main street alone had lost over half of its players. A strange depression had descended on the town. It was nowhere near as lively as it had been. Sure enough, the Crimson Flame Fortress's allure to elite and expert players is quite strong. With a glance at the streets, Shifeng noticed that the majority of these players were ordinary players. Very few were elites or experts. The Crimson Flame Fortress definitely couldn't compete with Silverwing Town in terms of facilities, but it could teleport players to various locations near the or capital city while evading the or army's strict patrol. It was a fatal attraction for elite and expert players since this allowed them to reach the Azura Mode regional dungeon with far more ease. In contrast, although Silverwing Town was very close to the primordial divine ruin, a limited number of players were allowed to enter the ruin at any one time. Meanwhile, the various large guilds and superpowers monopolized the entry slots. Independent players had no chance of entering the ruin. It was natural that these players wanted to head towards the or capital city in search of treasure and EXP. After all, every player wanted to grow stronger and get rich overnight. The or capital city provided a golden opportunity. Even if players failed to find amazing treasure, they could acquire enough magic crystals in the regional dungeon to earn a small fortune, selling them to the various large guilds in bulk. Although the various team dungeons had a chance of dropping magic crystals, they didn't drop many, and the drop rate was painfully low. In contrast, even the or capital city's level 50+ Lord-ranked monsters had a considerably high drop rate. And these Lord-ranked monsters were common in the regional dungeon. Damn the Blackwater Guild. They've gone too far. We're not even Zero Wing members. We are just here for a few Silverwing Town transportation quests, yet they treat us like Zero Wing members, annihilating our team without a second thought. That's just the tip of the iceberg. Blackwater's members and the Dark players have stated that from tomorrow on, any player that wants to complete a transportation quest in Silverwing Town will have to pay a protection fee. Otherwise, they won't guarantee our safety during our quest. Surviving in Silverwing Town had become too difficult. I'm thinking of heading to the or capital city and be done with it. This is Zero Wing's territory. Isn't the guild going to do anything about this? Does Zero Wing even have the leeway to? Right now, Zero Wing's teams are constantly fighting Blackwater's members and the Dark players. There have already been several hundred skirmishes within Silverwing Town's vicinity. However, Blackwater is simply too ruthless. It used its point system to attract large numbers of elite and expert players to fight for it. Now, Blackwater's forces outnumber Zero Wing by many times. Zero Wing just doesn't have enough manpower to protect every corner of its territory. I've heard that Zero Wing has suffered more than 20,000 casualties already. Where would Zero Wing find the time and manpower to deal with the highway robberies? I've also heard that Aqua Rose personally led an expert legion to stop Blackwater's members in order to protect its territory. In the end, nearly half of Zero Wing's main force members and more than 2,000 Zero Wing experts died in that battle. Meanwhile, Blackwater lost a little over 2,000 experts and 3,000 elites. In the end, as Blackwater had too many people, and since bounty hunters had begun to join the fight, Aqua Rose's legion was forced to retreat. Now, Zero Wing has limited its movement around the town. It seems Silverwing Town isn't hospitable anymore. Let's just try our luck in the or capital city. Hearing the players leisurely chat on the street, some of the nearby independent players couldn't help their deep sigh. Silverwing Town wasn't declining because its facilities had fallen behind the times, but because of Blackwater's ruthlessness. The guild gave independent players no hope of making a living in Silverwing Town. They targeting the town's independent players now? Shifeng was surprised as he overheard the conversations. Has Blackwater's leader in the or Empire been replaced? Guilds rarely involved independent players when they fought each other in God's domain. Not only was the act morally bankrupt, but it would also leave a bad impression of the guild. Most importantly, it would turn independent players against the guild. Yet, Blackwater ignored these consequences and attacked independent players. It had even gone as far as to charge protection fees. The vicious methods the guild employed wasn't typical of Blackwater's previous pattern previously. Blackwater had operated arrogantly. Although it had tried to use overwhelming power to force its opponents to submit, the guild had only pointed its blade at its enemies. The guild hadn't involved bystanders, however. Silverwing didn't give the matter much thought as he made his way towards the new airport regardless of what Blackwater actions. There was one thing he could be sure of. The guild was his enemy. Although Blackwater's new tactics were unexpected, now that the airport was complete, he could begin to take action very quickly. Silverwing arrived in the town's eastern outer area since this area didn't have any particularly important buildings. Very few players normally visited this side of town. Since Silverwing town had deteriorated, even fewer people wandered this way. However, the gigantic magic barrier that enveloped the airport was extremely eye-catching. So a few passing players had stopped to examine the massive barrier recently. Over a dozen level 100 NPC guards had gathered at the mountain-like barrier's entrance, attracting even more attention. Lord Protector, I am the guard team's knight, Captain Fleisch. I will be responsible for guiding you once we're inside. Fleisch, a Tier 3 knight captain, respectfully introduced himself as Silverwing arrived. I'll have to trouble you. Then, Silverwing said, nodding, as he followed Fleisch into the magic barrier. The moment he entered the magic barrier, a luxurious, spacious airport appeared before his eyes. Icy cold, metallic airships, radiating a manufactured aura, filled the airport, which could practically rival the medium airports he remembered from his previous life. The only difference was the airport size. It was just a little smaller. Lord Protector, this is a special model small airport. It has a total of 5 small docks and 1 medium dock. Each dock comes with its own airship. The airport's operation will require 150 people and 50 people to guard it. The 5 small airships will require 25 intermediate machinists to fly, and the medium airship will require 8 advanced machinists. Once the personnel has been assigned, the airport can open to the public. Fleisch explained as he guided Silverwing through the airport. As you are a city protector, we can help recruit these people for you. However, you will have to pay a monthly employment fee of 4,000 gold. All right, let's go with that. Silverwing had, more or less, learned about airport's personnel requirements during his previous life. Finding the required staff to operate the airport was relatively easy, but finding the appropriate machinists wasn't. The machinist subclass was quite special and rare. It required one to have the engineer, forger, and magician subclasses. Ordinary players already had plenty of trouble developing one subclass, let alone 3. Moreover, one needed to know how to merge the 3 subclasses techniques. It would take far more time to nurture a machinist than other subclasses as well. With how suddenly he had acquired the airport, he hadn't prepared for this aspect. Naturally, the fact that the system was willing to handle this issue was a welcome reprieve, following which, Silverwing paid the 4,000 gold monthly employment fee. I have received the 4,000 gold. All staff members will arrive in 10 minutes. Once they do, we can open the airport to the public when you're ready. If there are no issues, I will take my leave, Fleisch said before turning to exit the airport, following which, Silverwing toured the airport to pass the time. 10 minutes flew by in the blink of an eye. System. Do you wish to open the airport to the public? Chapter 1862, Situation Changes. When the system alerted him of the notification, Silverwing, who stood on one of the flight platforms, noticed that NPCs had already begun their work in the airport. He then called up the airport system interface and chose to open the airport to the public immediately. The pitch-black barrier that enveloped the airport began to disintegrate. As it did, it revealed a colossal building, which was over 100 meters tall and as large as a stadium that could accommodate 50,000 people. 6 airships were suspended on their flight platforms, which were located on the airport's top floor. In the blink of an eye, the airport had become the most iconic building throughout Silverwing town. Crap. Is that an airship? How is this possible? How does Silverwing town have airships? I thought only NPCs could have them. What's going on? Zero Wing has constructed an airport in Silverwing town? The airport's revelation shocked every player in Silverwing town. It was difficult to ignore since the 6 airships were so eye-catching. The town's players would see these massive vessels by simply lifting their heads, especially the medium airship. It was nearly the same size as a large passenger plane in the real world. It looked like a flying battleship. As everyone discussed the airport, the sound of a system notification reached their ears or Empire Region System announcement. Congratulations to Silverwing Town for being the first to construct an airport in the Empire. Rewarding Silverwing Town 30,000 popularity and 1 city passage order. The system announcement repeated 3 times. Confirming players' suspicions, are you kidding me? That's really an airport. Zero Wing actually built one. Now that Silverwing Town has an airport, doesn't that mean we won't have to run all the way to visit the town anymore? We just board an airship. That's exactly what it means. What other use would an airport have? I wonder which NPC city this airport is connected to? Silverwing Town's independent players couldn't help but cheer with joy. They might not know an airport's exact purpose, but they knew that it would make travel to Silverwing Town far easier and more convenient. Instead of running from their home countries to the Empire, they could simply board an airship to Silverwing Town. They were incredibly excited just thinking about it. Meanwhile, when they heard the system announcement, the players grinding in the Empire read it with glowing, excited expressions. They had long since learned to loathe running from place to place, especially when venturing into a dangerous neutral map like the Empire. Now, however, they could just hitch a ride on an airship. This new convenience would allow them to travel between the Empire and their home countries frequently, saving on repair fees, particularly because the repair fees in the Empire were unusually high. Meanwhile, a large number of Dark players fought Zero Wing's members on a gravel hill not far from Silverwing Town. However, due to the unexpected system announcement, the battling Dark players froze in shock. Big Sis Aqua. Our guild leader is simply too awesome. He actually got his hands on an airport as well. Operating in the Empire will be much easier now. With the airport, players that had avoided the Empire due to the troublesome travel can take an airship straight to Silverwing Town. As more players visit, these Dark players will have a harder time near Silverwing Town. Moreover, with so many independent players, it'll be impossible for Blackwater to continue suppressing Silverwing Town. Turtledove exclaimed as she watched the Dark players slide to a halt. Since so many Dark players had gone overboard, even Zero Wing's main force members, such as herself, had been forced to take action. Not only were there so many of these Dark players, but there were also a few extremely powerful experts among them. They moved stealthily, as well, making them incredibly challenging to defeat. This had given their team a huge headache. However, with Silverwing Town's new airport, their problems could be easily solved. It wouldn't be long before the news of the airport reached the neighboring countries. The Dark players' momentum continued to increase because normal players had such difficulty visiting the Empire. In contrast, since the Empire was allied with the Dark forces, Dark players could teleport to the capital city directly. However, now that Silverwing Town had an airport, normal players could travel into the Empire with relative ease to Dark players. This was definitely not good news. This would turn the tables on them in the Empire. Not only would this allow normal players to earn glory points by killing Dark players in the Empire, but they could also acquire the Dark players' weapons and equipment, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Once the airport gained popularity and independent players flooded into the Empire, Dark players would have an even worse time in the Empire than they did in human kingdoms and empires indeed. But we can't let down our guard. Blackwater and Beast Emperor are our main enemies. Based on the latest reports, Blackwater has dispatched its capable vice guild leader, Xuanwu Qisha, to lead the fight in the Empire. Xuanwu Qisha's actions thus far have been minor tricks to wear us down. If Xuanwu Qisha takes this seriously, we'll definitely be in trouble. Aqua Rose nodded in agreement with Turtledove's estimation when she saw the Dark players' panicked expressions. But she also offered her teammates a warning. Neither Blackwater nor Beast Emperor had taken any direct action yet. The 2 forces had been relying on others to do their dirty work. Yet they'd forced Zero Wing into such a precarious position. Big Sis Aqua, the guild leader, has asked us to return. He says that he has something he wants to discuss with us. Flying Shadow Sadie, understand. Let's retreat, then, Aqua Rose said. With a last glance at the scattering Dark players, she gave up the idea of chasing them down and led her team back to Silverwing Town. Now that the airport had been constructed, the Dark players' days were numbered. Even if Zero Wing didn't try to exterminate these pests, these Dark players wouldn't dare linger near Silverwing Town. Silverwing Town, Zero Wing's residence, Zero Wing's upper echelons, who had been grinding or fighting dark players near Silverwing town, promptly gathered in the residence upon receiving Shifeng's call for a meeting. The spacious meeting room practically vibrated with activity as its occupants chatted about Silverwing town's new airport. The more they talked about it, the more energetic they became. Their exhaustion after ceaselessly fighting had vanished. Guild leader, aside from Cola and the others that are leveling up on your orders, everyone has arrived. Aqua Rose reported to Shifeng, who remained silent in his seat. Good. Let's begin the meeting. Then, Shifeng nodded, following which, Aqua Rose stood from her seat with a light cough. Immediately, the meeting room fell silent as everyone turned toward the guild leader's throne, wondering about the purpose of today's meeting. I am sure you all know about Silverwing Town's recent development. I believe that all of you have had your hands full with the fight against the Dark players and Blackwater's members. You should have also noticed that we have been forced to shrink our territory around Silverwing Town, Shifeng said and gestured, calling up your Empire's regional map in the center of the meeting table. However, now that the airport is complete, I've decided to expand Zero Wing's activity in your Empire to increase our members' leveling speed and obtain more resources to strengthen the guild. When they heard Shifeng's intentions, everyone in the meeting room grew excited. They had waited a long time for this moment. Because of the Dark players and Beast Emperor's evil beasts, they had been forced to reduce their territory and activity, but now that they had solved the problem of the Dark players, this was a good opportunity to expand. Guild leader, how far are we planning on expanding our territory? Aqua Rose asked. We're going to take your Empire's entire southeastern region, Shifeng announced, gesturing at the southeast section of the map before him. Chapter 1863. Expansion plan. After Shifeng was done speaking, the originally lively meeting room promptly fell silent. Everyone inside gaped in shock as they took in Shifeng's calm expression. It was as if he considered what he had just mentioned something trifling, something that could be accomplished easily. The Orc Empire was an extremely large map. Although it might not be comparable to an actual empire, it was at least 10 times larger than an ordinary neutral map. Even now, the territory they occupied in the Orc Empire covered only the vicinity of the primordial divine ruin in the outer area of the Orc Empire's eastern region. On the other hand, the Empire's entire southeastern region was more than 10 times larger than their current territory. Executing such a large-scale territorial expansion might be possible if their guild did not have any enemies in the Orc Empire, but they were currently at war with Blackwater. This meant that there would be territorial disputes over the scarce high-resource areas. In order to ensure that guild members would be able to develop themselves normally in these areas, they would have to increase the manpower allocation to these areas in order to ensure their advantage. However, their forces were already stretched thin, just defending their current territory. Spreading their forces further would allow Blackwater and Beast Emperor to deal them a severe blow. Nowadays, not only did Blackwater's members in the Orc Empire greatly outnumbered Zero Wings, but due to Blackwater's bounty system, there were also a large number of experts hunting Zero Wings members. Now, the only reason why they could afford an expansion was the solution of the Dark player problem. Doing so guaranteed that guild members could grind efficiently and acquire all sorts of resources. However, attempting to expand their territory in the Orc Empire to more than 10 times its current size would simply be counterproductive. After all, Zero Wing did not have the strength or manpower to defend such a large area without sufficient manpower for surveillance and patrol squads. The guild's teams would very easily be surrounded and annihilated by Blackwater's and Beast Emperor's armies in God's domain. Guild teams caused quite a commotion when grinding or conducting large-scale quests, especially when operating in high-resource areas. Their movements were easily detectable. Hence, whenever guild teams were conducting an operation, they needed people constantly patrolling and monitoring the surroundings to prevent getting ambushed and surrounded by enemies. Moreover, even if they dealt with the manpower problem by moving more members from Starmoon Kingdom to the Orc Empire, the players tasked with surveillance and patrols needed to have sufficient strength. Otherwise, they would end up getting killed by some random party from the enemy. It might be fine if these players were killed once or twice, but if the frequency grew too high, these players would end up crippled. Not to mention, the players tasked with surveillance and patrol had to be capable of executing proper defenses and buying time. After all, compared to a large team of players, a small group of players would have an easier time escaping. Hence, players tasked with surveillance and patrol needed to be able to buy time for the larger team to retreat. Without sufficient strength, players simply wouldn't be up to such a task. Guild leader, although we can acquire more high-resource areas by expanding our territory and increase the guild's development speed. With our current strength, we simply can't afford to defend such a large area. This expansion will just end up backfiring on us and give Blackwater the opportunity to weaken our expert and elite players. Aqua Rose then added, "My suggestion is to occupy 2 or 3 high-resource areas first. If it's just that much, we'll have enough manpower and strength to defend these areas. Once we stabilize our strength, we can then proceed with occupying more high-resource areas." The crowd inside the room expressed their agreement after hearing Aqua Rose's suggestion. While expanding Zero Wing's territory by more than 10 times would indeed increase the guild members' leveling speed significantly and rake in a lot of wealth, that was dependent on them being able to defend their territory. If their members were to get killed repeatedly by Blackwater's and Beast Emperor's forces, then the expansion would just do more harm than good to their guild. While it is indeed good to take things step by step, we simply do not have the time for that right now, Shifeng said, shaking his head. If we go by the current number of members we have in Silverwing Town, your suggestion is indeed excellent. However, I plan to transfer at least 150,000 members from Starmoon Kingdom once we're done with the expansion. If we occupy just 3 high-resource areas, there simply wouldn't be enough resources to go around. 150,000? Aqua Rose could not help but be shocked by Shifeng's words. Why are we suddenly transferring so many people over? Thus far, Zero Wing had only 120,000 members operating in Silverwing Town. Moreover, this number was a result of Silverwing Town recently becoming an intermediate town. If the number of guild members operating in Silverwing Town more than doubled, the current leveling resources available around Silverwing Town wouldn't be enough to allow them all to develop rapidly. Moreover, due to the appearance of the airport, the leveling resources available within the vicinity of Silverwing Town would soon face further pressure from the influx of independent players. Everyone else in the meeting room also gasped at Shifeng's statement. They simply could not understand what was going through Shifeng's mind. Their guild leader's plan was ludicrous. While increasing the number of guild members operating in the Orc Empire would bolster Silverwing Town's strength, at the end of the day, God's Domain was still a virtual reality game. In every virtual reality game, leveling resources were finite. Each leveling area had only so much resources available. Too many players sharing them would impact the leveling speed of these players, although transferring so many guild members over would increase Zero Wing's momentum in the Orc Empire within a short period. As more time passed, Zero Wing's members would fall behind Blackwater's members in terms of both levels and equipment. This was also the reason why the various superpowers did not concentrate all their members in a single location. Despite having a huge advantage in strength and numbers, even if a superpower were trying to target a power in a particular area, it would only dispatch a small number of expert and elite members. This way, not only would it increase the guild's overall strength in the area, but it also wouldn't affect the other guild members operating in the affected area. In the case of Blackwater, the reason why it could dispatch so many players into the Orc Empire without affecting its guild members' development was the Crimson Flame Fortress and the guild's cooperation with Beast Emperor. With these two factors, Blackwater was free to monopolize all kinds of resources in the Orc Empire. The current super guilds and super first-rate guilds definitely wouldn't be able to match Blackwater's feat. I believe you all know about the secret stone fortress that recently appeared in the Orc Empire, Shifeng said. It's the only NPC fortress in the Orc Empire operated by the human race. The fortress comes equipped with all kinds of facilities. At the same time, it is extremely close to the Orc Empire's inner area. One could say that it is a rest stop for players trying to move from the Orc Empire's outer area to the inner area. Moreover, it is also close to the inner area's Copper Mountain Fortress, which is extremely rich in resources. If we utilize the Secret Stone Fortress's teleportation ability, we could teleport to the vicinity of the Copper Mountain Fortress. Due to this reason, many guilds have set their sights on the Secret Stone Fortress already. They are thinking of ways to raise their status in the fortress so that they can garrison it and use it as a foundation to capture the Copper Mountain Fortress. After hearing Shifeng's sudden non sequitur, Aqua Rose gave a detailed introduction of the Secret Stone Fortress. At this point in time, the Secret Stone Fortress was already a competition ground for the various large guilds. Particularly after witnessing the Crimson Flame Fortress's daily income, the various superpowers were extremely eager to control a fortress of their own. That's right. Originally, I wanted to keep this matter a secret. However, there is no longer a need to do so, Shifeng said, nodding. He then swept a glance at everyone present and added, "Through completing a quest, I have already acquired the rights to garrison the secret stone fortress. I believe you all should understand what this entails." Chapter 1864, Crazy Operation. The garrison rights to the secret stone fortress. What? With the rights to garrison the secret stone fortress, doesn't that mean our guild is now the fortress's manager? Upon hearing Shifeng's words, everyone immediately revealed surprised and excited expressions. The various large guilds were currently contesting crazily over the secret stone fortress. They were all looking for ways to become the fortress's manager, so that they could use it as a springboard to acquire the nearby resources, particularly those around the Copper Mountain Fortress. A fortress allowed players to gain control of an area much more easily than a town. This was because the fortresses in the Ur Empire allowed players to teleport to anywhere within their vicinity. In other words, a fortress's entire teleportation range was its defended territory, and guilds could send large numbers of reinforcements at any time. With this, enemy players would have difficulty mounting ambushes or encirclements. In addition, the secret stone fortress was partly managed by human NPCs, which made it the safest location in the entire Ur Empire. It was not a fortress that current players could threaten. Hence, becoming the manager of the secret stone fortress was equivalent to taking control of an impregnable fortress. Due to this reason, the various large guilds were doing everything they could to become the fortress's manager. Yet now Shifeng suddenly informed them that he had already acquired the garrison rights to the secret stone fortress. How could this revelation not surprise them? "I understand. I'll head back to White River City immediately and start gathering the required manpower." Aqua Rose's eyes glowed brightly when she heard Shifeng's words. At this moment, she finally understood why Shifeng wanted to transfer an additional 150,000 guild members over to the Ur Empire. The acquisition of the secret stone fortress meant that Zero Wing's territory had grown to include all areas within the secret stone fortress's teleportation range. The current number of guild members they had in the Ur Empire was naturally insufficient to fully take advantage of all that territory. Moreover, with the increase of so many guild members in the Ur Empire, Zero Wing's strength in the Empire would also skyrocket. "Hold on for a second. Wait till you're done listening to my plan," Shifeng said. He could not help but shake his head and laugh when he saw Aqua Rose's eagerness to occupy the secret stone fortress now. Having a large number of guild members garrison the secret stone fortress is only the first step. Our true goal is the Dark Witch's Tower. In the southeastern region of the Ur Empire, the Dark Witch's Tower was originally an abandoned tower. However, after the Dark Forces and the Ur Empire became allies, it became a temporary teleportation point for the Dark Forces. Due to the existence of this tower, Dark players have easy access to the Empire's southeastern region from the or capital city. Destroying this temporary teleportation point would not only hinder Dark players' operations in the Empire's southeastern region, but also prevent them from cooperating with the Blackwater Guild in targeting us. Although everyone in the room agreed with Shifeng's sentiments, they still had to shake their heads in disapproval after giving the matter some thought. Guild leader, although the Dark Witch's Tower's defenses aren't comparable to a fortress's, it is still guarded by Dark NPCs. A large number of Dark players normally gather there as well. The various superpowers have also thought about destroying this gathering point before, but Beast Emperor simply isn't giving them any chances. He has dispatched a large number of evil beasts and evil demons to guard the place long-term. Even if we double the forces we currently have in the Ur Empire, the likelihood of us succeeding in destroying that gathering point is very low. That's right. Moreover, if we execute such a large-scale operation, there's no way that Blackwater won't find out about it. At that time, Blackwater will no doubt dispatch its own army to launch a pincer attack on us. At this point in time, the Dark Witch's Tower had become a target of hatred of normal players operating in the Ur Empire's southeastern region. Many wished they could burn it to the ground. Unfortunately, their hatred was useless. Not only did Dark NPCs guard the Dark Witch's Tower, but there was also the presence of Beast Emperor's minions. Current players couldn't do anything about the place. If not for these reasons, the various superpowers would have long since eliminated the tower from God's domain and curbed the activity of Dark players in the Ur Empire. Relax. I've already thought about this point. When the time comes, Aqua, you'll lead an army of 100,000 players and 200 miniature ballistas to assault Beast Emperor's ancient rock city. If we do that, Beast Emperor will definitely gather his minions to defend the fortress, drawing down his forces at the Dark Witch's tower. Not to mention, those dark players will no doubt come seeking to take advantage of the siege battle, which will further reduce the number of players defending the tower. When the time comes, I'll personally lead a 1,000-man team and thoroughly destroy the Dark Witch's tower. Shifeng said, destroy the Dark Witch's tower with just 1,000 players? Guild leader, isn't this too dangerous? After all is said and done, that place is a gathering point for the dark forces. No matter how deserted it becomes, there should still be around 2,000 or 3,000 players inside the town. Not to mention, there are also several hundred dark NPCs there. Everyone in the room chimed in worriedly. A team of 1,000 is just right. Any more and our movements will be discovered very easily. Plus, even if our team of 1,000 is discovered, our enemies will just treat us as a team that's going out to grind or do a quest. They will never think that we are actually going to destroy the Dark Witch's tower, Shifeng said, shaking his head. For the operation this time, the key point will be whether the main army will be able to lure away the evil beasts and evil demons. The more monsters lured away, the higher my side's chances of success. Guild leader, leave it to me. I'll definitely make our movements known. I'll let Beast Emperor and Blackwater think that we're going for a final stand. At that time, they'll surely spare no effort in trying to deal us a heavy blow, Aqua Rose said. Only, are you really fine with just 1,000 players? 1,000 is more than enough, Shifeng replied, chuckling. If nobody has any problems, we'll start the operation right away. With this battle, Zero Wing will claim the entire southeastern section of the Ur Empire in one fell swoop. The 1,000-man team he planned on bringing with him to the Dark Witch's tower wasn't actually meant for battle. The team would be there only to serve as support and scouts. The main actors in this operation would be the 6 hell tanks he produced, although 6 hell tanks were still far from enough to siege a city. Destroying a small gathering point for dark players would not be a problem for them. Moreover, he also wished to take a good look at the power of the hell tanks. Understood. Everyone felt their blood boil with excitement at Shifeng's words, although they weren't sure whether Shifeng was actually capable of destroying the Dark Witch's tower. They had been waiting a long time for such a large-scale war. The fights they fought before had been scuffles at best. They had also been suppressed by the Dark Players and Blackwater's members all this time and had long since gotten fed up now that they had an opportunity to fight on a real battlefield. They more than welcomed it. Immediately, everyone took action according to Shifeng's arrangements. As for Melancholic Smile, she hurried back to Star Moon Kingdom and started gathering the guild's elite and normal members, readying them to head toward the Secret Stone Fortress for a time. The entire Zero Wing Guild was a beehive of activity. This situation befuddled the spies, the various large guilds planted in Zero Wing. They all wondered what Zero Wing was trying to do this time. After getting a thorough understanding of the situation, they all involuntarily fell into a daze. What's going on? Zero Wing is actually planning on making a last stand against Beast Emperor and attack Ancient Rock City? Is Zero Wing insane? It has just obtained an airport, and it is already trying to pick a fight with Beast Emperor? News of this situation quickly spread into the ears of the various major powers of Star Moon Kingdom and sent the kingdom's players into an uproar. As for Shifeng, he had arrived at the Secret Stone Fortress by himself currently. Although the Secret Stone Fortress had yet to be fully opened to the public, players belonging to the various major powers had already gathered here. These players easily numbered more than 100,000. Including the independent players that had come here to rest, the fortress's total player population already exceeded 500,000. After taking a look at the general situation inside the fortress, Shifeng made his way to the fortress's administration building. Lord Claude, I have already collected the 60,000 gold according to our agreement. Once Shifeng met up with Claude, he handed over 60,000 gold to the NPC. Excellent. This is indeed 60,000 gold. With this, we'll finally have enough funds to reconstruct the Secret Stone Fortress, Claude said, smiling as he looked at the bag of coins in his hand. He then took out a golden token and said, "Here is the Secret Stone Fortress's token. From now onward, you are the Secret Stone Fortress's advanced manager. I hope you can contribute more towards the fortress's development in the future." Chapter 1865. Garrisoning the fortress. After Shifeng received the golden token, he could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief during this period. Due to the decrease in Silverwing Town's population, the town's income had declined considerably. Fortunately, thanks to the rare materials acquired from the Ice Crystal world and the continuous growth of Zero Wing City's popularity, he had just barely managed to earn the 60,000 gold required. Now that he had become the Secret Stone Fortress's advanced manager, he could officially allow Zero Wing to garrison the fortress. Although doing so would incite the jealousy of the various superpowers, so long as the next step of his plan succeeded and Zero Wing displayed sufficient strength in the Orc Empire, these superpowers would think twice about attacking Zero Wing. Following which, Shurfeng made his way to the administration building's office hall. Currently, over 1,000 players were seated inside the office hall, every one of whom was level 55 or above. They were also fully equipped in level 50 secret silver equipment, with some powerful ones even sporting several pieces of level 50 fine gold equipment. Aside from being high-leveled and well-equipped, these players also shared another similarity: they were all guild players. Currently, these guild players were grouped in parties as they waited for their turn to meet with the NPCs at the front desks. The queue is moving so slowly. Hopefully, the leader will pick up a good quest. The previous quest we got was simply fraudulent. It actually required us to collect 500 orc weapons, yet gave only 3 guild contribution points in return. There weren't even any additional rewards. You guys got it a lot better. Our quest was the real fraudulent one. We were actually required to steal 3 medium rapid-fire ballistas from an orc fortress. The designated orc fortress was chock-a-block with orcs at the chieftain rank and above. Even level 60-plus Great Lord-ranked orcs were present in large numbers. Our party got wiped out twice doing this quest. If not for our party's healer having the intermediate resurrection skill, which reduced the death penalty we suffered, every member in our party would have lost 2 levels already. The various guild parties in the hall were all grumbling about the contribution quests given out by the Secret Stone Fortress. Not only was the difficulty of these quests extremely high, but the rewards given were not particularly good either. However, they also couldn't refuse to do the quests. Otherwise, their guilds wouldn't be able to gain the garrison rights to the Secret Stone Fortress. Just as the various parties were conversing with each other, Shurfeng, who was wearing a black cloak, arrived at the exchange counter a short distance away from the quest counters. His presence soon attracted the attention of the players inside the hall. Crap. Who is that person? Is he actually using his contribution points to exchange for items? Impossible. Just activating the exchange counter function requires an individual to have 200 CPs and be an honorary warrior of the Secret Stone Fortress. After my party did a high-ranking quest, each member only got between 5 to 10 CPs, and that quest took my party over 5 hours to complete. Even if that guy doesn't sleep and does quests one after another, there's no way he would have 200 CPs right now. He should be asking about the available items for exchange. Currently, the Secret Stone Fortress had been opened for only 4 days. Gaining access to the fortress's exchange function was simply impossible at the moment. Meanwhile, just as everyone was having such thoughts, the NPC Beauty, who wore an indifferent and aloof expression on her face, suddenly smiled and bowed respectfully after seeing Shurfeng. Lord Protector, how may I be of service to you today? The NPC Beauty asked respectfully. I wish to accomplish the guild garrisoning procedures, Shurfeng replied. Nodding upon hearing Shurfeng's request, the NPC Beauty immediately took out a form and explained, "All right, please fill up this form. Afterward, you will have to pay a 500 gold security deposit. Once that is done, your guild will be officially recognized by the Secret Stone Fortress." "Here is 500 gold, Shurfeng said, handing over the money, before he started filling up the form before him. Meanwhile, the NPC Beauty's actions immediately had the guild players inside the hall gaping in shock. Who is he? Why is the NPC being so respectful toward him? That guy is carrying out the guild garrisoning procedures. How is that possible? Didn't they say that the exchange function is only available after an individual has accumulated 200 CPs? How can he complete the guild garrisoning procedures already?" For a time, the members of the various large guilds failed to react to what was going on. When Shurfeng was done filling up the form and the NPC Beauty confirmed that Zero Wing had become a guild recognized by the Secret Stone Fortress, the sound of a system announcement suddenly entered everyone's ears. Orc Empire Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild to garrison the Secret Stone Fortress. rewarding 500 Secret Stone Fortress Guild contribution points and the rights to rent a large residence in the Secret Stone Fortress. The system announcement repeated 3 times. Only after the system's voice faded away did the various guild players inside the office hall snap out of their daze. Zero Wing. Damn it! How did Zero Wing acquire the garrison rights so quickly? There must be a secret to this. We need to report to our superiors immediately. At this moment, the eyes of the various guild players present had already turned bloodshot. The large guilds had long since made the Secret Stone Fortress a priority. In order to secure the garrison rights to the fortress, their guilds had invested a ridiculous amount of manpower. However, even now, their guilds still had little to show for their efforts. Nevertheless, Zero Wing acquired not only the garrison rights but even a large residence. This benefit would provide significant help to a guild in competing for the Orc Empire's resources very quickly. News of this matter entered the ears of the various superpowers upper echelons. And Zero Wing just an up-and-coming guild? Now, it has not only an airport but also the garrison rights to the Secret Stone Fortress. Not bad. If our guild can obtain these things, we'll be able to monopolize at least half of the Orc Empire's bountiful resources. Have someone contact Zero Wing and tell them that King's Return is willing to invest in Zero Wing and let it become a subordinate guild of King's Return. Good. Very good. Zero Wing's development speed is truly surprising. It's no wonder Blackwater is constantly trying to devour it and has gone as far as to send that woman over. Immediately have someone contact Zero Wing and tell it that the Crimson Emperor is willing to deal with Blackwater together with it and help it protect the resources it has. In return, however, Zero Wing has to become Crimson Emperor's subordinate guild. Upon receiving this piece of news, the various superpowers all started taking action. Previously, they could ignore the existence of Zero Wing, as the guild still couldn't threaten their interests. However, the Secret Stone Fortress was a strategic location that involved a significant portion of the resources available in the entire Orc Empire. This was not a realm that Zero Wing should be allowed to touch. Shortly after the system announcement, Aqua Rose, who was currently in Starmoon Kingdom arranging for the transfer of members to the Orc Empire, received invitations for a meeting from various superpowers, as many as 7 at this point, which made her scalp tingle just dealing with Blackwater. A large guild with a powerful background was already enough to put Zero Wing in a precarious situation. If Zero Wing were to provoke all these superpowers now, the consequences would be unimaginable, finding herself at a loss as to what to do. Aqua Rose immediately contacted Shifeng and asked, "Guild leader, more and more superpowers have sent representatives to meet with me. Do I accept their invitations?" Even if the representatives of the various superpowers did not state their intentions, she could already guess the purpose of these meetings. Back when Zero Wing was still operating solely in Starmoon Kingdom, it could afford to provoke these superpowers, as it had the home ground advantage. At worst, the superpowers would only feel slighted by Zero Wing's rejection. They wouldn't take any real action against Zero Wing. After all, they had more important matters to deal with. They simply didn't have enough time and manpower to do something unprofitable. However, the situation was different now. The Orc Empire was the competition ground for the various superpowers. Meanwhile, the matter regarding the Secret Stone Fortress involved the future of the entire Orc Empire. Hence, these superpowers would not take Zero Wing's refusal lightly. If the various superpowers got serious, they were very likely to destroy Zero Wing. After all, if they could not acquire the Secret Stone Fortress, then they wouldn't allow others to acquire it either, much less leave Zero Wing to monopolize it. Chapter 1866, Stepping Stone. They sure moved fast, Shifeng said, chuckling when he saw the anguished expression on Aqua Rose's face. He had long since anticipated that the various superpowers would make such a move. Previously, Zero Wing had already incurred the envy of the various superpowers over Silverwing Town. However, as Silverwing Town couldn't affect the overall situation at the Empire and Zero Wing's territory, there was still relatively small. The various superpowers weren't that concerned about Zero Wing. The Secret Stone Fortress, though, was different. Every location within the teleportation range of the Secret Stone Fortress could be considered the fortress's territory. Not to mention, the Secret Stone Fortress was the safest fortress for human players in the entire Empire. The fortress was also relatively close to the Copper Mountain Fortress, presenting a stepping stone for the capture of the Copper Mountain Fortress. One fortress already provided an extensive territory. One could easily imagine what kind of temptations two fortresses held. In particular, seeing Blackwater occupy the Crimson Flame Fortress made the various superpowers even more anxious to obtain a fortress of their own. Now that Zero Wing had acquired the garrison rights to the Secret Stone Fortress, it would be strange for the various superpowers not to take action. Guild leader, you still have the leisure to laugh? Aqua Rose exclaimed. Thunderstruck, if we meet them now and refuse to cooperate with them, it would be tantamount to declaring ourselves their enemy. So, it's best not to meet them for now. Shifeng said, but if we don't meet with them, I'm afraid the end result would still be the same. Aqua Rose felt that Shifeng's proposal wasn't a good idea, either. In fact, maintaining their silence would most likely annoy the various superpowers even more. That's why I said that we won't be meeting them for now. Shifeng pointed out, chuckling. How are things coming along on your side? I'm almost ready. I'll be able to have our members transfer over in half an hour or so. Aqua Rose said another half hour? After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng said, that's too long. For now, you should return to Silverwing Town and leave the transfer for Snow to handle. Once you're back, immediately gather an army and head for Ancient Rock City. So soon? Aqua Rose asked in surprise, with the superpowers already getting antsy. We naturally need to hasten our movements, Shifeng explained. Moreover, if we drag things on for too long, Blackwater and Beast Emperor might alter their plans to deal with us. If that happens, our assault might not go so smoothly. I understand. I'll gather the army right away, Aqua Rose said, nodding. She promptly dropped her current task and proceeded according to Shifeng's demands. As for Shifeng himself, he returned to White River City's candlelight trading firm. The Hell tanks were too large, and transporting them would not be an easy task. Moreover, Shifeng didn't want too many people to know what he was up to. Hence, he decided to transfer the tanks one by one, all by himself. Fortunately, it would take Aqua Rose quite some time to gather an army of 100,000 players at such short notice. After Aqua Rose returned to Silverwing Town, the first thing she did was release a guild announcement stating that she was seeking to gather 100,000 members over at Silverwing Town to execute a siege against Ancient Rock City. Meanwhile, participating members had to be an elite member or above, and at least level 50. Shortly after the announcement went public, it sent a commotion throughout Zero Wing. What's going on? Are we going to make a final stand against Beast Emperor? That's Ancient Rock City we're talking about. I recall there being over 1 million evil beasts inside the city. There are even Tier 4 NPCs and a large number of mythic evil demons and evil beasts. We won't even be enough to serve as appetizers if we try to attack all those monsters. Didn't you read the announcement properly? We won't be just 100,000 players. We're also bringing 200 miniature ballistas. Those are war weapons. Even those evil beasts and evil demons won't survive against them for very long. Moreover, since the guild has decided to attack Ancient Rock City, it definitely has other trump cards in store. Ha ha ha. This is wonderful. During the last major war, I was only a normal member of the guild. Now, I'm finally qualified to participate in a war. Zero Wing's members had an intense debate over this sudden decision to attack Ancient Rock City. This was especially true for the guild members that frequently operated within the Or Empire. Thus far, they have been constantly suppressed by Beast Emperor's evil beasts and evil demons. Now that a good opportunity to vent their pent-up frustration was before them, they were naturally eager to jump at the chance. Meanwhile, word of Zero Wing's large-scale operation naturally entered the ears of the various major powers almost as soon as it was announced. Interesting. Zero Wing has just acquired the garrison rights to the Secret Stone Fortress, and it is already planning to assault Beast Emperor's Ancient Rock City? How rich! Zero Wing is actually mobilizing 200 miniature ballistas in addition to an army of 100,000 elites. Is Zero Wing trying to use this as an opportunity to demonstrate its strength and solidify its position in the Or Empire? Does Zero Wing want to prove itself to be qualified for the Secret Stone Fortress's garrison rights? The various major powers easily discerned Zero Wing's motives for besieging Ancient Rock City this time, especially the superpowers who were trying to recruit Zero Wing Guild leader. Zero Wing is showing our king's return no respect. Should we take action immediately? Hellfiend asked, a sneer on his face as he looked at the white-clad, middle-aged man on the screen before him. He never held any goodwill for Zero Wing. If not for his guild leader ordering him to come to negotiate personally with Zero Wing, he would have liked nothing better than to annihilate the upstart guild. Let's wait for a bit. I'm interested to see just how much strength Zero Wing has to actually think that it can defend the secret stone fortress. The middle-aged man replied, smiling as he took a look at the report he just received. Understood. At his guild leader's words, Hellfiend had no choice but to suppress the rage in his heart and wait quietly in White River City. I'll let you remain arrogant for now, Zero Wing. Once you lose to Beast Emperor Dash. Many superpowers desired the ancient rock city that Beast Emperor occupied. However, even until now, not a single superpower had managed to do anything to the city. Needless to say, the likelihood of Zero Wing successfully capturing ancient rock city was even lower. Like King's return, the other superpowers also chose to wait and see. In regard to Zero Wing's sudden movement this time, they intended to look at the outcome of this impending battle before deciding. A defeat in this battle would force Zero Wing to acknowledge its inadequacy. If that happened, negotiations would go much more smoothly afterward. Zero Wing really is overestimating itself. Nine Dragons Emperor, who was currently in the Black Dragon Empire, could not help but laugh when he received news about Zero Wing's intentions. Originally, I was planning on advising the Great Pavilion Master to hinder Phoenix Rain from providing aid to Zero Wing. Now, it would seem that I won't need to waste the effort. However, I also have to admit that Black Flame is very smart. Had he asked Phoenix Rain to help him and the Great Pavilion Master actually agreed to it, I would have had an excuse to send people over to manage both the Secret Stone Fortress and Silverwing Town. Pavilion Master, what should we do now? Martial Dragon asked. The struggle for the position of Great Pavilion Master has already entered a crucial period. Absolutely nothing must go wrong. Bring a legion of experts over to Ancient Rock City right away. Once Zero Wing's members start escaping, cooperate with Beast Emperor to slaughter Zero Wing's members. It's fine even if you can't wipe them out completely. Just make sure to deal enough damage so that Zero Wing's development stagnates. To prevent Zero Wing from helping Phoenix Rain, Nine Dragons Emperor said, once I'm done dealing with Phoenix Rain, it'll be Zero Wing's turn to die. In response, Martial Dragon nodded and took his leave. Meanwhile, inside the Evil God's branch temple in Ancient Rock City. Good. Very good. You want to use me as a stepping stone to raise your position in the empire. Beast Emperor flared up in rage after finding out about Zero Wing's actions. Since you are so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Immediately notify all apostles and have them transfer their evil beasts and evil demons over. If Zero Wing's members dare come to Ancient Rock City, I'll make sure none of them leave this place alive. At this moment, even a fool could tell what Zero Wing's goal was. Just as Beast Emperor and his allies were making their move, Aqua Rose finally finished organizing an army of 100,000 players. Guild leader, just like you guessed, Beast Emperor has already recalled the evil beasts and evil demons to Ancient Rock City. By the looks of it, he plans on smiting us. Aqua Rose said, smiling. Good. Let's begin our operation. Shurfeng commanded, nodding. Chapter 1867 Battle at Ancient Rock City. On Shurfeng's command, Aqua Rose gathered the army of 100,000 elite and expert players in Silverwing Town, boldly advancing on Ancient Rock City. A total of 100,000 Zero Wing members atop majestic Thunderwolves exited Silverwing Town. Some of these Thunderwolves had even been promoted to bronze rank, and not only were they much larger than their ordinary counterparts, but faint arcs of blue electricity also danced along their bodies. In comparison, ordinary Thunderwolves only gave off electricity from their paws. There were over 5,000 of these bronze-rank Thunderwolves, which were also players' companions in battle, wielding skills that could assist their master. Seeing these Thunderwolves greatly shocked the players in Silverwing Town. Amazing. Why do these mounts feel even stronger than ordinary players? Crap. My guild has only just built its stable and is preparing to nurture a guild mount, yet so many of Zero Wing's members have already nurtured their guild mounts to bronze rank? Although I have heard that Zero Wing's members are well-equipped, isn't this a little much? Those are 100,000 players we are talking about, yet every single one is wearing at least 1 or 2 pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment. These players can rank among the top of my guild's elite members. Look at the experts wearing the core member emblem. Their weakest piece of equipment is level 50 secret silver rank. They even have several pieces of level 50 fine gold equipment. Although my guild has a lot of experts, those experts have only managed to collect 4 or 5 pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment so far. Zero Wing is cheating. The players in Silverwing Town, in particular, knew that Zero Wing could nearly rival first-rate guilds and had a very large number of experts. However, when they saw Zero Wing's organized and powerful army, they reevaluated their opinions of the guild. No first-rate guild could hope to amass such an army. As they watched Zero Wing's players march by, many of the guild experts in the town even considered leaving their guilds to join Zero Wing. They had worked arduously in their respective guilds, raiding dungeons and questing every day, but they had only gotten their hands on a few pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment. In contrast, even Zero Wing's elite members possessed 1 or 2 pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment, with the more powerful elite members wearing 5 or 6 pieces. However, the most enviable part about Zero Wing's members had to be the Thunder Wolf. Previously, when the various large guilds had yet to acquire a stable of their own, they hadn't understood how valuable the Thunder Wolf was. However, now that some large guilds had their own stable and had begun to nurture their own guild mounts, they finally understood the majority of the large guilds that acquired a stable were fortunate if they acquired a 3-star mount. However, a 3-star mount had less than a 30% chance of becoming. As for a 4-star mount, encountering one was simply too difficult. Moreover, even if they managed to find one, they wouldn't be able to capture it. Meanwhile, as the Thunder Wolf was a 5-star mount, it had the potential of becoming a mysterious iron mount in the future. There was even a small chance that it could grow into a secret silver mount if nurtured properly as Zero Wing's army depart for ancient Rock City. Many players curiously followed. Not many players had witnessed a battle of tens of thousands of players, let alone a siege war of this scale. They would definitely regret missing out on this rare opportunity because of this. Many players from neighboring kingdoms, who had learned about the upcoming battle and were confident of their strength, decided to trail after Zero Wing's army in the face of Zero Wing's army. The various ores and monsters on the path to ancient Rock City were little more than momentary distractions. Even when level 65 Grand Lords appeared, the fierce attacks of several dozen miniature ballistas easily shot them down. When the Dark players, who had intended to take advantage of the situation and assault Zero Wing's members, saw this, their mouths twitched. They then abandoned any thought of ambushing Zero Wing's army. Such power could easily annihilate an army of 10,000 players. Not even expert players would escape 200 miniature ballistas. After all, while a Tier 2 expert might be able to dodge one miniature ballista's attack, dodging 200 simultaneous AoEs would be utterly impossible. Even a Tier 3 expert would most likely fall in the face of such a large-scale attack as Zero Wing's army arrived at the foot of ancient Rock City. The tension among the spectating players reached its peak. Some spectating players had even started to tremble. The scene before them was simply too spectacular. Zero Wing's 100,000 mounted players had stopped a short distance away from ancient Rock City, and the 200 miniature ballistas the army had brought were sparsely lined up in 2 neat rows, surrounding ancient Rock City's small hill. However, ancient Rock City wouldn't just lie down before this force, with its troops' disposition even stronger than Zero Wing's. At a glance, one could easily spot over 300,000 evil beasts and evil demons waiting outside the city walls, ready for battle. Even the weakest among these monsters was a level 60 special elite, and 5, 50-meter-tall, level 80 mythic evil beasts stood at the forefront to current players. This army was invincible. Upon seeing this army of monsters, the players observing the battlefield from several thousand yards away with magic mirrors could not help but shudder. Wiping out a guild town would be child's play for this frightening army. If Beast Emperor wanted to, he could easily drag them into this fight. Zero Wing, do you think that just because I exhausted a large portion of my forces at Crimson Flame Fortress you will have an opportunity to strike? Beast Emperor sneered at the distant Zero Wing army from atop the city walls. Unfortunately, 100,000 players aren't even enough to serve as a warm-up. Previously, to assist Blackwater, he had exhausted a lot of his forces. During the battle to acquire the Crimson Flame Fortress, he had lost a total of 6 mythic evil beasts and mythic evil demons. The number of Grand Lords and Great Lords he lost was also massive. Even so, he still had 7 mythic monsters under his control, 5 of which were evil beasts, and 2 were evil demons. For this upcoming battle, He intended to use the 5 mythic evil beasts as the main force, while reserving the 2 mythic evil demons as a trump card. Although his current army was far from ideal, it was more than enough to stop Zero Wing's army in reality. He wished that he could avoid pitting his army against Zero Wing's, utilizing his defender's advantage to whittle the enemy forces down. However, as he was responsible for summoning the evil god's branch temple in Ancient Rock City, he was responsible for protecting Ancient Rock City. He could not allow any damage to come to the city. If the city were damaged, not only would he have to spend his own money to repair it, but he would also lose Evil God's Temple contribution points. Boss, Blackwater's members are in position. Blackwater has dispatched 3,000 experts and 20,000 elites. In addition, 9 Dragons Emperor has dispatched a 1,000-man expert legion. Roughly 7,000 dark players are also participating in this battle. Once we crush Zero Wing's formation, these players will eliminate Zero Wing's members. Wind Hunter reported a bunch of scavengers. But so be it. In any case, we just need the corpses. It doesn't matter who dies in the end. Beast Emperor said, sneering. Boss, I also received a report stating that a 1,000-man team from Zero Wing has left Silverwing Town and is heading toward the Dark Witch's Tower. I'm not sure what that team is trying to do, but the members are all considerably well equipped. Wind Hunter said. The Dark Witch's Tower? Isn't that a teleportation point for the dark players? Why is Zero Wing sending people there? Beast Emperor was confused. Could they be trying to attack the Dark Witch's Tower while they attack Ancient Rock City? That shouldn't be the case. That's the Dark Witch's Tower we're talking about. Not only is it guarded by several hundred dark NPCs, but there are also 3,000 to 4,000 dark players there on a regular basis. Wind Hunter said in surprise. Even if it's true, it doesn't matter. Zero Wing is doomed regardless of what it does. Beast Emperor said, narrowing his eyes. I recall that Dust Edge is questing in that area. Tell him to head to the tower just in case. Think of it as a chance to collect materials to strengthen the evil dragons. Send Dust? Isn't that overkill? Wind Hunter gaped. Dust Edge was the strongest evil god's apostle under Beast Emperor's command right now. He had acquired one of the evil god's temple's 9 great legacies. Currently, he was only a step away from becoming an evil god's envoy like Beast Emperor. He was the Beast Emperor's greatest trump card. It doesn't matter. Now that we've acquired the Crimson Flame Fortress, we'll have plenty of resources coming our way. There's no longer a need to keep him a secret, Beast Emperor said, waving his hand. He then had Wind Hunter notify Dust Edge of his orders. After Beast Emperor issued his commands, 3 massive, golden magic arrays appeared above Zero Wing's army. These 3 magic arrays were none other than the result of the Divine Beast's Descent magic arrays, which Shurfeng had used the guild's accumulated resources to produce. Moreover, all 3 of these magic arrays were powered by elemental sources. In the next moment, 3 golden dragons descended from the sky with deafening roars that echoed throughout Ancient Rock City's area. Go. Destroy Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array. Aqua Rose, who stood on a hill a short distance away from the city, said as she pointed her staff at Ancient Rock City. Immediately, all 3 divine magic dragons charged toward Ancient Rock City. Chapter 1868. Barrier destroyed. When they saw the 3 divine magic dragons, the rowdy evil beasts and demons fell silent. Each of the divine magic dragons had a wingspan of 600 meters. Just a flap of their wings would be more than enough to kill hundreds of players. Even the spectating crowd could feel their auras from several thousand yards away. The ambient mana on the battlefield also gathered to the divine magic dragons, and just a flap of their wings caused powerful storms to brew. Pitch-black spatial tears appeared as their wings passed. Even many of Zero Wing's members were shocked to see the divine magic dragons. Although most of the Zero Wing members had seen the battle videos depicting these dragons, they had never seen one up close. The combined pressure 3 divine magic dragons exuded was so powerful that even Tier 2 experts felt their bodies grow heavy and their chests constrict. Not to mention Tier 1 players, the divine magic dragons are so powerful. Is this the power of a dragon? I knew our guild must have had a trump card. 1 divine magic dragon was already enough to suppress 3 mythic evil beasts. Now that we have 3 divine magic dragons, I can't wait to see how Beast Emperor and his minions stand against us. Many of Zero Wing's members had still been afraid of the evil beast and demon army before them. After all, there were 5 level 80 mythic evil beasts standing between their army and ancient Rock City. Even if they had 200 miniature ballistas on their side, they would still pay a horrific price to get through these monsters, however. Now that they had 3 divine magic dragons on their side, the battle had turned in their favor while everyone struggled with their shock. Under Aqua Rose's command, the 3 divine magic dragons flapped their wings and flew toward ancient Rock City, although the 5 evil earth dragons tried to stop the divine magic dragons. The divine magic dragons were too fast. Under Shadow Sword, Flying Shadow, and Minor Wind's control, the 3 divine magic dragons easily avoided the mythic evil beast's attacks and sent their glowing, dark purple claws smashing into ancient Rock City's defensive magic array. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 divine magic dragons' claws struck the defensive magic array simultaneously, the force behind their powerful attacks instantly creating 3 intense storms that spread around them. Meanwhile, the magic barrier protecting ancient Rock City shook violently, dimming considerably. Seeing this, Beast Emperor's expression darkened. The various major powers' upper echelons, who watched via magic mirrors, were astonished. What a powerful attack! When the various superpowers had assaulted ancient Rock City, that barrier hadn't even faltered under a Tier 4 attack. Yet it's trembling after those divine magic dragons struck it. It seems the dragon's damage exceeds the barrier's threshold. At this rate, it will take no time at all to deplete the magic array's energy reserves. 3 divine magic dragons? I hadn't thought that Zero Wing still had such a trump card. It's no wonder why it dares provoke Beast Emperor. It seems Zero Wing really is confident of striking down ancient Rock City. The various upper echelons were similarly shocked by the 3 divine magic dragons' power. However, while they were shocked, they weren't particularly afraid. After all, tools that could summon such powerful monsters certainly weren't indefinite. It simply wasn't a permanent source of strength, damn it. Just one attack from those dragons depleted nearly 6% of the magic array's energy reserves. We can't let those dragons continue to attack the barrier. Activate the Evil God's Temple's offensive magic array and annihilate these dragons. Beast Emperor hurriedly commanded when he saw the defensive magic array's energy reserves. Boss, it'll cost us 3,000 CPs to activate the offensive magic array once. Are you sure you want to use it? Wind Hunter hesitantly asked. Evil God's Temple contribution points were extremely difficult to acquire. These points could not be acquired just by completing quests. They also needed to trade a large amount of resources for these points. Although they had acquired a lot of resources from Blackwater to capture the Crimson Flame Fortress, they had expended a considerable amount. Now, they had less than 8,000 CPs available. Do it. I don't want to see the defensive magic array destroyed. Beast Emperor growled as the divine magic dragons launched their second wave of attacks. If the defensive magic array fell, anybody could enter ancient Rock City. If the divine magic dragons entered the city, they would wreak unimaginable destruction. As Beast Emperor finished speaking, the defensive magic array lost another 6% of its energy. Seeing this, Wind Hunter bit his tongue. Hurriedly, he activated the Evil God's Temple's offensive magic array. Suddenly, a gigantic, dark gray magic array formed above the Evil God's branch temple, located in the center of ancient Rock City. The magic array enveloped the city lord's mansion. Even Zero Wing's members, who stood several thousand yards away, noticed this sudden development. Due to the appearance of this magic array, the mana inside and around ancient Rock City was obliterated. Now, there was not a single trace of mana in the area. After activating the offensive magic array, Wind Hunter aimed and fired at the 3 divine magic dragons. Instantly lost 3,000 Evil God's Temple contribution points. Meanwhile, several hundred dark gray longswords shot out of the dark gray magic array, reaching the divine magic dragons in the blink of an eye. However, to Flying Shadow and the others, who controlled the divine magic dragons, the attack wasn't fast enough to be unstoppable. Immediately, the trio controlled the divine magic dragons to swipe at the approaching swords. Boom, boom, boom. The instant the divine magic dragon's claws met the long swords, however, Flying Shadow and the others felt their arms numb. Several dozen long swords then sliced into them. Suddenly, one deafening explosion after another rang out above ancient Rock City. radiating shockwaves that even made the city's defensive magic array tremble, following which the 3 divine magic dragons crashed to the ground, creating 3 deep craters where they fell. Some low-ranking evil beasts and evil demons even died as they were crushed. After a few moments, the 3 divine magic dragons stood back up. Now, however, wounds covered their bodies, and many of their tough dragon scales had been shattered. Their wings had also been destroyed, preventing flight. Even more frightening was the fact that these dragons couldn't regenerate the damage the dark gray swords had caused. Everyone gasped when they saw the horrific attack. What a powerful move! The various major powers were dazed. For a long moment they had witnessed the power of the divine magic dragons, so they knew just how powerful these summoned creatures were. Yet Beast Emperor had injured them heavily with a single move. Beast Emperor's foundations clearly exceeded their estimations after such a devastating blow. It was almost impossible for Zero Wing to capture ancient Rock City. The evil beast army had surrounded the divine magic dragons soon after they had fallen, and Zero Wing's summoned creatures were embroiled in a heated battle. They couldn't even reach ancient Rock City. With only the miniature ballistas and its players' attacks, Zero Wing would need hours of non-stop combat to destroy the city's barrier. Big Sis Aqua. I'm struggling to control my divine magic dragon. Even fighting the mythic evil beasts is taxing. I can't approach ancient Rock City's defensive magic array at all. What should we do? Flying Shadow, who currently controlled a divine magic dragon, reported. It felt as if he were trying to control a broken machine. Not only were the divine magic dragon's reactions delayed, but the dragon's strength had also fallen. Sure enough, trying to strike down ancient Rock City won't be easy. Aqua Rose could not help but sigh. Since that is the case, let's go all out. The 3 of you use the divine magic dragon's final power. Understood. Flying Shadow, Shadow Sword, and Minor Wind nodded to Aqua Rose's command. In the next moment, the 3 divine magic dragons released furious roars, the resulting shockwaves shoving back the great lord-ranked evil beast. Suddenly, the divine magic dragons spread their jaws as a 3-fold magic array manifested before them. The 3 dragons then fired 3 black-white breath attacks at ancient Rock City's defensive magic array. This move was the strongest these divine magic dragons possessed. Tier 4 Curse. Shadowlight Breath. In the blink of an eye, all 3 breath attacks plowed into the barrier around ancient Rock City. After persisting for 2 seconds, the indestructible magic barrier shattered, transforming into countless particles of light before it disappeared. Chapter 1869 Dark Witch's Tower. As the magic barrier protecting ancient Rock City disappeared, the distant spectating players' mouths fell wide open. They simply could not bring themselves to believe that the 3 heavily injured divine magic dragons actually destroyed such a powerful defensive magic array. Damn it. How is this possible? Beast Emperor's complexion became incredibly gloomy when he saw the magic barrier disappearing. The magic barrier was the protective canopy of ancient Rock City. Without it, anybody could enter and leave the city freely, as well as rain destruction upon the city before Beast Emperor could react. Aqua Rose raised her staff and commanded, "Miniature ballistas, advance. Attack ancient Rock City with everything you've got." In the next moment, all 200 miniature ballistas started closing in on ancient Rock City. When Heaven's Burial took control of ancient Rock City, the guild had repaired and constructed defensive structures around the city. However, after the evil god's temple took over, as evil demons and evil beasts lacked the knowledge and ability to control these defensive structures, these things all became decorations. As a result, the miniature ballistas could approach ancient Rock City with impunity. Ancient Rock City soon entered the miniature ballistas' attack range. Show. Immediately, 200 exploding arrows flew into the sky and pelted down on the buildings inside ancient Rock City, following which, a series of blasts reverberated throughout the city. Just one volley of arrows already flattened many buildings in the city's outer area. Beast Emperor felt his heart bleed when he saw many of the accommodations for evil demons getting razed. He angrily commanded all of his evil beasts and evil demons, "Go! Destroy every one of those ballistas." At this moment, he no longer cared about the defense of the city. All he cared about was the destruction of Zero Wing's miniature ballistas. Meanwhile, Due to the miniature ballista's attacks, the evil beasts and evil demons controlled by NPCs belonging to the evil god's temple also took action. These powerful monsters joined the evil beasts and evil demons under Beast Emperor's control in charging toward Zero Wing's army suddenly. A swarm of monsters could be seen rushing toward Zero Wing's army. This scene made the Zero Wing members handling the miniature ballista's shudder involuntarily, however. Aqua Rose remained utterly unfazed by this situation, immediately ordering the activation of the movement-type defensive magic array. A moment later, a magic barrier enveloped the entire army miniature ballistas. Focus on those monsters. Everyone else, coordinate your attacks with the ballistas. Flying Shadow, your group will deal with those mythic monsters. Everyone in Zero Wing's army responded quickly and started executing Aqua Rose's commands. Although the monsters were numerous and high-leveled, their side also possessed a defensive magic array. As long as the defensive magic array held, these evil demons and evil beasts could not hurt them. Not to mention, their side also had the firepower of 200 miniature ballistas for a time. The miniature ballistas could be seen continuously firing exploding arrows at the approaching evil demons and evil beasts, the resulting blasts even sending the Great Lords stumbling backward. The lords that got struck were immediately placed in a heavily injured state. As for the chieftains, they got killed with just a few shots in the meantime. Zero Wing's members were also launching attacks in a frenzy from inside the defensive magic array, however. Despite Zero Wing's fierce offensive, the evil demon and evil beast army showed no signs of stopping. They assaulted Zero Wing's defensive magic array relentlessly, depleting its energy reserves as the evil beasts and evil demons died one after another. The energy reserves of Zero Wing's defensive magic array also declined rapidly. This forced Aqua Rose to replenish its energy repeatedly using magic crystals for a time. The sounds of roars, slaughter, and explosions became the main theme of this hilly land. In this battlefield, an individual's strength was extremely insignificant. Only the magical class players capable of using large-scale spells were slightly more useful than the average player. The magnificent battle stupefied the spectating players, the dark players, who had been planning to ambush Zero Wing's army, simply stood still right now, none of them daring to join the fray after all. The level of this battle exceeded their understanding of battles between players in this conflict. Individual techniques were absolutely meaningless. If they dared charge into the battlefield, let alone reaching Zero Wing's army, just crossing the miniature ballista's field of fire was already plenty difficult. With the defensive magic array up, they wouldn't even get to touch Zero Wing's members. They would only become live targets for Zero Wing's members if they entered the fray now. Meanwhile, as Zero Wing's army was fighting a war of attrition with Beast Emperor, Shurfeng's team of 1,000 arrived at a location a short distance from the Dark Witch's Tower. The Dark Witch's Tower stood next to a small lake inside a valley. The environment around the tower was considerably good. In fact, this place was originally a nice town. Unfortunately, an undead great wizard had targeted the town and turned it into a place of death. The great wizard had also specifically constructed the Dark Witch's Tower here to research death magicus. More time passed. The town here became a locus for the dark forces. At this point, it was already a resting place for dark players in the Ur Empire when Shurfeng's team moved within 3,000 yards of the Dark Witch's Tower. Sirens in the town suddenly rang, putting every player inside the town on high alert. Someone actually dares approach the gathering place of us dark players. It should be a team that lost their way. With so many of us dark players here, who would possibly dare approach this place willingly? Lost their way? Whatever. This is a good opportunity. I haven't completed my kill quest for today. It's not a bad idea to use these players as a sacrifice. The dark players inside the Dark Witch's Tower all started laughing and chatting merrily, convinced that this team of players was a bunch of fools to have actually stumbled upon the Dark Witch's Tower. After all, these players had not investigated which places normal players should avoid in the Ur Empire, as the dark forces were relatively weak on the continent of God's domain. The dark forces' gathering spots and neutral maps would all have alarms set up to help the gathering spots' residents to take precautions to protect themselves. These alarms would give out a warning when over 100 normal players or NPCs entered a certain range of the gathering spot. They really came. A black-clad man covered in bandages, who was enjoying a glass of wine in the town's bar, could not help but smile when he heard the town's alarms going off. He then turned to look at the beautiful woman dressed in dark, Blue Robes sitting beside him and asked, "Will Commander Spirit take action first, or shall I do the honors? Although I very much wish to repay Zero Wing for what it did to my adventurer team, I am more curious about how capable the treasured apostle nurtured by Beast Emperor is." Veiled Spirit replied, smiling as she looked at the bandaged man beside her nowadays. Beast Emperor was extremely famous among dark players. After all, he controlled an army of evil beasts and evil demons, a force that nobody could afford to underestimate. Meanwhile, although Dust Edge himself did not possess much fame, Beast Emperor had praised him highly and even agreed to cooperate with Dark Soul so long as the Alliance provided Dust Edge with as many resources as possible. Seeing as Beast Emperor was willing to invest so many resources in a single person, it was obvious just how much Beast Emperor valued Dust Edge's potential. Beast Emperor and Dark Soul had been acquainted with each other for quite some time already, yet Dark Soul had yet to dig up any information on Dust Edge even now. Zero Wing's arrival presented Veiled Spirit with a good opportunity to witness Dust Edge's abilities. She naturally wouldn't let it go to waste. Fine. Then let's treat this as the beginning of the mutual trust between our two sides, Dust Edge said, nodding. He then raised his wine glass and added, "They should be very close to reaching the town walls now. Let us head out as well." After saying so, Dust Edge stood up and left the bar. Veiled Spirit and the dozen or so subordinates that came with her followed after him. Chapter 1870 Hell Tank's Might. A large number of dark players had gathered in the Dark Witch's Tower's watchtower, gazing down at Zero Wing's members as they fell into formation in the distance. What? They actually planned to attack the Dark Witch's Tower? They're insane. Hundreds of NPCs guard the town, not to mention the defense turrets and arrow towers. Repelling a 1,000-man team isn't even a warm-up. The dark players could not help but laugh, ridiculing Zero Wing as they watched Shifeng and his companions prepare for the assault. Although the Dark Witch's Tower was a very small town, it had robust defenses. Not only did the town have defensive structures, but it also had a defensive magic array. Furthermore, thousands of dark players occupied the town. Even an army of tens of thousands of elite players would fall swiftly if it tried to attack the town. Let alone a 1,000-man force, even a superpower would have to pay a hefty price to destroy the Dark Witch's Tower. This was why most superpowers simply ignored this dark player hubha. Look at their guild emblems. They seem to be Zero Wing's members. A Tier 2 ranger stated, surprised, after using eagle eyes. Isn't Zero Wing attacking Ancient Rock City? Why has it come all the way here to attack the Dark Witch's Tower? They must have gotten the wrong memo from their superiors, a level 56 assassin said, laughing. But since they're here, we can have some fun. Blackwater has offered a generous bounty for Zero Wing's heads. Normally, Zero Wing's members are very challenging prey, but this is a golden opportunity. We have over 3,000 players in the Dark Witch's Tower. Wiping out this 1,000-man team will be a piece of cake. We can't let the town's NPCs get to them first. The various dark players present in the Dark Witch's Tower didn't take these Zero Wing members seriously in the least. Rather, all they saw as they looked at their enemies were walking sacks of cash. Meanwhile, Dust Edge and Veiled Spirit's group had left the Dark Witch's Tower's walls and quietly observed Zero Wing's team. Astonishment flashing in their eyes. Of these Zero Wing members were merely elites. Aside from the 100 or so players that wore black cloaks, every member of the force was a Tier 1 player. Moreover, they could tell that the 100-plus cloaked players weren't actually combatants, so they were even weaker than Zero Wing's elite members. Big Sis Spirit, is Zero Wing attempting suicide? It's actually attacking the Dark Witch's Tower with such a team? With such standards, we won't even need to get involved. The town's usual players are more than enough to eliminate this force, a level 57, Tier 2 Berserker said, clicking his tongue as he observed Zero Wing's team. They had come all the way to the Dark Witch's Tower precisely because they had heard that Zero Wing might attack the town. But this 1,000-man team was simply disappointing. It would have a painful time just trying to reach the town's gates, let alone destroying the Dark Witch's Tower. Veiled Spirit pondered the situation in silence. She couldn't figure out what Zero Wing was trying to do. This is indeed disappointing. I had wanted to give Zero Wing a taste of an evil god's apostle's might, but this team isn't worth the effort. Just let the dark players handle them, Dust Edge said, shaking his head. Since that is the case, there's no longer a need for us to stay. The battle in ancient Rock City is growing increasingly intense. If we hurry, we should be able to claim some scraps. Veiled Spirit agreed with Dust Edge's estimation. They couldn't afford to casually reveal either Shadow Claw or Dust Edge's trump cards. Using them against a 1,000-man expert team from Zero Wing might be worth it, but it would be a waste to use them on a 1,000-man elite team as Veiled Spirit and the others prepared to leave. The town's dark players were about to make their move. Over 2,000 dark players charged out of the town, not even bothering to organize themselves into any formation as they rushed towards Zero Wing's members. Dark players like them had already participated and grown familiar with large-scale combat. They might have taken the battle seriously if this Zero Wing force had quite a few experts, but all of these players were elites or weaker. Players of such standards weren't worth a serious effort. As the 2,000-plus dark players approached, Zero Wing's elite members began to grow nervous. Guild leader, they're less than 1,000 yards away. A level 55, Tier 1 Ranger anxiously reported to Shi Feng. The dark players charging toward them were veterans of outdoor PvP, and every one of these dark players radiated a dense bloodlust. Over 40 Tier 2 experts ran among these dark players. On the other hand, they rarely participated in PvP, usually focusing on raiding team dungeons. Defeating elite players like them would be a piece of cake for these dark players. Good. Engineering team, begin the assembly, Shi Feng ordered, nodding. In a moment, the engineering team will be responsible for the offensive. The rest of you just need to focus on defending our position. Hearing Shi Feng's command, the cloaked engineers removed their black cloaks and retrieved the Hell Tank's components from their bags. When Zero Wing's elite players saw the 100 level 40-plus lifestyle players, they were stunned. They had hoped that these cloaked players were exceptionally strong. They had never expected these comrades to be lifestyle players. On top of that, these lifestyle players were going to fight. When the distant dark players saw the level 40-plus lifestyle players, they were just as stunned. However, their expressions quickly soured. Becoming serious, the 100 engineers swiftly assembled 6 colossal tanks, and despite the 1,000 yards separating them, the dark players could hear the engine's roar as the tank's immense power swept over them. Good. 800 yards ahead. Fire at will. Shi Feng issued the command once the 6 Hell Tanks were ready for battle under Shi Feng's command. The engineers' eyes glowed with excitement as they operated their Hell Tanks. They then aimed the Hell Cannons at the dark players and fired. Suddenly, a crimson, twofold magic array appeared before each Hell Tank's gun barrel. Boom. Immediately, the 6 Hell Cannons released balls of crimson light. These crimson light balls reached the dark players almost instantly. By the time the dark players reacted, the light balls had descended on the disorderly crowd. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the crimson light balls struck, 6 towering pillars of fire rose up amidst the dark player army. Each encompassing a radius of 35 yards, the towering flame pillars were clearly visible from several thousand yards away. As the flame pillars faded, they revealed 6 lava pits on the battlefield, glowing with a red light. Every player that had been caught in the AoEs had transformed into streaks of white light before disappearing with a single round of attacks. Over 600 dark players had been removed from the battlefield. Chapter 1871, Nightmare on the Battlefield. When over 600 PvP experts were suddenly vaporized, the dark players charging towards Zero Wing's team slid to a halt and stared at the empty lava pits before them. Damn it. What are those things? After losing nearly half of their allies, the other dark players panicked. They had seen war weapons in action before, but the Hell Tank's speed and power were beyond their understanding of such weapons. The Tier 2 experts on this battlefield even had a high chance of avoiding defense turrets attacks from over 500 yards away, especially the speed-type classes. Yet, despite the nearly 800 yards between them and their quarry, the Hell Tank's balls of light had rained down on their heads. By the time they had realized that they were under attack, the power of the Hell Cannon's attacks was simply horrific, easily rivaling the power of Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells. Even a Tier 2 metric tons would have to activate a life-saving skill to survive such an attack. These dark players felt as if they stood within 6 magic towers' attack range. The dark players that had chosen to remain in the Dark Witch's Tower to watch the battle had lost the laughter in their eyes. Now, their gazes only contained fear as they watched the 6 Hell Tanks. Veiled Spirit, who stood in the watchtower, couldn't help but frown at the scene. The speed and power of the Hell Tank's attacks were horrific. Expert players were no more than ants before the monstrous vehicles. Those war weapons were basically mobile magic towers. How does Zero Wing have such powerful war weapons? We're doomed. We don't have any war weapons. How are we supposed to deal with those things? What's there to be afraid of? We may not have war weapons, but the Dark Witch's Tower does. Moreover, the town has a defensive magic array. If Zero Wing's war weapons get near the town's NPCs will bombard them with the defense turrets. Besides, with how powerful those attacks were, those war weapons definitely have long cooldowns. Once our people get close to the weapons, not only will we kill Zero Wing's members, but we'll also use the war weapons for target practice. Although the might of the Hell Tank's cannons had shocked many people, some more experienced experts retained their cool and analyzed the vehicle's weaknesses, developing a plan to combat the war weapons very quickly. The other Dark players also came to realize the Hell Tank's weaknesses. Instead of retreating, they resumed their charge in an attempt to reach the Hell Tanks, though they had never used a war weapon themselves. They knew that all war weapons shared a single flaw. They were vulnerable at short range. Like the miniature ballistas bombarding ancient Rock City, once hostile players drew near, the war weapons could be destroyed with a few attacks. Regardless of how much destructive power they possessed, the remaining 1,000+ Dark players dashed towards the Hell Tanks in a frenzy. Intent on destroying the war weapons before the Hell Tanks' cooldowns ended. Guild leader, they've resumed their charge. Should we form a defensive line? Seeing the Dark players draw closer, Zero Wing's elite members grew restless again. The Hell Tank's power gave them some hope of victory, and as long as they protected these massive weapons, they could defeat these Dark players. But despite the Dark players closing the distance to 200 yards, Silverwing hadn't given the command to defend the war weapons. If they allowed these Dark players to engage the Hell Tanks in melee combat, they'd be doomed. No. Let them come. Silverwing waved a hand, signaling for his companions to hold their positions, following their guild leader's orders. Zero Wing's elite members had no choice but to stand their ground, watching as the Dark players approached 200 yards. 150 yards. 100 yards. Brothers, we're almost at the war weapons. Once we destroy them, victory will be ours. Ranged players, attack with everything you've got once you're in range. The Dark players couldn't help their excitement as they reduced the distance between them and the Hell Tanks to 50 yards at this time. Silverwing raised his long sword into the air. He then pointed it at the approaching Dark players and shouted, "All Hell Tanks, move out. Leave none of them alive." The engineers, itching for action, eagerly stepped on the tank's accelerator. The engines roared to life once more, and the 6 Hell Tanks jerked forward, speeding towards the Dark players in a V formation. What are they trying to do? The advancing Dark players were stunned as the Hell Tanks raced towards them. However, before the Dark players could react, each Hell Tank released 14 flame spears. Meanwhile, each flame spear carried power at the peak of Tier 2. A total of 84 flame spears flew at the Dark players simultaneously, as if 84 miniature ballistas had launched their payload at the same time. But unlike the ballista's exploding arrows, the flame spears weren't show. When the flame spears made contact, light flashed among the Dark player army. Many of the melee players leading the charge, who had failed to defend themselves in time, transformed into stakes of light and vanished on the spot. Although some players had activated life-saving skills or dodged the attacks in time, surviving the first volley, the flame spears had claimed over 50 Dark players' lives. However, the surviving melee players slid to a halt once more, too afraid to approach the Hell Tanks after watching that wave of attacks. Ranged players, hurry and attack. Some melee players shouted, snapping out of their daze. The Dark ranked players then launched spells and arrows, aiming for the approaching Hell Tanks. Just as the spells and arrows were about to slam into the Hell Tanks, the 6 war weapons activated their magic shields. A magic barrier, able to absorb up to 3 million damage and possessing Tier 3 defensive capabilities, surrounded each Hell Tank. The Hell Tanks pushed through the rain of spells and arrows, receiving no damage whatsoever. How is this possible? Seeing the unscathed Hell Tanks stunned the Dark players. They had never thought that these war weapons had defensive magic arrays. As well as the Dark players tried to think of a way to deal with the enemy weapons, the Hell Tanks reached the melee players that led the army. Without slowing in the slightest, the Hell Tanks bulldozed through the Dark players in their way. The Tier 2 MTs at the forefront were immediately thrown over 20 yards back, their HPs decreasing by nearly half. Unfortunately for them, the Tier 1 melee players died instantly. The 6 hell tanks charged forward like a herd of stampeding bulls. Not only did they break up the crowd of dark players, but they also killed over 100 players as they sped through. Run! Run quickly! Don't let these things get near you! After watching the hell tanks slaughter their allies, the fighting dark players realized one thing. This battle wasn't a battle at all. It was a one-sided massacre. It's too late to escape now. Silverwing could not help but shake his head and chuckle as he watched the fleeing dark players compared to their ranged offensive capabilities. Tanks shone brightest in close-range combat. An intermediate tank had even higher strength than a Tier 3 berserker, and not even a Tier 3 assassin could outrun it. It was truly a weapon of slaughter on a battlefield. After just a short moment, the hell tanks killed every one of the 2,000+ dark players that had participated in the battle. Now, ownerless weapons and equipment littered the field. Chapter 1872. Evil God takes action. Once the hell tanks had wiped out the attacking dark players, Silverwing instructed his guildmates to loot the battlefield. The dark players that operated in the Orc Empire were very well equipped on average. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to join the glory battlefield that was the Empire. Fortunately, Silverwing could use the weapons and equipment these dark players had dropped as compensation for the magic crystals the hell tanks had expended and to make a small profit. Naturally, he wouldn't leave the items for other players to loot. However, Zero Wings members only took action sometime after Silverwing had given the order. They had still been stunned at the hell tanks' performance. Before these hell tanks, Tier 2 experts were a joke. They couldn't even escape the hell tanks' destruction. Despite the 1,000+ surviving dark players fleeing for their lives in every direction, the 6 war weapons annihilated them all. Zero Wings members watched the war weapons, their eyes sparkling as if they gazed at a piece of top-tier equipment. These tanks are amazing. I can't wait to see how these dark players plan to maintain their arrogance around Silverwing Town now that we have these tanks. I wonder if the guild will give a similar tank to the guild teams? If every 1,000-man legion had 5 or 6 of these things, we'd be unstoppable in the fields. Keep dreaming. How could the guild casually afford to arm a guild team with such powerful tanks? I'd be satisfied if my team had just one of these tanks, not to mention 5 or 6. While Zero Wings members cleared the battlefield of items, they softly discussed the guild's new war weapons. When Silverwing overheard these discussions, he couldn't help his bitter smile. The necessary materials to produce the hell tank were extremely precious. He had already depleted the materials the guild had fought to collect to craft the 6 hell tanks before him. If he wanted to produce more, he would have to rely on guild members to collect the necessary materials from team dungeons. After all, team dungeons had cooldowns, and not every team dungeon dropped the necessary materials. Grinding for the necessary materials wouldn't be possible. However, his team members' comments did remind him of something. He could arm the Zero Wing teams that patrolled around Silverwing Town with the hell tanks. Although doing so would cost a lot of magic crystals and rapidly deplete the hell tank's durability, it would significantly increase Silverwing Town's security. Current players were no match for these war weapons, and several hell tanks could end a battle of several thousand players within minutes after his team had cleaned up the battlefield. Silverwing ordered the 6 hell tanks to bombard the Dark Witch's tower. Now that more than half of the dark players in the town had died, the remaining dark players posed no threat. All they had to do was destroy the town's defensive magic array. Then they could storm the town and destroy its magic array core and teleportation device. Once those had been destroyed, they would rend the Dark Witch's tower. Powerless. Zero Wings coming. What should we do? Meanwhile, the dark players who had watched the battle from the town's watchtower wore ugly expressions as they gazed at Zero Wings members. Over 2,000 expert players had died in just a few minutes. To make matters worse, not a single one of them had killed any of Zero Wings players. This was utterly terrifying. These dark players had been confident that Zero Wings members couldn't touch the Dark Witch's tower, much less destroy the town. However, after witnessing the hell tank's destructive power and their ridiculous movement speed, they realized that the town's defense turrets and arrow towers would be useless against the enemy war weapons. So, this is the trump card Zero Wing has hidden all this time? Even Veiled Spirit was a little afraid as the 6 tanks approached the town, although she had prepared a trump card. In the form of a magic array that enhanced players' power, She wasn't certain that any player at this stage of the game could stop those tanks. Regardless of their buffs, not bad. It's no wonder why Zero Wing only sent a 1,000-man elite team here. It turns out that they've prepared such a move. Dust Edge gave the Hell tanks a bright smile. I hadn't thought that those players were worth my involvement, but it seems that they just barely qualify. You have a way to defeat them? Veiled Spirit asked curiously as she gave Dust Edge, who brimmed with confidence, a look of course. I can also use this opportunity to show you your collaborator's strength, Dust Edge said, nodding. However, I will require some sacrifices. Do you mind if I trouble you to capture some? Sacrifices. Veiled Spirit repeated, confused. I am talking about players. I need a large number of players. The more, the better. Since this is a hub for the dark forces, these NPCs won't mind if players slaughter each other. And the remaining players in the Dark Witch's Tower aren't particularly valuable anymore. Anyway, right? Dust Edge asked, chuckling as he eyed the dark players as they tried to flee from the town. I'll also need to borrow 2 of your peak experts. My subordinates? Veiled Spirit frowned, turning to Dust Edge with a frosty expression, although she did not know why he needed sacrifices. It definitely wasn't for something good. She refused to allow her subordinates to become this madman's sacrifices. Relax. I won't sacrifice your subordinates. Rather, I want to grant them peerless strength. Dust Edge explained when he realized that Veiled Spirit had misunderstood his intention. That won't be a problem. Veiled Spirit agreed. She then instructed her subordinates to gather the feeling players in the Dark Witch's Tower this time. She had brought 300 experts with her, each of which was incredibly powerful. They were far stronger than the dark players who idled in the town under Veiled Spirit's command. Shadowclaw's 300 experts took action. Using the tools Dust Edge had granted them, they captured the players that tried to escape the town. What are you trying to do? Why are you capturing us? Shadowclaw's prisoners soon found themselves bound by magical chains, their fear clear on their faces as they looked at Dust Edge and his companions. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just going to make you contribute to the Dark Witch's Tower's defense, Dust Edge said, laughing when he saw over 300 bound players. You should feel so lucky to become a part of my new power. Hurry it up. Zero Wing's team is starting its attack. The town's defensive magic array won't last long. Veiled Spirit snapped anxiously as she watched the 6 Hell tanks fire upon the Dark Witch's Tower. Although the Dark Witch's Tower had a defensive magic array to protect it, it was much weaker than the one around Ancient Rock City. If Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells bombarded it, it wouldn't last long. Relax. My preparations are complete. Now, we just need 2 of your subordinates to stand in the center of the magic array. Dust Edge responded as he finished writing over 30 lines of Crimson Divine runes in the air. He then merged the divine runes with the Crimson magic array before him, excitedly proclaiming, "Soon, you'll get to witness the power of the almighty evil god." At Dust Edge's words, the 2 experts Veiled Spirit had chosen began to panic as they stared at the magic array. However, when their leader urged them forward, they had no choice but to steel their resolve and step into the array. Almighty evil god, I offer you immortal souls. Please grant me an immortal body to smite my enemies. Dust Edge sang before tapping the butt of his staff on the array. The 300-plus dark players inside the magic array instantly collapsed like puppets as their strings were cut. In the next moment, the space above tore, leaving a gaping black wound. A boundless aura then poured out of the spatial tear, and everything within the Dark Witch's Tower froze within its presence. Chapter 1873, Evil Dragon's Power. The appearance of the spatial tear above the Dark Witch's Tower immobilized every player inside the town. It was as if time around them had stopped. What kind of monster is in there? Veiled Spirit and the others could not help but be frightened when they felt the horrific pressure flooding out of the spatial tear. They could sense that this horrific pressure did not originate from the spatial tear itself, but from a creature residing inside the spatial tear. Instead, this was a pressure that they had never felt in all the time they'd played God's Domain. They did not doubt that, should the creature inside the spatial tear come out, they would instantly die and disappear just from the pressure the creature exuded. A few seconds after the spatial tear appeared, the 2 Shadow Claw members standing inside the Crimson Magic Array started screaming in agony. their lung-piercing shrieks giving all who heard them goosebumps. Dust Edge, didn't you say nothing would happen to them? Veiled Spirit questioned, a chilly expression appearing on her face. As she glared at Dust Edge, the two members she selected were peak experts of Shadow Claw. They were also one of the few Tier 2 experts the adventurer team had. If their accounts were to get crippled due to this incident, Shadow Claw would sustain a tremendous blow. Relax. They'll be fine. In fact, once the ritual is over, they'll feel much better than before. You can even label them as the strongest players in existence in God's domain right now. Dust Edge explained, laughing as he looked at the two Shadow Claw members in the magic array. Veiled Spirit was utterly confused by Dust Edge's words. Just as she was about to demand a clearer explanation from him, the two people standing inside the magic array suddenly started transforming. Originally, the two people were already tall and robust men. Now, however, their muscles started bulging rapidly like balloons. Very quickly, their bodies lost their human form. A pair of dark gray wings sprouted out of their backs, and silver scales covered their bodies. The transformation process continued for roughly 7 seconds and produced two 10-meter-tall dragons. The two dragons then let loose deafening roars that echoed throughout the town. Dragons. Veiled Spirit and the others could not help but be stupefied by this sight. They could clearly feel that the two dragons before them were different from the pseudo-dragons they had come across before. Although the two dragons before them were only level 56 _ the same level as the players themselves _ they could feel a pressure coming from the dragons that was a result of a difference in life ratings. This meant that the two dragons before them were not pseudo-dragon creatures but real dragons. They were still not at the level of real dragons. However, they have been given new life by the evil god. Although their life ratings are not at the standard of dragons, they should be at the level of archaic species. You can call them evil dragons, Dust Edge said as he looked at the two evil dragons. With a hint of excitement in his tone, he continued, unlike lowly evil demons, evil dragons are players. They are somewhat similar to the dark mutation you guys have, but the transformation is more thorough than dark mutation. Moreover, it is also much stronger. At this moment, they are already at the Tier 3 standard. They possess greater power and life force than even Tier 3 NPCs of the same level. Of course, this is not their peak strength yet. My power is still incomplete right now. I'll need many more resources to unlock my strength. Once I have fully grasped this power, I'll be able to make them even stronger. Evil dragons? Veiled Spirit was shocked as she looked at the massive creatures before her. No wonder Beast Emperor is willing to nurture you at all costs. Dark mutation was something she was very familiar with. However, dark mutation raised only a player's combat power. The improvement was not sufficient for a qualitative transformation. The two players that had turned into evil dragons, however, had undergone a qualitative transformation. Not only had their tiers increased by 1, but even their life ratings now rivaled that of archaic species. In other words, the two players before her already possessed the strength of level 56, Tier 3 archaic species. This was simply frightening. A Tier 3 archaic species was originally already extremely difficult to deal with. After all, the attributes such a monster possessed were simply too much for current players to handle. The only saving grace was that the combat standards of monsters were relatively low on average. They also grasped very few skills. If players cooperated properly, defeating such a monster was still possible. However, a player transformed into a Tier 3 archaic species would be an absolute nightmare for current players. Not to mention, said player would be able to control their new body as if it were their own. Let alone a 100-man team of Tier 2 experts. Even a 1,000-man team of Tier 2 experts would be no match for such a player. Just thinking about meeting such a player on a battlefield made Veiled Spirit shudder in fear. The destructive power of such a player would far exceed that of a Tier 4 mythic monster controlled by players. How do you two feel right now? Are you still accustomed to your bodies? Veiled Spirit asked the two evil dragon players curiously. When players transformed their bodies using dark mutation, they would initially have trouble adapting to their new bodies. Now that the two players before her had taken on a form that was nothing like the human body, chances were high that they would have great difficulty controlling their bodies. I've never felt better. Even without concentrating, I can easily grasp the movements in my surroundings. I can even hear the conversation of two players that are hiding behind a wall 200 yards away. Indeed, those two are actually planning to report our actions here to other dark players. Those two players are simply tired of living." After saying so, the two evil dragons flapped their wings, their massive bodies transforming into a powerful gale as they flew toward the two hidden players. By the time the two hidden players noticed the two evil dragons' movements, the latter had already crossed a distance of 30 yards. Before the two expert players could move 30 yards away from their original hiding spot, the two massive evil dragons had already appeared before them and swiped their claws at them in the next moment. Dust Edge and Veiled Spirits group heard a loud bang coming from the evil dragon's direction. The ground the two level 55, Tier 2 experts stood on shattered instantly. As for the two experts themselves, they had died on the spot. What power! Veiled Spirit gasped involuntarily. Too strong. Too fast. Two Tier 2 experts were actually killed just like that. Even level 56 mythic monsters weren't capable of executing such a clean and swift attack. Meanwhile, the other Tier 2 experts of Shadowclaw also shrank back reflexively. Their reaction was because they'd imagined themselves in the place of those two Tier 2 experts and realized that they wouldn't fare all that much better than those two players either. They would almost certainly suffer the same fate as that unfortunate duo. Good. Very good. After witnessing the two evil dragon players killing two Tier 2 experts instantly, Dust Edge turned to look at Veiled Spirit and said proudly, "This is the evil god's temple's true power. What do you think? As long as you all have this power, let alone your empire, even taking control of human empires won't be a problem." Indeed. Veiled Spirit nodded in agreement with Dust Edge's words. She, too, felt that the partnership between Dark Soul and Beast Emperor held great promise, as long as Dark Soul had a large number of evil dragons under its command. Removing Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul from the Dark Knight Empire would be a piece of cake, all right. Now that you two have warmed up, it's about time we go greet our guests, Dust Edge said, smiling as he turned to look at Zero Wings members, who were close to destroying the Dark Witch's Tower's defensive magic array already. At Dust Edge's words, the two evil dragon players promptly turned to look at the approaching hell tanks, sneers appearing on their faces. Previously, they had still felt somewhat fearful of the hell tanks. Now, however, it was a different story, following which the two evil dragon players flapped their wings and swiftly flew out of the town's magic barrier and straight toward the hell tanks. Chapter 1874, Evil Dragon vs. Tank. As the two dark gray evil dragons ascended, leaving the Dark Witch's Tower, their massive frames, powerful roaring, and the intense pressure they radiated due to their upgraded life ratings quickly attracted Zero Wing's attention. Are those dragons? How does the Dark Witch's Tower have two dragons? How is this possible? They're actually Great Lord-ranked archaic species. Zero Wing's members, who stood some distance behind the hell tanks, watched the two massive beasts fly away from the town with astonished expressions. They could not understand why dragons would be in the Dark Witch's Tower. Tier 3 archaic species were an absolute nightmare for current players, and although the two evil dragons were only level 56, they wouldn't be easy opponents. Guild leader, what should we do? The dragons are too fast, slightly faster than the hell tanks. The engineers controlling the team's war weapons asked worriedly. As engineers, they were familiar with the hell tanks' flaws. Although the hell tanks were extremely powerful against players, they were fairly useless against monsters. Monsters had much higher HP and defense, and if they pitted a hell tank against a great lord of the same level, it would take a considerable amount of time to defeat the monster with the hell cannon and flame spears. Furthermore, a great lord was considered a tier 3 monster, so it would be more than capable of causing substantial damage to the hell tank, depleting its durability. If the two level 56 evil dragons were allowed to fight the hell tanks, the hell tanks would definitely lose. Evil dragons? Feng watched the approaching dragons with a strange look. He could feel that these two were not actual dragons, but pseudo-dragon creatures. If they were actual dragons, his heavenly dragon's breath would have given him a massive basic attribute boost since the fragmented legendary ring hadn't reacted. He knew that these evil dragons were something else. Moreover, he could sense the evil dragons' human-like emotions. When he looked in their eyes, it was as if the two evil dragons were children that had just found a new toy and were eager to play with it. That wasn't an emotion monsters should experience. Zero Wing, die. The two evil dragons bellowed. The two evil dragons widened their jaws and spat a tornado-like breath attack. Space Tor was the attacks flew towards two of the 6 hell tanks. Since the attacks had been launched from a close distance, the hell tanks couldn't dodge in time. Boom. As the two tornadoes dissipated, They revealed the massive craters the attacks had torn in the ground, each encompassing a 50-yard radius with a 5-meter depth. Both of the Hell Tank's magic shields had shattered instantly, and the power of the breath attacks left Zero Wing's members flabbergasted. Impossible. The dragons actually spoke? Are players controlling them? That can't be right. Even if they are controlled by players, they shouldn't be able to speak. Their destructive power is insane. They actually broke the magic shields that not even hundreds of Tier 1 and Tier 2 players could destroy. Everyone was shocked as they watched the Hell Tank's magic shield shatter, and the battlefield's new craters. The evil dragon's breath attack was clearly stronger than the Hell Tank's hell cannons. But the watching players were more confused by the dragon's ability to speak. Moreover, the dragon's words had been meant for Zero Wing. NPCs and monsters definitely weren't capable of such a thing, so this is the power of the evil dragons? Veiled Spirit, who stood in the town's watchtower, was just as shocked by the evil dragon's power with such great destructive power. These evil dragons would be of immense help when sieging a town or city. If Dust Edge could mass-produce such beings, the evil god's temple would truly be invincible in the Or Empire. Wonderful. Destroy Zero Wing's tanks and teach those players how foolish they really are. Dust Edge's eyes glowed with excitement as he watched the evil dragons. The two evil dragons were still incomplete, yet they had displayed such frightening prowess. Once he collected the remaining materials and perfected the magic array, he could create even stronger evil dragons. A measly guild like Zero Wing would pose no threat to the evil god's temple, and the temple would claim the Ur Empire for its own. The two evil dragons nodded in response to Dust Edge's command, elation filling their hearts. The Hell Tanks, which had slaughtered thousands of dark players like helpless sheep, were now at their mercy. This newfound power was intoxicating. The two evil dragons flew toward the two Hell Tanks, which had lost their magic shields, and assaulted the war weapons with claw swipes. Crap. They're coming. The engineers controlling the Hell Tanks panicked and tried to move out of the dragon's way, but the creatures were too fast before the Hell Tanks could adjust their trajectory. The evil dragons had reached them, reaching towards the vehicles with their massive claws. Boom. The earth beneath the two tanks shattered as dust and dirt flew into the air due to the shockwave. As the dust settled, a new shocking scene was revealed. Dust Edge, Veiled Spirit, and their dark companions had assumed that the Hell Tanks were finished, but the two tanks were safe and sound. The evil dragon's claws had only left a few white scratches on their armored shells. How are they so tough? The two evil dragons stared at the tanks in astonishment. When their claws struck the Hell Tank's armor plating, they felt as if they had scratched an indestructible wall. Their claws even stung from the impact. Even the engineers were stunned. They hadn't realized that the Hell Tanks had such ridiculous defense. The evil dragon's claw attacks had only reduced each of the Hell Tank's durability by 2 points. In other words, the evil dragons would have to land 200 claw attacks to destroy the war weapon. Stop daydreaming. All tanks, ignore the Dark Witch's tower and prioritize the evil dragons. Shurfeng suddenly shouted through the team chat. He was not surprised in the least that the evil dragons had failed to do any substantial damage. After all, the Hell Tank's outer shell had been made with Titan Oregon. Normally, it was a material used to craft epic weapons and equipment. It wouldn't be easily destroyed by a Tier 3 archaic species. However, Shurfeng was relieved that he had upgraded the Hell Tank's engines, increasing the vehicle's defensive capabilities. Otherwise, those claw attacks would have reduced the tank's durability by at least 4 points. After hearing Shurfeng's command, the engineers promptly targeted the two monstrous dragons. Without hesitation, the two tanks before the monsters fired their hell cannons at the hovering evil dragons. 2 balls of crimson light then slammed into the evil dragons. Boom. The attacks, which had the power of a peak Tier 3 attack, sent the two monsters flying over 20 yards backward as the evil dragons cried out in pain. The two level 56, Tier 3 evil dragons did not possess as much HP as true Tier 3 archaic species. Each only had 28 million HP. A single hit from the hell cannons had devoured over 3 million HP while the evil dragons flew back. The two tanks' engineers followed up with their flame spears. 14 flame spears bit into the two evil dragons simultaneously, each dealing over minus 60,000 damage. After taking all 14 spears, the two monsters had lost nearly 1 million HP. The other 4 hell tanks had reoriented themselves by this time, launching their own attacks. With how fast the hell cannons' projectiles were, the evil dragons had no time to dodge the attack. They were only able to block and dodge the flame spears from the other 4 tanks in the end. The 2 evil dragons had lost more than 1/3 of their total HPs after suffering a round of attacks from all 6 hell cannons. To make matters worse, they were now injured, slightly affecting their combat powers. How is this possible? Dust Edge's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when he saw the massive dent in his dragon's HPs and the unscathed hell tanks. Chapter 1875 Zero Wings Guild Leader. Everyone was stunned as they watched the considerably injured evil dragons. Amazing. These hell tanks are so powerful. Now that the evil dragons are injured, we have a chance of winning. If the guild makes the hell tank available for exchange, I'll purchase one even if I have to go bankrupt. That thing is insane. Even a dragon is helpless against it. If I can use this hell tank when grinding and questing in the fields, I won't have to fear other players at all. Zero Wings members cheered as they looked at the 2 collapsed evil dragons. When they had first seen the evil dragon's prowess, they had thought they were doomed, but they had learned that not only did the hell tanks have the strength to overwhelm players, but the weapons could even contend with the horrific evil dragons normally. Even a 100-man expert team would have to take the long way around a Tier 3 archaic species, yet these hell tanks had allowed a small number of players to fight 2 such monsters. They would definitely be invincible in the fields if they had the assistance of a hell tank. They were excited just thinking about it. Meanwhile, Veiled Spirit and the others, who watched from inside the Dark Witch's tower, wore gloomy expressions after the evil dragons had been beaten down. They had witnessed the strength of the evil dragon's strength personally. With those monsters' speed and destructive power, dealing with war weapons should be child's play. Yet, just how did Zero Wing get its hands on those tanks? Their defense is ridiculous. Envy and confusion swam in Veiled Spirit's gaze as she looked at the war weapons. She had never heard of such a war weapon in the game before. In her memory, war weapons had high destructive power but paper-thin defense, yet these tanks' defense was heaven-defying. The hell tanks were godly weapons on a battlefield. Meanwhile, Zero Wing commanded such incredible weapons. You too. Hurry and distance yourselves from those tanks. Their movement speed and reaction speed is no match for yours. As long as you fight from a distance, those tanks will be useless. Once Dust Edge recovered from his momentary shock, he commanded his 2 evil dragons to take advantage of the hell tanks' weaknesses. At the end of the day, the hell tanks were simply machines that players drove. Players couldn't control the weapons as smoothly as their own bodies. However, the evil dragons were a different story. These players had full and nimble control of the beasts' bodies. In addition, the evil dragons could fly, had higher movement speed than the hell tanks. With the evil dragon's capabilities, it was definitely possible to whittle down and destroy the hell tanks without taking any damage. At most, doing so would take some time. The 2 evil dragon players were peak experts. They had merely failed to react to the hell tanks' attacks in time since the war weapons defense had taken them by surprise. Now that they had snapped out of their daze, they did as Dust Edge had instructed and put some distance between them and their targets. Although the strongest weapons of the evil dragons possessed were their breath and claw attacks, their ability to control wind and attack from a distance wasn't to be underestimated. When they flapped their wings, they could create storm blades that carried the power of Tier 3 attacks. Against the hell tanks that were incapable of flight and had delayed reactions, these storm blades would be an overwhelming advantage. They responded so quickly. Silverwing clicked his tongue as the evil dragons moved to attack from a distance. It's a pity that the hell cannon's power is only at the peak of Tier 3 and can't inflict severe injuries to these evil dragons. Otherwise, that round of attacks would have ended the battle. Guild leader, what should we do now? One of the engineers, who drove the hell tank Silverwing occupied, asked. At this rate, those monsters will whittle us down until we die. Since the evil dragons had put some distance between them and the hell tanks, they could now dodge and block the tanks' flame spears easily. The evil dragons could also strike with their storm blades. By the time the drivers noticed the attacks, it would be too late to evade. Now that storm blades bombarded the hell tanks, they steadily lost durability. It was only a matter of time before the hell tanks ran out. It seems that we can't rely on the hell tanks to defeat these 2 monsters. After giving the matter some thought, Silverwing said, all tanks, group up and take up a defensive formation. Once your hell cannon's cooldown has ended, wait for my command to fire. We'll launch a concentrated assault on the evil dragons. The 6 hell tanks then circled, using their flame spears to prevent the evil dragon players from landing casual attacks. For a moment, the tank's decreasing durability slowed, however. As the seconds passed by, the vehicle's durability rapidly depleted under the dragon's frenzied assault. 386, 357, 324. I'm pretty surprised with Zero Wing. I didn't think it actually had such a trump card. It's no wonder why it dares to raid the Dark Witch's Tower with such a small team. Unfortunately, Zero Wing's luck will end here. I want to see how long those tanks can last against my evil dragons, Dust Edge said, chuckling as he watched the evil dragons suppress the hell tanks. Meanwhile, the Zero Wing members watching from a distance were extremely nervous. Although they wanted to help, they were powerless in this situation. The engineers who drove the hell tanks sweated with anxiety. 15 seconds had never felt like such a long time. Just as the hell cannon's cooldown was about to end, Silverwing leaped out of the hell tank, attracting the attention of everyone present. Guild leader? Zero Wing's members were stupefied as Silverwing suddenly emerged from his hell tank. The hell tanks were under heavy fire by the evil dragons, and the shockwave from the creature's attacks was more than enough to kill players. Yet Silverwing had left the relative safety of his hell tank, exposing himself to the evil dragon's attacks. Are they trying to surrender now that they know they can't win? Dust Edge joked when he saw someone exit one of the tanks. The Shadow Claw members were similarly surprised. They could not understand why someone would leave the safety of the tank and put themselves in death's path. The evil dragons could even instant-kill a Tier 2 player. As everyone chatted about this reckless player quietly, Veiled Spirit watched with a somber expression. Commander, has something happened? A female cleric asked curiously when she noticed the ugly expression on Veiled Spirit's face. Crap. That is Black Flame. Veiled Spirit shouted after getting a closer look at the figure. She hadn't been able to get a clear look at him since the evil dragon's storm blades had kicked up dirt and dust around the hell tanks. But after watching carefully with squinted eyes, she recognized the player. Veiled Spirit could never forget Black Flame's appearance. After all, he was the sole reason that Shadow Claw's ambush on Zero Wing had failed so miserably. When they heard their commander's comment, the other Shadow Claw members grew nervous in their minds. Black Flame's name was synonymous with monster. The man's most memorable feat was his ability to contend with a mythic monster by himself. Although he had only stood against the monster for a short moment, it was a display of strength that countless experts dreamed of commanding. Oh, he is Black Flame? Hearing Veiled Spirit's warning, Dust Edge squinted his eyes as he looked at Silverwing. Currently, Silverwing stood beside a hell tank. Yet the man was utterly unfazed by the evil dragon's frightening aura. It was as if the evil dragons didn't even exist to Silverwing. Sure enough, he really is extraordinary. Unfortunately, even if Zero Wing's guild leader is here, there is no changing the guild's fate here. You two, get rid of him. It's time to put an end to Black Flame's undefeated legend. Upon receiving Dust Edge's command, the two evil dragon players licked their lips in anticipation and fanaticism as they watched Silverwing. He was the most famous individual in the Empire. Almost no one throughout the Empire or Dark Soul didn't know the name Black Flame. When they had faced off against Black Flame during their previous battle with Zero Wing, their only thought had been of escape. However, this situation was different. They were now in possession of an evil dragon. They wielded strength that no player could hope to rival. Moreover, their superior life ratings elevated their senses to unprecedented levels. Both players had been some distance from the flowing water realm previously, but now not only had their combat powers reached that realm, but they were also nearly at the void realm. They were confident that they could easily defeat this legendary player. They were also extremely eager to fight Black Flame. Black Flame, hand over your life. The two evil dragon players flapped their wings and flew toward Silverwing, madness filling their eyes. Chapter 1876, Slaying Dragons in One Hit. Upon seeing the two evil dragon players flying toward Silverwing, the engineers controlling the hell tanks grew anxious. Protect the guild leader. Immediately, all 6 hell tanks fired their flame spears to hinder the movements of the two evil dragons. The 84 flame spears shot at the two evil dragons simultaneously. Normally, a Tier 2 player would have no choice but to wait for their death when faced with such an attack. However, dodging these attacks was no problem at all for the two Shadowclaw experts who possessed the physique of an evil dragon. Even if their huge bodies prevented them from evading all the flame spears, they could still rely on their claws to block the ones they couldn't dodge very quickly. The two evil dragon players weaved their way through the flame spears and arrived within 15 yards of Shifeng. They then simultaneously swung their massive paws at him, their silver claws tearing space apart as they sped toward Shifeng's head just as the two paws were about to hit Shifeng. The sacred sword in his hand suddenly flashed. In the next moment, a massive bolt of lightning cut the space before Shifeng in half, spatial tears appearing in its wake. This move was none other than Lightning Slash. The additional skill of killing Ray the moment their claws came into contact with the massive lightning bolt. The two evil dragon players felt as if a truck had just hit them. Their bodies went flying over a dozen yards before crashing heavily into the ground, cratering it impossible. Is he really a player? Dust Edge and the others gaped in shock when they saw this scene. They simply could not believe their eyes. Shifeng had actually sent two level 56, Tier 3 archaic species flying. The shock they felt from seeing this scene was akin to that from seeing an ant flipping over an elephant. The other dark players hiding within the Dark Witch's tower were also rendered speechless at this scene. They didn't even know what had just happened. After all, everything was too quick. All they saw were the two evil dragons flying toward Shifeng, then a bright, blue flash coming from Shifeng. Before they realized it, the two evil dragons were already tumbling backward. Is he a monster? The two evil dragon players wore looks of horror as they stared at Shifeng. A single slap from them had managed to kill a Tier 2 expert. However, when they tried to do the same thing to Shifeng, not only did they fail to kill him, but they also actually lost in a competition of strength. However, what the two players did not know was that Shifeng's strength already rivaled the great lords of the same level. Meanwhile, after continuously producing the forging components for the Hell tanks for the past few days, he was now a level 69, Tier 2 Sword Master, 13 levels higher than the two evil dragon players. Lightning Slash also provided him with a 330% increase to his strength attribute. Although he still couldn't reach the standard of a mythic monster of the same level, his strength was more than enough to deal with level 56, Tier 3 archaic species. No, that's not right. He must have used a skill that increases his strength. He shouldn't be able to use such a skill often. As long as we work together to attack him, he'll definitely fall. That's right. How could a player possibly possess that much strength? He must have used a powerful skill. The two evil dragon players discussed quietly as they looked at Shifeng. Then, they promptly split up and started circling to Shifeng's sides. A lot of powerful skills in God's domain provided a significant boost in attributes. Among these types of skills, berserk skills were the most common. However, there were also certain skills that exceeded one's imagination, such as taboo skills. Such skills were generally kept as a trump card and could not be used frequently. Since that was the case, all they needed to do was continue attacking Shifeng until he exhausted all of his skills. In any case, both of them had a maximum HP of 28 million. They were not afraid of fighting a battle of attrition against players at all. As for the attacks of the Hell tanks, they only needed to be wary of the Hell cannons. The flame spears posed no problems for them whatsoever. As the two evil dragon players closed in on Shifeng's sides and were about to launch another attack, Shifeng took out a magic scroll from his bag and activated it. Immediately, a golden-haired woman dressed in luxurious purple robes appeared before him. This woman was none other than Anna, Shifeng's personal guard. At this point, she was already a level 85 Yin Yang saint. As soon as Anna appeared, she lightly tapped the butt of her staff on the ground. Suddenly, a Yin Yang barrier spread out with her as the center boom. The moment the two evil dragons collided with the Yin Yang barrier, they felt a power rivaling Shifeng's lightning slash smash into their bodies. The two evil dragons went flying once again. Everyone, fire at will, Shifeng commanded when he saw the evil dragons tumbling backward after snapping out of their daze. The engineers simultaneously activated their respective Hell tanks, Hell cannon, and flame spears. 6 crimson light balls and 84 flame spears flew at the fallen evil dragons right there, and then boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions shook the battlefield. The HPs of the two evil dragons plummeted, falling below the 25% threshold, feeling death approaching. The two evil dragon players automatically flapped their wings in an attempt to escape. Shifeng's and Anna's attacks might not pose a massive threat to them, but the attacks of the 6 Hell tanks were simply too fierce. If the Hell tanks landed another barrage on them, Their lives would definitely be forfeit. You wish to run? Do you think you can so easily? Shifeng chuckled when he saw the two evil dragons trying to fly away right then. Anna finished chanting an incantation and now pointed her staff at the sky. In the next moment, pitch-black magic arrays appeared around the two evil dragons and shot out pitch-black spears. In the blink of an eye, the pitch-black spears stabbed into the bodies of the evil dragons, sealing their movements and sapping their strength. This move was none other than the new overtier spell Anna had learned. Dark Lock. Due to Dark Lock, the two evil dragons were unable to move whatsoever. Their attributes had also decreased by 30%, which further reduced their already low HPs. On the verge of ordering the Hell tanks to fire the killing blow on these two evil dragons, Shifeng suddenly felt a pulse coming from his bag. What's going on? Just as Shifeng was about to inspect his bag to check which item was producing the humming noise he was hearing right now, a broken sword suddenly flew out of his bag. This broken sword was none other than the evil god's inheritance, the weapon that Shifeng dreaded using. System. Faint traces of the evil god's power detected. Do you wish to use the evil god's inheritance to absorb this power? Does this sword want me to use it to kill these evil dragons? As Shifeng looked at the broken sword, he could tell that the evil god's inheritance was riveted by the dying evil dragons. He then clicked to use the weapon in order to see what would happen if he killed the evil dragons with the evil god's inheritance. After Shifeng made his selection, the abyssal blade suddenly vanished from his hand, and taking its place was the evil god's inheritance. At this moment, despite Shifeng not having sacrificed any of his attributes, he was actually able to utilize the full power of the evil god's inheritance, the weapon causing his basic attributes to skyrocket. Although the entire process seemed to take a lot of time, in reality, only 3 seconds had passed since the evil god's inheritance started humming until now. Tightening his grip on the evil god's inheritance, Shifeng activated Instant Strike and appeared above the heads of the two evil dragons. He then sent a slash at them. Godslayer. Suddenly, 5 pitch-black sword lights devoured the two evil dragon players seen from afar. It looked as if a gigantic, pitch-black mouth had swallowed the two evil dragons whole. As the pitch-black sword lights faded away, the two evil dragon players' HPs instantly fell to 0. Their bodies petrified into 2 stone sculptures, which then disintegrated into dust particles that scattered on the wind. A short while later, all traces of the two evil dragons had thoroughly disappeared from the battlefield. Chapter 1877. Second Evil God's Mark. As the 5 pitch-black sword lights disappeared, the two evil dragons disintegrated into dust and scattered with the wind. The players spectating from the distant watchtower only reacted after the two evil dragons had vanished. He died. Is Black Flame really a player? Everyone had gasped when they saw Shifeng's sudden attack, though they understood that the two evil dragons had very little HP left. Each had held on to over 1,000,000 HP. Yet Shifeng had slain both with a single attack. The man's damage was horrific. When the dark players in hiding saw this, they abandoned any thought of killing Shifeng. They now considered the idea laughable and ignorant. It was no exaggeration to say that no player at this stage of the game could survive Shifeng's last attack. Unless they used an invulnerability skill, they would die in an instant if they tried to take on the swordsman. Furthermore, Shifeng had summoned a level 85 personal guard to his side. Anna had only moved her staff slightly, yet she had repelled both evil dragons. With such a personal guard, getting close to Shifeng would be utterly impossible. As for the person responsible for the evil dragon's deaths, he finally snapped out of his daze. What a powerful weapon! Not only was the Godslayer skill was much stronger than before, but the weapon had also granted a much higher boost to his physique. He could feel his strength rival that of a Tier 3 player. Gaining a Tier 3 physique was a qualitative transformation for any player. Once players' physiques reached Tier 2, their 5 senses would sharpen, but when they wielded a Tier 3 physique, their natural response time would also improve. Originally, only talented players possessed the ability. Although ordinary people could improve their neural response time by training, there was a limit. In addition, the training process would be intensely arduous, and very few people would be able to endure the hardships that awaited them. However, when players' physique reached Tier 3 in God's domain, their neural response time would improve. Although the improvement was a measly 10% or so, when applied in a high-speed battle between Tier 3 existences, the effects would be significant. For example, if a player with a Tier 2 physique could execute 10 attacks in a fixed time, then a player with a Tier 3 physique and the same basic attributes could execute 11 attacks. This additional attack would allow the player with the Tier 3 physique the chance of landing an attack on their opponent. By relying on the advantage of one extra attack, the player with the Tier 3 physique could eventually achieve victory. This was also why reaching Tier 3 was so difficult in God's domain. In the past, Tier 3 had been a threshold to determine whether a player was a true expert or not. Meanwhile, despite the evil god's inheritance being a shadow of its former self, equipping it had nearly boosted Shifeng's physique to the Tier 3 standard. One could easily imagine how powerful the evil god's inheritance was. It definitely wasn't something an ordinary legendary weapon could compare to. After killing the two evil dragons, the sound of a system notification reached Shifeng's ear system. Evil god's inheritance has accumulated sufficient life force and recovered the second evil god's mark. Activating the second evil god's mark's ability as the system notification ended, the evil god's inheritance began to transform. The blurry divine runes that covered the broken sword became much clearer. The ambient mana also avoided the broken sword due to these divine runes. Naturally, the broken sword's attributes had changed significantly. Evil god's inheritance, one-handed sword, a treasured sword that the evil god had once used. However, the sword had been destroyed in a battle, shattered into 3 pieces. Although the evil god's treasured sword had been destroyed, the evil god's power within remains intact. As long as one gathers all 3 fragments, it is possible to restore the sword to its past glory. This piece is the sword's broken hilt. By permanently sacrificing 8 points of all attributes, the user may temporarily use the sword's power. Although this sword has been severely damaged, it can still exert 1/10 of its original power. First evil god's mark. Power absorption can increase strength by a maximum of 120%, stamina by 30%, and all resistances by 120%. Second evil god's mark, Soul Devourer, can cause tremendous damage to the target's soul when this fragment is within 3,000 yards of other fragments. The fragments will resonate drops upon death. Cannot be traded. Soul Devourer? How tyrannical. Shifeng looked down at the evil god's inheritance in his hand with slight astonishment. In God's domain, items that could attack a person's soul were exceedingly rare. After all, the soul was a creature's foundation. Even if a player's soul only received a small amount of damage, it could double the player's death penalty. Depending on the severity of the damage, the affected player might even be prevented from logging into God's domain for several days. If a player's soul were thoroughly destroyed, they'd be forced to start over. This was why any item that could target a soul was incredibly precious. Superpowers treated these items as ultimate trump cards to deal with peak experts, and Soul Devourer was such a frightening ability. Of course, this ability wasn't without a price. To use the evil god's inheritance, Shifeng still needed to sacrifice 8 points from every basic attribute. Although 8 points weren't cheap, if Shifeng could deal a devastating blow on his enemies, the price would be worth it to him. Following which, Shifeng stored the evil god's inheritance and returned his gaze to the Dark Witch's tower. He then commanded, "The evil dragons are dead. There is no longer anything in our path. All hell tanks, fire at the Dark Witch's tower. Destroy the teleportation device and the town's core magic array." As Shifeng gave the command, the 6 hell tanks advanced as one on the Dark Witch's tower, firing their weapons at the town's defensive magic array. Although the barrier could protect the town from intermediate Tier 3 attacks, the hell tanks dealt bonus damage to magic arrays and constructions. In addition, the hell cannon's attacks were at the peak of Tier 3. Under the bombardment, the defensive magic array's energy reserves visibly drained. "Commander, are we going to continue this fight?" Shadowclaw's members asked Veiled Spirit when they realized that the barrier was near to crumbling. Originally, they had been very confident of defeating Zero Wing. They were also eager to pay back the humiliation they had previously suffered. However, after witnessing the hell tanks and Shifeng's power, they shed the idea that they could annihilate this team from Zero Wing retreat. Veiled Spirit growled in frustration, a hint of reluctance flashing in her eyes as she watched Shifeng's figure in the distance. There was no point in staying here any longer. They would only get themselves killed if they did. After all, they had no other means of dealing with the hell tanks. Although several hundred NPCs still guarded the Dark Witch's tower, the tank's defense was simply too high. Even the evil dragons, Great Lord-ranked archaic species, were incapable of damaging the vehicles. How could Tier 2 and Tier 3 NPCs fare any better? By the time Tier 3 NPCs destroyed the Hell tanks, the latter would have long since destroyed the Dark Witch's Tower's teleportation device and core magic array. When they heard Veiled Spirit's decision, Shadowclaw's members breathed a sigh of relief. They immediately retrieved return scrolls from their bags in an attempt to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. If they tarried, they might get caught in the crossfire and lose their lives. Zero Wing. You may enjoy this victory, but the next time we meet, you'll be doomed, Dust Edge said, sneering as he tightened his grip on the two shattered, gray crystal balls in his hands. He had lost this time, but the legacy he had acquired was still incomplete. He still lacked a lot of resources. Hence, the evil dragon crystals he had created were not of sufficient quality. However, now that the evil god's temple had partnered with Blackwater and Dark Soul, he was confident that he could create even stronger evil dragons in the future. At that time, his evil dragons would fall as easily as they had today. Dust Edge then took out his own return scroll and teleported away from the Dark Witch's Tower. When the remaining Dark players realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worst, they promptly fled the town. This allowed the Hell tanks to enter the town unhindered after they destroyed the defensive magic array. Meanwhile, only the town's Tier 3 NPCs posed any threat to the Hell tanks. However, with how few Tier 3 NPCs the town had, the Hell tanks endured the attacks as they destroyed the town's teleportation device and core magic array, which, in turn, destroyed the Dark Witch's Tower. Once the Dark Witch's Tower's core magic array had been obliterated, every player in the Empire received a system notification or Empire Region System announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for destroying the Dark Witch's Tower, rewarding 20,000 guild popularity and one basic teleportation device. The system announcement repeated 3 times, its content echoing in the minds of every player in the Empire. Chapter 1878, Dark Witch's Tower destroyed. Empire, Ancient Rock City. A large number of evil beasts and evil demons was currently battering Zero Wing's defensive magic array. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members were doing their best to wipe out the monsters attacking them. The 200 miniature ballistas were practically firing non-stop. All kinds of explosions constantly echoed throughout the battlefield outside Ancient Rock City. As for the 5 mythic evil beasts, they were fighting a heated battle with the 3 heavily injured divine magic dragons. The battle between these 8 monstrosities had destroyed the terrain around them. No other monsters or players could get within 300 yards of these 8 mythic monsters. Meanwhile, the players spectating from a distance felt their blood boil as they watched the spectacular battle before them. Amazing! This war is simply amazing. Ancient Rock City really does have a lot of evil beasts and evil demons. With the battle having lasted this long, more than 50,000 monsters must have died already. Yet the number of monsters on the battlefield doesn't seem to have decreased in the slightest. It really makes you wonder what gave Zero Wing the courage to attack Ancient Rock City. Hey, Zero Wing is plenty amazing already. Can't you see how many monsters are attacking Zero Wing's army right now? If it were any other large guild in Zero Wing's place, they would have long since drowned in that sea of evil beasts and evil demons already. However, even until now, Zero Wing has yet to suffer a single casualty. Although Zero Wing hasn't suffered any casualties yet, the energy of its magic barrier should be close to depletion already. Once the barrier's energy runs out, Zero Wing's army will be doomed. After all, those evil beasts and evil demons are all level 60 and above, with plenty of level 70+ great lords among them. Zero Wing's 100,000 players simply aren't enough to defeat all those monsters. Right now, the only thing I'm wondering is which will zero out first, Zero Wing's magic barrier or Ancient Rock City's monsters. Many of the spectating players had not expected the battle to escalate to such a point. The evil demons and evil beasts under Beast Emperor's command weren't existences that current players could go up against. However, by relying on its movement-type defensive magic array and miniature ballistas, Zero Wing had actually managed to fight Beast Emperor's forces to a standstill, and even shattered Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array. These were feats that were beyond most superpowers. The dark players that were originally planning on ambushing Zero Wing's army, in particular, were now standing at the sides and quietly observing the battle, not daring to set foot onto the battlefield. After all, the fusillade of 200 miniature ballistas was simply too powerful. Each volley of arrows could easily kill several hundred evil beasts and evil demons, let alone players. However, While the independent players were surprised by Zero Wing's performance and had their opinions toward the guild changed drastically, the spectating upper echelons of the various superpowers remained very calm. In fact, some even reveled in Zero Wing's current predicament. Zero Wing sure is tenacious. Unfortunately, the outcome of this battle has already been decided. No matter how Zero Wing struggles, nothing will change. That movement-type defensive magic array costs a lot of magic crystals to sustain. However, there are millions of evil demons and evil beasts inside ancient Rock City. At the end of the day, Zero Wing is simply too immature to try and use Beast Emperor as a stepping stone to rise to power in the Ur Empire. With this, Zero Wing should also understand its limitations. If it still insists on monopolizing the profits of the Secret Stone Fortress, then we'll have no choice but to have Zero Wing disappear from the Ur Empire. However, Zero Wing has really given us a great surprise this time. I never thought that it could force Beast Emperor to use one of his trump cards. When we try to capture ancient Rock City in the future, we'll have to think of a countermeasure for that attack. First, the spectating upper echelons of the various superpowers sneered as they watched Zero Wing's members. Ordinary players might not know much about Zero Wing, but they did. They had done a thorough investigation of Zero Wing already. They even knew how many magic crystals it cost to use the movement-type defensive magic array each time. Hence, they were well aware that Zero Wing would not last very long against Beast Emperor, although Zero Wing's performance had indeed surpassed their expectations. That still wasn't enough to convince them of Zero Wing's strength. While this level of strength was above average for a first-rate guild, to superpowers like them, be it the army of 100,000 elite and expert players or the 200 miniature ballistas, destroying these things would not be a problem if they really got serious. It was just that they did not wish to pay the enormous price for doing so, unless absolutely necessary. However, the situation right now was also slightly different. If it were simply removing Zero Wing from the Ur Empire, it was definitely doable. After all, there wasn't just one superpower putting pressure on Zero Wing, but multiple instead. After this battle, if Zero Wing still insisted on monopolizing the Secret Stone Fortress, then it would surely end up getting annihilated by the combined forces of the superpowers. At that time, each superpower would only have to pay a small price to get the deed done. In such a case, they definitely wouldn't hesitate to do so. Big Sis Rain, this is bad. Although Zero Wing is trying to prove itself qualified to monopolize the Secret Stone Fortress, according to the reports we've received thus far, several superpowers operating in the Ur Empire have already come to a secret agreement. As long as Zero Wing refuses to become a subordinate guild of one of them, they will remove Zero Wing from the Ur Empire. At that time, even if we try to intervene, the Great Pavilion Master will most likely stop us in fear of the alliance formed by those superpowers. Blue Phoenix, who was observing the battle at Ancient Rock City in person, reported to Phoenix Rain. According to Phoenix Rain's original plan, if Zero Wing really wasn't a match for Beast Emperor, then they would use the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's identity to back up Zero Wing. If they did that, the various superpowers might decide not to take action against Zero Wing. After all, individually, these superpowers couldn't take down the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion easily. Not to mention, if the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion gained access to the Secret Stone Fortress via Zero Wing, the superpowers would have an even more difficult time dealing with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Zero Wing. However, it was a different story if these several superpowers cooperated. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would not dare to go up against multiple superpowers simultaneously. Just what is Black Flame trying to do? Phoenix Rain could not help but frown upon hearing Blue Phoenix's words. Meanwhile, inside Ancient Rock City, Beast Emperor likewise received news about the alliance of superpowers. Good. Very good. Beast Emperor's brows arched up in joy when he read the message he just received. Zero Wing, this is your retribution for trying to use me as a stepping stone. I want to see just how you plan on surviving in your empire now. Although he wished to destroy Zero Wing personally, not having to expend a single troop to destroy Zero Wing was also a good thing for him. Just as Beast Emperor was about to have his subordinates send the two mythic evil demons into battle as well. To put a quick end to the battle, the sound of a system announcement suddenly entered his ears. Or Empire Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for destroying the Dark Witch's Tower, rewarding 20,000 guild popularity and one basic teleportation device. The emotionless voice of the system caused Beast Emperor to fall into a daze. How is this possible? How could the Dark Witch's Tower possibly fall to Zero Wing? Beast Emperor instinctively refused to believe the system announcement. Although the Dark Witch's Tower wasn't an impenetrable fortress, It had several hundred NPC soldiers protecting it, including level 100, Tier 3 NPCs. The town was also well equipped with defensive structures. Most importantly, several thousand dark players resided there. Let alone a 1,000-man team, even an army of 50,000 players wouldn't be able to take down the Dark Witch's tower. Moreover, he had even dispatched Dust Edge to defend the town. With the evil dragons that Dust Edge created using expert players, he could easily repel even a 1,000-man team of Tier 2 players. Meanwhile, Zero Wing didn't even have that many Tier 2 experts at this moment. Beast Emperor wasn't the only person surprised by this outcome. Every player in the vicinity of Ancient Rock City was stunned by this announcement. I sent Zero Wing attacking Ancient Rock City? How did the Dark Witch's tower become the one captured instead? Did the system make a mistake? Isn't the Dark Witch's tower a gathering point for dark players? I recall that there should be several hundred dark NPCs guarding it. How could it possibly be destroyed? What did Zero Wing do to the Dark Witch's tower? The upper echelons of the various superpowers were filled with confusion when they received the system announcement. However, after snapping out of their daze, they promptly had their subordinates investigate into the matter. The Dark Witch's tower might not be as sturdy as Ancient Rock City, but it was still a location that the superpowers were helpless against. Hence, they found it incredible that Zero Wing had managed to destroy the Dark Witch's tower. After all, Zero Wing's main army was clearly attacking Ancient Rock City right now. How could Zero Wing have any extra forces to spare to attack the Dark Witch's tower? Moreover, Zero Wing had even destroyed it. Chapter 1879 Qualifications to establish a foothold. The sudden news of the Dark Witch's tower's destruction stupefied the dark players at Ancient Rock City. The Dark Witch's tower is gone? What's going on? Pathless frowned when he received the system announcement. Shouldn't Shadowclaw be over there? The Dark Witch's tower was an important stronghold for dark players like him. It was also the only teleportation point in the Empire's southeastern region, serving as an important foundation for dark players to take control of this region. Losing the Dark Witch's tower meant that dark players would have much more difficulty operating in the Empire's southeastern region in the future. After all, with how large the Empire was, traveling around the Empire without teleportation points was very inconvenient. Hence, Dark Soul and the other dark powers normally stationed some experts to guard the Dark Witch's tower. After hearing that Zero Wing had sent a 1,000-man team toward the town, Pathless had even made a point to instruct Veiled Spirit to bring some of Shadowclaw's experts over. Despite that, he was actually being told that the Dark Witch's tower was no more at this moment. Pathless felt as if the system was playing a joke on him. Veiled Spirit had brought 300 experts with her to the Dark Witch's tower. Even if she didn't receive any help from the other dark players there, with the town's defensive structures and NPCs, she could easily fend off a team of 1,000 players. Pathless immediately contacted Veiled Spirit to find out what exactly had happened at the Dark Witch's tower. With the loss of the Dark Witch's tower, Dark Soul would have a much more difficult time dealing with Zero Wing's Silverwing town. This unexpected development might even severely affect the Alliance's plans. The various superpowers also launched their own investigations into this matter, some even offering to purchase the relevant information at high prices. They were very curious to find out just how Zero Wing had destroyed the gathering point that they had been helpless to do anything against all this time. The lucrative offers very quickly attracted the attention of the dark players that had fled the Dark Witch's tower. They promptly sold the battle videos they recorded to the superpowers after watching the battle at the Dark Witch's tower. The superpowers were thoroughly rendered speechless, although the battle at the Dark Witch's tower was not as stirring as the one at Ancient Rock City. It displayed Zero Wing's frightening combat power and potential 6 hell tanks, had actually managed to slaughter 2,000 dark players without taking any damage. The destructive power the hell tanks possessed could practically rival that of the magic tower. Meanwhile, the battle against the evil dragons afterward was even more jaw-dropping. Despite being Tier 3 archaic species, the 2 evil dragons had actually failed to inflict any noticeable damage on the hell tanks even for the various superpowers. This was the first time they had heard of or seen such a frightening war weapon. The Hell Tank boasted both heaven-defying destructive power and defensive capabilities, which would make it an absolute nightmare on a battlefield. Of course, dealing with the Hell Tanks wasn't exactly impossible. Only, the cost would be exorbitant. For example, Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scrolls. Attacks at the Tier 4 standard would definitely be effective against the Hell Tanks. However, the question was, how effective would they be? How many of such magic scrolls would be needed to destroy a hell tank? Even superpowers like themselves had great difficulty getting their hands on Tier 4 magic scrolls, not to mention Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scrolls. These things were treated as their guild's foundations. They were tools that should not be used casually. Moreover, the most frightening aspect about the hell tank was that, aside from being useful in siege battles, it would also be effective in guerrilla warfare. 6 hell tanks could effortlessly slaughter over 2,000 expert players. In the future, when Zero Wing came across ambushes involving hundreds or thousands of players, it could deploy just one hell tank to fend off these ambushes. With this, trying to whittle down Zero Wing's strength by ambushing its members would become much more difficult. As for conducting ambushes on the scale of parties or small teams, such attacks would simply be a waste of time and resources, as they would not cause Zero Wing any substantial damage. So, this is the trump card Black Flame has kept hidden? Truly amazing. Blue Phoenix was filled with envy after she finished watching the video of the battle at the Dark Witch's Tower. The 6 hell tanks were akin to 6 mobile magic towers. It was no wonder Zero Wing did not need any direct assistance from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. One could say that, with these hell tanks, Zero Wing had the qualifications to establish a foothold in the Ur Empire. Although the various superpowers operating in the Ur Empire had banded together, there was still a limit to the number of forces each superpower was willing to dispatch. They would not send their main armies to fight Zero Wing in a frontal confrontation. After all, Silverwing Town's defenses were no laughing matter. Even if they could capture the town, the price of doing so was not one that the various superpowers were willing to pay. At best, they would dispatch some members to conduct guerrilla warfare against Zero Wing or economic wars. The appearance of the hell tanks threw a wrench into the various superpowers' plan of dealing with Zero Wing using guerrilla warfare. As for economic warfare, that was even more impossible. Zero Wing possessed Silverwing Town, Stone Forest Town, and Zero Wing City. So long as the safety of these 3 money-printing machines remained unthreatened, Zero Wing would not lack for income. Now that the various superpowers no longer had any means of dealing with Zero Wing without paying a huge cost, they would naturally give up on targeting Zero Wing altogether. After all, the superpowers were not actually friendly with each other. Every one of them had their own agenda. Unless they bore some deep-seated hatred for Zero Wing, or one of these superpowers lost their mind, none of them would persecute Zero Wing at all costs. Damn it. How did Zero Wing get these tanks? Nine Dragons Emperor frowned as he read the report in his hands. Immediately have someone look into this. Find out how Zero Wing managed to obtain these tanks regardless of the cost. He felt true jealousy toward Zero Wing at this point. When he looked at the hell tanks, it was as if the doors to a whole new world opened up to him. While expert players were important, tanks could also play a huge role in future struggles in God's domain. Understood. Martial Dragon nodded before turning around to leave. In reality, Nine Dragons Emperor wasn't alone in having such thoughts. Every major power that had watched the battle at the Dark Witch's Tower basically had the same thought as well. The appearance of the Hell Tank signaled the end of the era of numerical strength. The upper echelons of every major power had immediately ordered their subordinates to conduct a thorough investigation into the Hell Tank. Meanwhile, over at Ancient Rock City, Zero Wing's members grew ecstatic after seeing the system announcement. They never thought that their guild had actually managed to destroy a dark gathering point without anybody finding out about it prior to succeeding. The Dark Witch's Tower was a dark gathering point that even the various superpowers were helpless against. Moreover, now that the Dark Witch's Tower was no more, they would have a much easier time operating in the vicinity of Silverwing Town. The guild leader did it. Aqua Rose could not help but smile when she saw the system notifications. Since that is the case, start retreating. With the destruction of the Dark Witch's Tower, Blackwater and Beast Emperor had lost a crucial tool against Zero Wing. Without the threat of the Dark players, Silverwing Town's development would recover to its peak. After including the benefits offered by the Secret Stone Fortress, Zero Wing would definitely be able to compete against Blackwater in the Ur Empire. After Aqua Rose gave the command to retreat, Zero Wing's members started slowly withdrawing from the battlefield. Boss, Zero Wing seems to be retreating. Should we give chase? Wind Hunter asked in a quiet tone. Chapter 1880 Descend. Hearing Wind Hunter's question, Beast Emperor could not help but turn towards the Blackwater members and Dark players watching the battle outside of the city. When Zero Wing had begun its retreat, a hunger to take action swept through the two groups of players. Although the movement-type defensive magic array protected Zero Wing's army, It could only withstand up to Tier 3 attacks. Tier 4 attacks would exceed the magic array's tolerance and shatter the array, although the 3 divine magic dragons had the 5 mythic evil beasts tied up right now. He still had 2 mythic evil demons on reserve following which, Beast Emperor gazed at the many destroyed buildings behind him with a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He felt his heart ache as he looked at the destroyed buildings. Although the buildings had only been basic constructions, they were still important for nurturing evil beasts and evil demons. It would cost him a lot of evil gods' temple contribution points to repair them all. Meanwhile, Zero Wing, the cause of this destruction, wanted to get away from the battle without suffering a single casualty. Zero Wing. First, you used me as a diversion to attack the Dark Witch's tower, and now you want to disengage safely. Do you think you own this place? Beast Emperor sneered at Aqua Rose and the others' retreating figures. Mobilize all mythic and Grand Lord ranked evil demons. Send in Elder Whales. I want to teach Black Flame how foolish his decision was to send an army up against Ancient Rock City. If he allowed Zero Wing City to leave Ancient Rock City unscathed after this incident, both he and the Evil God's Temple would become a laughingstock throughout the Ur Empire. He could not allow that to happen. Not only did he intend to display the might of the Evil God's Temple before Zero Wing, but before every major power watching this battle as well. Are we really going to mobilize Elder Whales? Wind Hunter gasped when he heard Beast Emperor's command. He hadn't thought that Beast Emperor would involve Der Whales. The Branch Temple's Tier 4 NPC in Ancient Rock City. Elder Whales was the strongest trump card Ancient Rock City had at the moment. They had also gone through great lengths to secure a single opportunity to request the NPC's assistance. Initially, they had planned to save the opportunity for their assault on Silverwing Town. He had never expected Beast Emperor to use it here, of course. I want a Black Flame to learn how foolish it was to send a measly army of 100,000 players to attack my city. If we destroy Zero Wing's army here, the guild's hold over the secret stone fortress will crumble, Beast Emperor said. A hint of madness in his eyes, although mobilizing Elder Whales now would ruin his original plans. Destroying 100,000 of Zero Wing's elite and expert players would land a heavy blow to the enemy guild. This defeat might even be enough to encourage the various superpowers to strike against Zero Wing. Understood. Wind Hunter said, clearly eager. He couldn't wait to see the enemy's expressions when they were dragged to the pits of hell only moments after celebrating a victory. Meanwhile, Blackwater's members quietly observed the battle outside of Ancient Rock City from a safe distance. Commander Scar, Zero Wing has begun its retreat. When are we going to make our move? Finally, this is our Heavenly Eagle Legion's chance to show the Vice Guild leader our worth. I don't think there's a need to wait until both sides are severely injured. We can simply charge in and slaughter Zero Wing's members. Isn't it just a defensive magic array? That Beast Emperor really is useless. He still hasn't destroyed it. The 20+ players behind Snowscar, a Tier 2 Berserker, were growing impatient after such a long wait. If Phoenix Rain were present, she would have been astonished to see these players. Not only were they all level 56+ Tier 2 players, but they were also famous experts in the Iron Empire. Originally, they had either been known independent players or top-ranked experts from first-rate guilds. Some were even dark players overall. Everyone in the Iron Empire was familiar with these players. They all wielded a level of power that even first-rate guilds were helpless against. Some of them even had special means that could cause the various superpowers headaches. Yet, these 20+ players had gathered here. Moreover, they had joined Blackwater. Why wouldn't this be shocking? Let's wait for a bit. Ancient Rock City should make its move soon. If the situation hasn't changed in the next few minutes, it won't be too late for us to attack, Snowscar said, smiling at the restless group of players around him honestly. Even he felt somewhat powerless against this group. These people usually acted like lawless criminals in the Iron Empire, since so few players weren't capable of challenging them. A few of these players even had the strength to rival him. If they decided to rampage, he wasn't confident that he could stop them. Only Xuanwu Qixia was capable of truly controlling these madmen, however. She was also the reason that this bunch had joined the Heavenly Eagle Legion after hearing Snowscar's decision. The other Heavenly Eagle Legion members fell silent, returning their attention to Zero Wing's army. As Zero Wing's army organized its retreat from the battlefield, Over a dozen figures flew out of ancient rock city upon seeing these figures. The watching crowd, all of whom had assumed that the battle had reached its end, were stupefied. What's going on? Why is a Tier 4 NPC here? There's not just the Tier 4 NPC. 2 mythic evil demons have joined the battle as well. I knew Beast Emperor wouldn't let Zero Wing escape. This is going to be interesting. Beast Emperor is too ruthless. Zero Wing will suffer a massive loss this time. Beast Emperor still had so much power hidden. The spectating crowd was stunned as they watched the dozen or so figures rapidly approach Zero Wing's force. Even the spectating superpowers were astonished. Although there were only a dozen or so new arrivals, the group had enough combat power to capture a guild town. After a moment of silence, Wales, a level 80 Tier 4 NPC, appeared above Zero Wing's army. He then pointed his staff at the sky above him. Offenders of the evil god, the punishment for your crimes is death. Suddenly, countless small magic arrays appeared in the sky before silvery gray arrows descended like a storm. Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell, Death's Twilight. As the silver arrows rained down, the defensive magic array's energy reserves rapidly depleted. After a short moment, the defensive magic array's energy reserves were empty. Aqua Rose hadn't even had time to replenish the reserves before the magic array shattered. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 2 level 80 mythic evil demons and the dozen or so Grand Lord ranked evil demons flew towards Zero Wing's army. Beast Emperor is quite ruthless. We merely destroyed ancient Rock City's defensive magic array. Does he really need to send a Tier 4 NPC after us? Blackie felt an intense pressure weigh down on him as he looked up at Wales. The man's aura was even stronger than that of a Tier 4 monster, and despite standing so far away from the NPC, Blackie felt stifled. Sure enough, guild leader's guess had been correct. Beast Emperor won't let us get away so easily. Aqua Rose looked at Wales with a bitter smile. She had to admit that Beast Emperor was a formidable foe. There was a reason that the various superpowers had been powerless against ancient Rock City. Aside from the large number of evil beasts and evil demons under his command, Beast Emperor also had so many powerful trump cards. Elder Wales, please punish these offenders and transform them into nutrients for our evil demon army, Wind Hunter said, laughing as he pointed at Zero Wing's army. 100,000 elite and expert players. The corpses of these players would elevate the evil god's temple's evil demon army to a whole new level. They'd be able to create far more mythic evil demons in the future. As soon as Wind Hunter finished speaking, Wales began to chant an incantation. Meanwhile, the mythic and Grand Lord ranked evil demons charged for the movement-type defensive magic array in an attempt to destroy the barrier around Zero Wing's army, preventing it from erecting another. It seems that there's no other way. Since he won't let us leave, we'll drag him to hell with us. Aqua Rose sighed. She then pulled an ancient magic scroll and a beautiful crystal from her bag. This magic scroll was none other than the Tier 4 continuous use magic scroll, Vulcan's Sigh. As for the beautiful crystal, it was an elemental source. Melancholic Smile had acquired with great difficulty after scouring through the various kingdoms and empire. Source of blazing fire. Vulcan's Kin, Descend. Chapter 1881, Disaster Incarnate. When Aqua Rose activated Vulcan's Sigh, which was powered by the source of blazing fire, darkness suddenly flooded the sky above the battlefield, following which a gigantic spatial tear opened up in the sky. Meanwhile, at this moment, the players and the monsters on the battlefield had frozen in their tracks, gazing at the black hole in the sky in fear. What did she do? Wind Hunter, who currently stood on ancient Rock City's city wall, shuddered in fear when he saw the hill-sized eyeball inside the black hole. Right now, he could clearly feel death looming over him, let alone Wind Hunter. Even the Tier 4 NPC Wales turned pale when he sensed the dreadful aura coming from the gigantic eyeball. He couldn't even move his body right now. As the aura intensified, the black hole spat out flaming meteors in the blink of an eye. The flaming meteors illuminated the sky brightly before anyone could react. The flaming meteors descended on the evil beast and evil demon army, the impact causing countless explosions and screams of agony to resound in the battlefield. At this moment, it was as if Armageddon had arrived as the entire battlefield shook among the evil beasts and evil demons caught within the range of the flaming meteors. Those at the Lord rank and below were killed instantly. Meanwhile, the meteor shower covered a 700-yard radius at the very minimum. By the time the meteor shower ended, the terrain of the battlefield had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Aside from the monsters at the Great Lord rank and above, everything else caught within the AoE of Vulcan Psi was now ashes. Even the two mythic evil demons, which were unfortunate enough to be in the attack's AoE, had fallen into a heavily injured state, their combat power plummeting in just one attack. More than 5,000 evil beasts and evil demons were killed. The destructive power of Vulcan Psi stupefied everyone on the battlefield. The dark players that were originally planning on charging into battle all gulped audibly, their backs growing cold as they watched this scene play out before them. That was close. Fortunately, we didn't charge into battle too quickly. I never thought that Zero Wing would actually have such a trump card hidden as well. Had we charged into battle, we probably would have died to this large-scale destruction spell. However, Zero Wing is already at the end of its tether. The number of evil beasts and evil demons killed is nothing to Beast Emperor. How does Zero Wing plan on repelling Beast Emperor's remaining forces? I refuse to believe that Zero Wing still has another magic scroll like that. I guess you're right. Once Zero Wing's members get scattered by the evil beasts, it'll be our turn to make a move. Zero Wing's members are all walking sacks of money. We'll be able to make a fortune if we manage to kill a few of them. Although everyone was shocked by the might of Vulcan Psi, none of them was an ordinary player. They understood that such a powerful large-scale destruction spell could be used only once. This was merely Zero Wing's last gasp before it got annihilated. It wouldn't stop Beast Emperor's forces from giving chase. At this moment, Snow Scar, who was watching the battle from a short distance away, unsheathed the two sabers he carried in his bag and commanded, "Prepare to move out." This was the moment he had been waiting for. When cornered, even a rat would bite back at the cat, not to mention a guild like Zero Wing. Meanwhile, now that Zero Wing's last-ditch defense was over, it was the perfect opportunity for them to take action. At Snow Scar's words, the eyes of Blackwater's members glowed with excitement and anticipation. The experts of the Heavenly Eagle Legion, in particular, had long since been dying to make a move. If not for Snow Scar holding them back, they would have charged at Zero Wing's army already. However, just as the Blackwater members and Dark players were preparing to rush down on Zero Wing's members, a deafening roar suddenly came from the fiery plains created by the meteor shower. Following the first roar, more roars shook the battlefield one after another. Then, the meteors that landed on the battlefield started transforming. The flames surrounding the meteors grew considerably. As for the meteors themselves, they took on a humanoid form. In the blink of an eye, over 500 flaming giants appeared on the battlefield. Even the weakest among these flame giants was a level 75 Great Lord that was 10 meters tall. Meanwhile, the majority of the flame giants on the battlefield were 20-meter-tall Grand Lords. There were also 4 60-meter-tall mythic flame giants. These 4 mythic flame giants looked like 4 flaming mountains as they stood on the battlefield. Everywhere these mythic flame giants passed became a sea of flames. Lava also flowed down from their bodies continuously, turning the area within 100 yards of the mythic flame giants into a lava field. Any evil beasts and evil demons caught within this lava field got burned and lost chunks of HP over time after taking shape. These flame giants slaughtered the evil beasts and evil demons before them and charged straight towards ancient Rock City. The level 83 mythic flame giants, in particular, were simply unstoppable, sending even the mythic evil beasts flying with a single slap. Meanwhile, the Lord-ranked evil beasts caught within the lava fields formed by the mythic flame giants lost HP at a rate visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, several hundred evil beasts and evil demons had been killed. The battlefield had been turned into a sea of flames as well. It was no exaggeration to say that this legion of flame giants was disaster incarnate. Damn it. Stop them. Quick. We must not let them enter the city. Beast Emperor shouted, his complexion turning deathly pale when he saw the flame giants charging toward ancient Rock City. The flame giants' bodies were massive. If they entered ancient Rock City, the destruction they would cause would be unimaginable. This was especially true for the mythic flame giants. Their entry would spell disaster for the city. Damn it. Zero Wing, just you wait. The evil god's temple will flatten you sooner or later. Wind Hunter bellowed as he glared at Zero Wing's army. Gnashing his teeth, He promptly controlled all his evil demons and evil beasts to deal with the flame giant's ancient rock city, was the evil god's temple's foothold in the Ur Empire. They could not afford to lose it no matter what. Although he did not think that the flame giant legion could destroy the entire city, even partial destruction was not a loss they could afford following which, under Windhunter's command, Whales and the two mythic evil demons moved to hinder the mythic flame giants. As for the other evil beasts and evil demons, Windhunter tasked them with dealing with the other flame giants. The number of monsters targeting Zero Wing's members decreased drastically. Using this opportunity, Aqua Rose activated the movement-type defensive magic array once again. Immediately after, she had the army beat a hasty retreat. At the same time, she also had Flying Shadow and the others recall the divine magic dragons to support the army's withdrawal. Right now, the Flame Giant Legion was more than enough to handle the frontline. This sudden development gave the players seeking to attack Zero Wing's members pause with the 3 divine magic dragons guarding Zero Wing's army. No player could poke their nose into this battle. Moreover, Zero Wing's defensive magic array was up again. There were also the 200 miniature ballistas continuously firing exploding arrows. Weary retreating. Snowscar said, sighing as he sent a glance at Zero Wing's receding army, but the other members of the Heavenly Eagle Legion felt unreconciled as they looked at Snowscar. Do you think you can handle those 3 divine magic dragons? Snowscar asked as he eyed the 20-plus players behind him. They might be able to do something about the defensive magic array and 200 miniature ballistas, but they would be helpless against the 3 divine magic dragons. Although the divine magic dragons were heavily injured, as they were controlled by players, the combat power they possessed was still above that of ordinary mythic monsters. Not to mention, with the divine magic dragon's basic attributes, all they needed was 1 hit to kill current players. If we use our trump card, what will those 3 divine magic dragons amount to? A white-clad Tier 2 summoner argued trump card. Are you all going to expose our Heavenly Eagle Legion's greatest secret without the Vice Guild leader's permission? Snowscar asked as he shot a cold glare at the Tier 2 summoner. Everyone present promptly fell silent. Relax. You'll have plenty of opportunities to perform in the future. Not to mention, we got to see Zero Wing's trump cards this time. A guild that has its trump cards exposed is no different from a beast that has lost its claws and fangs. Zero Wing is no longer a threat to us, Snowscar said, a faint smile appearing on his face as he eyed the distant Zero Wing army. When Zero Wing's army completed its retreat from the battlefield, the battle at Ancient Rock City had also come to an end. Although Zero Wing had failed to capture Ancient Rock City, it had managed to destroy the city's defensive magic array and retreat entirely unscathed. Most importantly, Zero Wing had also destroyed the Dark Witch's Tower, an important gathering point for dark players in the Ur Empire after the battle ended. News of it spread like crazy to the kingdoms and empires neighboring the Ur Empire. Chapter 1882. Everyone's considerations. Dark Knight Empire. Dark Knight City. Many players roamed along the city's streets. Players visiting the city for the first time were awed by its prosperity. As one explored the busy streets, they'd encounter level 55 or above players who wore level 50 secret silver equipment. Tier 2 experts were also relatively common. Meanwhile, Starlink's guild residence sat at the heart of the city. It was one of the most eye-catching sights within the city, and there was always a long line of players seeking to join the guild outside its entrance. Why? Does it feel like more players have applied to join Starlink recently? I've even heard rumors that players from outside of the Dark Knight Empire have come to join Starlink. That's only natural. I've heard that Starlink has acquired a magic crystal vein, so the guild no longer lacks magic crystals. Moreover, the guild recently cleared a path to the Sea of Trees and can now travel to the area. The Sea of Trees? Are you talking about the Dark Knight Empire's rumored Dream City? Of course. What else would I be talking about? I've heard that the Sea of Trees is a wonderful place, protected by the 6 great primordial elf kings. It also has a passage that allows you to complete your promotion to Tier 2. You can actually skip the regular Tier 2 promotion quest. The passage is also easier than the normal promotion quest, although, once you complete the trial, you don't get one of the main Tier 2 classes, but a special Tier 2 class. A special Tier 2 class. That's right. There's a semi-support class called Traveling Bard. The class is a combination of the Berserker, Elementalist, Cleric, and Oracle classes. How awesome! You can actually skip the normal Tier 2 promotion quest. The Tier 2 promotion quests are so difficult that you're not guaranteed to pass if even with the full support of a large guild. I wonder when we'll get to visit the Sea of Trees. Even if I can't complete my normal Tier 2 promotion quest, becoming a Tier 2 traveling bard isn't a bad idea. At the very least, I'll be much stronger than a Tier 1 berserker. Keep dreaming. That's the Sea of Trees we're talking about. How could it be so easy to visit? Only Starlink, the force responsible for opening the path to the city, can lead a large number of players to it. Why do you think experts from other countries are coming to join Starlink? Everyone's trying to get into the Sea of Trees through the guild. The independent players who loitered in the central district chatted as they watched the long line of players outside of Starlink's residence. Although they, too, wished to join the guild, Starlink was a large enough guild that it could even contend with the various super first-rate guilds. Its recruitment requirements were intensely strict. Not just anyone could join. Meanwhile, a dozen or so Tier 2 players had gathered in the guild leader's office in Starlink's residence. Damn, that unyielding soul. They actually secured the first clear of a large-scale Hell Mode team dungeon before us and promoted their guild to 3-star. Lu Xinglua frowned as he glared at the people before him. How did this happen? We've clearly held the lead. How did Unyielding Soul get the first clear instead? Guild leader, based on our investigations, Unyielding Soul has acquired a large number of powerful weapons and tools to increase their raid team's combat power significantly. Those items are the reason that they secured the first clear. Dawn Webb, who is now a level 57 Tier 2 Elementalist, explained powerful weapons? How is that possible? The situation left Lu Xinglua confused. Despite its current, dire straits, Unyielding Soul was still a super first-rate guild. Its main force should have already wielded the best equipment in God's domain. Even if Unyielding Soul borrowed equipment from other guilds, it shouldn't be able to increase its raid team's combat power by such a large margin. It's true. According to our spies, the guild has acquired a large collection of level 55 dark gold weapons. Dawn Webb said as he sent Lu Xinglua the information on the weapons. Although these level 55 dark gold weapons are inferior to most level 55 dark gold weapons, they are still more powerful than level 50 dark gold weapons. Level 55 dark gold weapons? How did they get their hands on these? Not even super guilds have such an armory. There's no way anybody would be willing to sell a large batch of these weapons. Lu Xinglua said in surprise. Our spies have confirmed that the weapons came from Zero Wing. Zero Wing must have some special channel that allows it to collect such items, Dawn Webb explained. I've already had someone investigate the guild, but Zero Wing has kept a tight lid on this matter. So far, we have failed to discover the weapon's origin. However, if I were to guess, it is highly likely that Zero Wing's forgers crafted the items. Even the various superpowers are struggling to raid level 50 team dungeons. Other than special quests or high-level field bosses, it is almost impossible for players to acquire level 55 dark gold weapons right now. Furthermore, Zero Wing sold the weapons to Unyielding Soul in bulk. It is very likely that Zero Wing's forgers have managed to create a level 55 dark gold weapon by luck or found the forging designs, mass-producing the weapons. Zero Wing. Lu Xinglua's expression darkened when he heard the name. I've heard that Zero Wing just launched a sudden attack against ancient Rock City. What was the battle's outcome? Zero Wing had already dared to disobey him. Now the guild had assisted Unyielding Soul, his guild's rival. Due to the assistance, Unyielding Soul had recovered its momentum and become an even greater thorn in his side. Zero Wing has failed. Dawn Webb said softly after giving the matter some thought. I know that. That's Beast Emperor we're talking about. How could that old bastard be so easy to defeat? The old bastard was even lucky enough to acquire a legacy from the evil god's temple. Lu Xinglua said, nodding. I want to know how severe Zero Wing's losses were. There were none. After failing to capture ancient Rock City, Zero Wing used a powerful magic scroll to stop Beast Emperor's army before retreating from the battlefield, Dawn Webb explained. Although Zero Wing failed to capture ancient Rock City, however, the guild did destroy the Dark Witch's Tower, one of the Dark players' teleportation points in the Empire. How? Lu Xinglua's eyes widened with shock. Finding this revelation somewhat unbelievable, he continued, I thought Dark Soul guarded the town. Although he did not know exactly how powerful the Dark Witch's Tower was, even superpowers would have to pay a high price to destroy it since it was protected by high-level NPCs, much less a guild like Zero Wing. Moreover, Zero Wing had been engaged in a battle against Ancient Rock City while it had attacked the Dark Witch's Tower. That's correct. During the battle with the Dark Witch's Tower, Zero Wing revealed war weapons that no one has seen in the game before. This weapon operates like a mobile magic tower. It even has extremely high defense. The attack on the Dark Witch's Tower succeeded due to these weapons. All of the various superpowers are looking into it to find a way to acquire the weapons for themselves. Don Webb reported, nodding. He then forwarded the Dark Witch's Tower's battle video to Lu Xinglua, the ability to produce level 55 Dark Gold weapons, and now this? Zero Wing is unexpectedly capable. After Lu Xinglua watched the video, his lips curled into a smile as he said, Very good. I had simply planned to destroy Zero Wing, but it seems that the guild still has some value. Change of plans. Notify our subordinates to bring me these items. What about the Sea of Trees? We've gone to great lengths to acquire the 8 keys from the Thorn Fortress. Are we going to give up now that we're so close to the final struggle? Don Webb asked hurriedly, Of course not. We'll deal with the Sea of Trees first, then we'll take care of Zero Wing, Lu Xinglua said. As he looked at the hell tanks on his screen, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. All right, go. See to the necessary preparations. Understood. Don Webb nodded. He then led his men out of the office. Meanwhile, in Silverwing town, the return of Zero Wing's army caused a huge commotion in the town. After all, the battle's outcome had been striking. Although Zero Wing had failed to take down Ancient Rock City, the Dark Witch's Tower's destruction ensured that dark players would no longer pose a threat to Silverwing town. Including the guild's occupation of the secret stone fortress, Zero Wing had secured the Ur Empire's southeastern region. No force would be able to hinder the guild's members now. With the rich leveling resources in the Ur Empire, Zero Wing's development speed would skyrocket for a time. Independent players from other countries traveled to Silverwing town in hopes of joining Zero Wing. Many among them were expert players. Guild leader, the various superpowers representatives have left. They all expressed their congratulations on garrisoning in the secret stone fortress. Aqua Rose said, smiling at Shifeng as he organized and inspected the loot he had acquired from the Dark Witch's Tower. However, Hell Fiend from King's Return wore a particularly grudging look when he left. You should have seen how funny it was. It seems that they intend to give up on pressuring our guild. Shifeng nodded. The outcome didn't surprise him. Now that the potential losses outweighed the gains, it was only natural that the various superpowers gave up on targeting Zero Wing. Right? Unyielding Heart has also come to meet you. He has brought a few people with him this time. He says that he has a huge business proposition for you, Aqua Rose said. They're currently waiting in the second floor's VIP reception room. Would you like to meet with them now? A business proposition? All right, let's head over and see what they have to say. Shifeng was relatively curious about Unyielding Heart's sudden visit. He and Aqua Rose then left the guild warehouse and headed for the second-floor VIP reception room. Chapter 1883, Set Equipment of Astronomical Value. 4 people sat in the second-floor VIP reception room in Zero Wing's guild residence. When Shifeng and Aqua Rose entered, these 4 people shifted their gazes toward the door. Sorry for the long wait. Shifeng said he was already acquainted with 2 of the 4 players, Unyielding Heart and Mu Lingsha. Shifeng also recognized the other 2. They had been experts that Ever-Large Guild in God's Domain had known about during his previous life. One of these 2 was a level 57 Tier 2 Elementalist called Long Soul, while the other was a level 57 Tier 2 Guardian Knight called Hunting Blade. In the past, Long Soul had also been known as the Crimson Wizard, whereas Hunting Blade had been known as the Iron Giant, although neither had ranked on the God's Domain's experts list in the past. The Secret Pavilion had given them official titles they hadn't ranked simply because they hadn't wanted to. Every superpower had their own secrets, and none of them would display every expert they had. Hence, under pressure from the various superpowers, the Secret Pavilion hadn't included every expert on the God's Domain experts list. However, the Secret Pavilion had still provided a brief description of some of these experts. All of the experts that had earned a title had striking battle records. Although Long Soul and Hunting Blade hadn't been as famous as Unyielding Heart, they weren't any weaker than the guild leader, of course. The two players had only earned their titles after reaching Tier 3 in the game. At this point, few people knew these players' true abilities. Guild leader Black Flame. "You've come," Unyielding Heart said, smiling as he stood. He then gestured to Long Soul and Hunting Blade and said, "Let me introduce you. This is Long Soul, Unyielding Soul's chief elementalist, and this is Hunting Blade, Unyielding Soul's chief guardian knight." "Hello." Both Long Soul and Hunting Blade nodded at Shifeng as they carefully observed the swordsman's every action. Attempting to determine Shifeng's capability, Shifeng was a large part of the reason for Zero Wing's current success. The guild had even secured a foothold in the Empire and forcibly dissuaded the various superpowers from targeting Zero Wing some time ago. Zero Wing had even sold Unyielding Soul a large number of level 55 Dark Gold weapons, which allowed Unyielding Soul to earn the first clear in a level 50 large-scale team dungeon and become the first guild in the Dark Knight Empire to reach 3-star status. It was because of these achievements that Unyielding Soul now had more capital to contend with Starlink in its home empire once everyone had been introduced. Unyielding Heart removed a list from his bag and handed it to Shifeng. A quick glance at the list left Shifeng confused. Guild leader Black Flame. "I suspect that you might be interested in the items listed. Am I correct?" Unyielding Heart asked, smiling. "You are." "Zero Wing is very interested in acquiring these items," Shifeng said, nodding. Every item on the list was a material that Zero Wing was currently trying to purchase in bulk. There were even materials for crafting the Hell Tank. Among them, certain materials the Hell Tank required couldn't be acquired from team dungeons. Only a few special maps produced these materials. Unfortunately, the various large guilds valued these materials and usually didn't sell them. Hence, Melancholic Smile could only try her best to purchase these materials from other countries' independent players, since he had no real reason to hide the fact. Shifeng acknowledged his need for these materials. Any large guild could easily deduce that Zero Wing was attempting to collect materials, after all. Only, these guilds did not know what Zero Wing wanted. The materials for Unyielding Soul is willing to sell these materials to Zero Wing in bulk and at market price. Unyielding Heart said, "You're willing to sell Zero Wing?" Shifeng smiled. "That would be wonderful, but I doubt that's why you're here." If Unyielding Soul only wanted to sell Zero Wing these rare materials, Unyielding Heart wouldn't have personally visited the guild. He could have simply sent a subordinate to initiate the transaction. Moreover, Unyielding Heart had gone so far as to bring the Crimson Wizard and Iron Giant with him. "Of course, that's not the only reason I've come. I would like to trade these rare materials for the Dark Corrosion set and Sundial set earlier than planned. I believe the price I have to offer will be to your satisfaction," Unyielding Heart said, nodding as he revealed his true motive. "You want to conduct the transaction in advance?" Glancing at Long Soul and Hunting Blade, Shifeng realized why Unyielding Heart had brought these two with him today. "Unfortunately, I've already informed you and the Phoenix Pavilion Master of the auction date for the two sets. If I trade with you now, I'm afraid that it won't be fair to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion." The Dark Corrosion set and Sundial set were both level 55 to level 60 Dark Gold set equipment. If Long Soul and Hunting Blade could use these sets now, they could be of great help to their guild. It was no wonder why Unyielding Heart wished to conduct the transaction ahead of time. "I understand. That is why Unyielding Soul is willing to offer you 70,000 golds worth of rare materials or magic crystals for the two sets. I don't believe that even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is capable of making such an offer. If you're uncertain, we can also contact the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and conduct an impromptu auction right now. I believe the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion won't object to the arrangement," Unyielding Heart said. When Long Soul and Hunting Blade heard Unyielding Soul's statement, their expressions changed. They both wondered if their guild leader had lost his mind. This wasn't the price they had agreed on earlier. Not only had Unyielding Heart asked to purchase the two sets for 70,000 gold, but he even offered to settle the bill with extremely rare materials. For that price, they could purchase quite a few sets of individual level 60 Dark Gold equipment. 70,000 gold in rare materials? Shifeng was astonished when he heard the proposal. Shifeng had to admit that the offer was tempting. He had intended to set the starting bid for the Dark Corrosion set at 24,000 gold, and that price was only so high because the set was meant for MTs. He had thought he'd be lucky to sell the sundial set for 10,000 gold. At best, he had estimated that he could sell the 2 sets for a total of 50,000 gold yet. Unyielding Heart had just offered 70,000 gold for the sets. Moreover, he was willing to pay with the rare materials Silverwing needed to produce the Helltonka's Unyielding Heart had stated. Phoenix Rain couldn't match such an astronomical price. The Dark Corrosion set and Sundial sets were only level 60 Dark Gold set equipment at best, not epic equipment which could be used until level 100 or beyond. Aqua Rose, who stood quietly to the side, flashed unyielding a surprised expression. She hadn't expected the other guild leader to be so mad now that Silverwing had garrisoned in the Secret Stone Fortress and transferred a large number of guild members to it. The guild urgently needed a large number of coins and resources. If Silverwing could secure the resources Unyielding Heart had just offered, this transaction could accelerate Silverwing's occupation of the Empire's southeastern region. When Unyielding Heart saw Silverwing and Aqua Rose's satisfied expressions, his smile brightened. Although he had offered to purchase the sets at a much higher price than he had initially planned, he had done so to avoid a scene. If he had competed with Phoenix Rain in an auction, the risk of leaked information would increase remorsefully. Silverwing shook his head. 70,000 gold is indeed tempting, but please, allow me to refuse, Silverwing said as he returned the list to Unyielding Heart, firm determination in his eyes. Are you not satisfied with my offer? Unyielding Heart was stunned. Long Soul and Hunting Blade stared at Silverwing as well. They both thought that Silverwing had lost his mind. No one else would offer such a generous price, yet Silverwing had rejected it. No, I find it quite satisfying, Silverwing answered truthfully. Then why? Unyielding Heart's confidence began to crumble as he stared at Silverwing. Unfortunately, I'm more interested in the Sea of Trees, Silverwing said, chuckling. Chapter 1884, Tier 2 Special Class. After Silverwing's statement, the room fell deathly silent. This Unyielding Heart couldn't help but stare at Silverwing in shock. He had never dreamed that Silverwing's appetite would be so intense. Not only wasn't the man satisfied with 70,000 gold in rare materials, but he had also set his sights on Unyielding Soul's Sea of Trees. The Sea of Trees? Questions filled Aqua Rose's mind. She didn't recognize the name, and that made her curious. What was the Sea of Trees that it was enough for Silverwing to refuse so many valuable resources? Moreover, based on Unyielding Heart and his companion's expressions, the Sea of Trees clearly wasn't ordinary guild leader Black Flame. If you wish to involve the Sea of Trees in this transaction, Unyielding Soul will have to bow out, Long Soul firmly declared as he stood. It is best if you consider something else. The Sea of Trees was a legendary city in the Dark Knight Empire. Anybody could learn that much after a little research. Besides, it was no longer a secret in the Empire. Many experts had already learned of the Sea of Trees and traveled to Dark Knight City to join Starlink. However, unlike Starlink, Unyielding Soul had no intentions of sharing the Sea of Trees. Hunting Blade nodded, as well from beside Long Soul. The Sea of Trees was far beyond Unyielding Soul's bottom line. Silverwing must be dreaming if it thought it could demand a share of the profits in exchange for 2 dark gold set equipment. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Aren't you interested in what I have to offer? Long Soul's reaction didn't particularly surprise Silverwing. The Sea of Trees was a unique secret land, which had been created by the 6 great primordial elf kings. Like Primordial City, the Sea of Trees could provide players immense help, but the Sea of Trees primarily focused on magic research. Players could find many magic arrays that weren't available in God's Domain's NPC towns and cities. Players could also improve their grasp on magic arrays, as well as their spell completion rates. Because of this, the various major powers in the past had placed heavy importance on the Sea of Trees. After the Sea of Trees activated, players would only be able to visit the city if they had a key. As a result, the city's entry slots were incredibly precious. However, as players continued to unlock more of the city's features, the entry conditions would loosen. In the end, the Sea of Trees had become one of the most famous NPC cities throughout God's Domain. Meanwhile, the Sea of Trees' most well-known benefit was its Tier 2 special class, Traveling Bard. As one of the few semi-support classes available at Tier 2, the class had the ability to boost teammates, although the Traveling Bard didn't command high DPS. A Traveling Bard could increase a 100-man team's combat power by at least 15%. This was why the various large guilds had valued this Tier 2 special class naturally. Unyielding Soul would have a greater advantage if it monopolized the class for as long as possible. It doesn't matter what you say. We won't budge on this matter. Long Soul growled resolutely. Unyielding Soul had researched the traveling bard class in detail, so they knew just how much help the class would provide to a team. As long as Unyielding Soul had traveling bard players, the guild could clear team dungeons far faster than other superpowers. As for Starlink and Crimson Emperor, who had also obtained keys to enter the Sea of Trees, neither would share their slots to ensure their advantage over their competition. What if I told you that I have a way to increase players' success rate of becoming traveling bards? Shi Feng asked, chuckling. I know a little about the traveling bard class. I have heard that a limited number of players can class change into a traveling bard, 20 per week, I think. Moreover, I don't believe that Unyielding Soul is the only guild in the Dark Knight Empire that has acquired the keys to enter the city. How do you know this? Long Soul stared at Shi Feng in shock. The matter regarding the city's keys should have been a core secret that only their 3 guilds knew. Players outside of the guilds should only know that they could become traveling bards after visiting the Sea of Trees. But how could such a massive advantage exist without limit? There was indeed a player limit for the promotion quest. Only 20 players could acquire the class each week. Once that limit had been reached, players would have to wait 7 days before they could attempt the class change. Increase the class change success rate. Guild leader Black Flame, do you really have a way of doing so? Unyielding Heart could not help his growing interest. Although 7 days wasn't a long time, it wasn't very short either. The various superpowers' main force members would surpass level 60 after 2 cooldown cycles. At that time, Tier 2 players would not be as much of a rarity. Fortunately, the traveling bard's value wouldn't lessen in that time, although the class would be most valuable during the first 2 cooldown cycles. Currently, the Dark Knight Empire's 3 main powers vied for these first 20 slots. If it were possible to increase the class change success rate, Unyielding Soul would have a massive advantage over its competition, of course. Moreover, my method increases the success rate by at least 20%. Shi Feng confidently explained. A 20% improvement? Unyielding Heart gasped. Although the Traveling Bard's class change quest was slightly easier than the usual Tier 2 promotion quest, that didn't mean it was easy. The experts Unyielding Soul had carefully selected to attempt the class change only had a success rate of roughly 50%. If it were possible to increase that by 20%, Unyielding Soul could monopolize the 20 slots. The Sea of Trees initial entry slots are incomparably precious. Besides, how do we know that you're telling us the truth? Long Soul stated. I don't have any proof. It is up to you to believe me or not. I only want 10 entry slots into the city. I'll also reduce the price for the 2 sets to 50,000 gold in resources, Shi Feng said, smiling. You? For a time, Long Soul was at a loss for words. All right, I'll agree to your offer on behalf of Unyielding Soul. Mu Lingsha, who had remained silent all this time, said suddenly. Miss Mu, what if he's just spouting nonsense? Long Soul tried to dissuade the woman. I don't believe that guild leader Black Flame would trick us. Furthermore, his understanding of the traveling bard class isn't inferior to ours in the least. This proves that he knows what he's talking about, Mu Lingsha said. Since Mu Lingsha was so determined, Long Soul had no choice but to nod silently. However, as Mu Lingsha had implied, only the core upper echelons of the Dark Knight Empire's 3 major guilds should know any details related to the traveling bard class. Information leaks should be impossible, yet Shi Feng had revealed accurate information on the class. This proved that he indeed knew something. All right, let us sign a contract, then. Once Unyielding Soul's group had agreed, Shi Feng revealed a contract he had prepared beforehand. He then filled in some of the blank areas of the contract before handing it to Unyielding Soul's representatives. The conditions were very simple. Unyielding Soul would give Zero-Wing 10 entry slots to the Sea of Trees and 50,000 gold in rare resources. In return, Zero-Wing would hand over the 2 Dark Gold set equipment and the information on how to increase the class change success rate for the Traveling Bard class. After both sides had signed the contract, Shi Feng revealed his method to Mu Lingsha. In truth, the method was very simple. Learn how to produce magic arrays. As long as one could manufacture intermediate magic arrays, players would have a far easier time when attempting the Traveling Bard class change quest. Although the method was simple, nurturing players to the intermediate magician standard wouldn't be. Hence, Shi Feng had only asked for 10 slots. After all, the number of Tier 1 players that could craft intermediate magic arrays was incredibly low. Most expert players in God's domain would be fortunate if they could produce basic magic arrays, much less intermediate rank. Both sides then agreed to meet up in Dark Knight City 2 days before they'd head to the Sea of Trees. When Shurfeng had completed his side of the bargain, he received 50,000 gold in resources. These materials should be enough to set up the basic teleportation device. Shurfeng smiled at the magic crystals and materials Unyielding Heart had transferred to him. Although the system had awarded a basic teleportation device, setting it up in a town or city required additional magic crystals and materials. In fact, the task demanded 20,000 magic crystals and roughly 4,000 gold in materials. Previously, due to the battle against Beast Emperor, Zero Wing had spent most of the magic crystals it had stockpiled. Fortunately, Shurfeng's deal with Unyielding Heart had netted him 40,000 magic crystals, more than enough to set up the basic teleportation device. Immediately after the meeting, Shurfeng made his way for Silverwing Town's most popular attraction, the airport. Chapter 1885. Basic Teleportation Device. Silverwing Town Airport. Due to the airport's appearance, the previously desolate sector of the town had become a hub for players and NPCs. Many players lingered outside of the airport, hawking their wares or recruiting team members. So, this is Silverwing Town? The players here are so high-leveled. The town's average level can already compete with Black Dragon City's players. Don't you know? Many expert players have come to develop in Silverwing Town since it has become easier to travel here from Star Moon City, and the town's transportation quests offer such bountiful rewards. I've heard that players can even purchase cheap secret silver weapons and equipment from Silverwing Town's transportation firm from time to time. As players left the airport, some couldn't help their surprise when they saw how prosperous Silverwing Town had become. Practically every player roaming the street outside the airport was level 53 or above, with the majority being level 54 and 55. Tier 2 experts were also common. However, the players selling equipment and tools were the most shocking in Black Dragon City. The Black Dragon Empire's imperial capital, players rarely sold level 50 secret silver equipment. However, on the street outside the airport, quite a few players did just that. Moreover, their prices were 20% lower than in Black Dragon City. Although, despite the 20% discount, the prices were still beyond ordinary players' budgets. Meanwhile, after receiving a brief explanation on Silverwing Town, first-time visitors' eyes glowed with excitement based on what they had heard thus far. Developing in Silverwing Town would be far more successful than in Black Dragon City. Not only did the town offer many income sources for independent players like themselves, but acquiring level 50 weapons and equipment was also easier here. It was even said that the transportation firm offered level 50 fine gold weapons and equipment. The only problem was the transportation firm contribution point requirement, and those would not be easy to collect. The airport's benefits are really amazing. It's no wonder why guild towns with airports had quickly become advanced cities. Shurfeng thought as he gazed at the crowded street before him. He had never thought that the airport would become so prosperous after just a few days. Although he had told Aqua Rose to increase Silverwing Town's player population limit, he didn't think it would be long before they reached the new limit. If he wanted to resolve this issue, he'd have to upgrade Silverwing Town to an advanced town soon. Although an advanced town was still a town, it was significantly larger than an intermediate town, nearly half the size of a basic city. However, upgrading Silverwing Town to advanced rank wouldn't be an easy task. Aside from the required popularity, neutral towns needed sufficient security to qualify for a promotion. Currently, gaining popularity wasn't a problem for Silverwing Town. With how many players the airport and transportation firm attracted, Silverwing Town gained a large amount of popularity each day. It wouldn't be long before Silverwing Town met the requirement for an advanced town. Unfortunately, doing the same for the town's security would be challenging in terms of defensive structures. Silverwing Town definitely passed as it had 5 magic towers and a large number of defense turrets. However, any additional defense turrets wouldn't provide much to the town's security. A town or city's security was divided into 2 factors: defensive structures and NPC soldiers. There were 2 methods of increasing NPC soldiers' strength. The first involved improving the soldiers' combat standards. The second required upgrading the NPC soldiers' weapons and equipment. Unfortunately, not even Shurfeng had a method of improving the NPC's combat standards. It all depended on the NPCs the town recruited. All he could do right now to strengthen Silverwing Town's NPC soldiers was improve their weapons and equipment. However, boosting the NPC soldiers to meet the strength requirement for a promotion would require a large number of coins. To reach the security standard for a promotion to advanced rank, 600 of Silverwing Town's 2,000 NPC soldiers would need to wear full sets of fine gold equipment. Currently, only 120 NPC soldiers wielded fine gold equipment. Meanwhile, gearing the remaining 480 NPCs would cost close to 290,000 gold in total. The greatest difficulty other guilds faced when trying to upgrade a neutral town was the town's popularity. During his previous life, the guild towns had generally fulfilled their security requirements long before they fulfilled their popularity requirements. However, Zero Wing was the exact opposite. This was precisely the reason for Shifeng's current headache. Zero Wing simply didn't have enough money. From an outsider's point of view, Zero Wing was quite wealthy. However, Shifeng knew how truly broke his guild was. Just taking care of Silverwing Town's development had drastically slowed Zero Wing City and the Lost Towns. Now, he also needed 290,000 gold to upgrade Silverwing Town. This predicament was the reason he had set his sights on the Sea of Trees. In Unyielding Soul's opinion, he just wanted the Traveling Bard class to strengthen Zero Wing's teams so that the guild could secure better weapons and equipment. In reality, however, the Traveling Bard class was nothing to him. The Sea of Trees itself was his true target as players gradually unlocked the city's various features. The legendary Dream City would enjoy immense fame throughout the continent of God's domain. Thus far, the populace was still unaware that the Sea of Trees was actually a trade city for the various neutral races. Of course, this feature would only become available after players had removed the city's second seal. At that time, neutral NPCs would swarm to the Sea of Trees, and after the third seal was removed, neutral players would join them. At that time, like Blackwing City's passes, the Sea of Trees keys would become more common in neutral races' maps. The keys would no longer be limited to the Dark Knight Empire. Unlocking this feature would also open trade between human players and neutral players, although there did not seem to be many neutral players in the game right now. When they gathered, they would easily outnumber an empire's player population. After all, many players desired a stronger body, and becoming a neutral race would satisfy this desire. Since no one knew this secret yet, he had to prepare to secure a share of the profits, using this opportunity to make a fortune. It wouldn't be long before the Sea of Trees' second seal was removed, and if he didn't take action quickly, the Dark Knight Empire's three main powers would claim the Dream City's benefits. However, gaining these benefits had a prerequisite: coins. Lots and lots of coins. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng hurried towards a large, empty shop not far from the airport. This was one of the many shops Shifeng had left empty specifically for the airport. Immediately, Shifeng took out the basic teleportation device and a large number of materials from his bag. He then began to set up the device in the center of the shop's main hall. After working non-stop for 8 hours, Shifeng finally formed the necessary magic arrays and magic circuits, connecting them to the basic teleportation device. As he finished his work, he released a sigh of relief. The necessary magic arrays were not easy to form. Players needed a strong understanding of advanced magic arrays to do so. Creating the necessary magic circuits was even more complex. These magic circuits had to be connected to God's domain's ley lines. Normally, the task required 3 advanced magicians, but since he was Zero Wing's only advanced magician right now, he had to complete the task slowly. Fortunately, he had grasped the production process for advanced magic arrays. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to utilize the basic teleportation device at all. System: you have successfully connected the ley line magic circuit. Do you wish to activate the basic teleportation device? Activate. Chapter 1886. Prosperous Silverwing. In the quiet hall, the basic teleportation device activated, and magic arrays began to manifest on the ground. A short moment later, a silver, threefold magic array appeared above the teleportation device, glowing with a dazzling light. The moment this threefold magic array appeared, the ambient mana rapidly gathered to the teleportation device. A pillar of silver light rose from the teleportation device, piercing through the ceiling and rising out of the shop. Every player in Silverwing Town could see the commotion activating the teleportation device had caused. As the silver light pillar rose beyond the clouds, it exploded. A silver light then rippled through the sky. In the blink of an eye, The ripple had enveloped all of Silverwing Town. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, the silver ripple vanished. What just happened? Was that some kind of magical attack? Isn't the airport in that sector? Did someone just attack the airport? As the light pillar and ripple disappeared, questions overwhelmed the town's players. Some curious players started to make their way towards the airport to investigate. Meanwhile, inside the large shop, Silverwing grinned as he looked at the operational teleportation device. If an airport could attract players to a town, boosting its development, then a teleportation device would bring abundant wealth. This was especially true for Silverwing Town, a town in a dangerous place like the Empire. Hopefully, this thing's teleportation range is a little longer. Silverwing immediately inspected the teleportation device in God's domain. Teleportation device's range wasn't fixed, even for devices of the same rank. The teleportation device's range varied based on its environment. Basic teleportation device's teleportation range could cover anywhere between 500,000 yards and 1 million. The range was vast enough to teleport players across a small leveling map. Meanwhile, the further the basic teleportation device could reach, the larger Silverwing Town's safe zone would be. After all, if enemy players attacked Zero Wings within the teleportation range, the guild could send reinforcements instantly. This was also the reason that other powers rarely attack towns with teleportation devices. A single mistake could easily lead to utter annihilation. As Silverwing called up the basic teleportation device's attribute panel, the system revealed the device's statistics: maximum teleportation distance, 710,000 yards, maximum users at one time, 100 people. Teleportation cost: every 150,000 yards per person requires 1 unit of mana. 1 unit of mana for every 150,000 yards with a maximum of 710,000 yards. Not bad. Silverwing was relatively satisfied with the teleportation device's statistics. 1 magic crystal yielded between 100 to 130 units of mana. In other words, 1 magic crystal would be enough to teleport between 100 to 130 people across 150,000 yards. This cost was much lower than an ordinary teleportation magic array. For example, the teleportation house in White River City cost 1/5 of a magic crystal to teleport 1 player from White River City to the Twin Towers Kingdom, which was 20 units of mana or more. After inspecting the statistics, Silverwing transferred 20 NPC managers from the battle arena to the basic teleportation device. He also set this shop up as Silverwing Town's teleportation point. As for the usage fees, he had set it at 80 copper per 150,000 yards per person. Although the profits wouldn't be astronomical with this price, even ordinary players would find it acceptable. This would no doubt attract many players to the teleportation service, which would, in turn, generate massive income. At the very least, Silverwing Town's teleportation device would earn him more than the Secret Stone Fortress's teleportation service. Although the teleportation array in the fortress consumed far less mana than this teleportation device, the fortress's managers only received a portion of the profits after deducting the operation costs. Once Silverwing finished with the shop, he instructed his NPCs to open it to the public. Many players had already gathered on the street outside of the shop due to the airport, and after seeing the silver light pillar, even more players had joined the crowd the moment the shop opened. A flood of players surged in out of curiosity. What's going on? Silverwing Town even offers teleportation services to nearby areas? I thought only fortresses have this kind of teleportation function. This is wonderful. Traveling into the Empire's inner region to quest is such a pain. Now that I can just teleport there, I'll save so much time. When the crowd of independent players discovered the teleportation shop's function, their eyes glistened with excitement. Although the teleportation price was slightly higher than that in the Empire's fortresses, it was still within ordinary players' budgets. Moreover, Silverwing Town's living standards were far better than that of teleportation fortresses. Not only was the town's mana density incredibly high, but it also had a battle arena in which players could train. Silverwing Town even had the transportation firm, which offered high-ranked weapons and equipment. The services Silverwing Town offered were no match for teleportation fortresses. As news of the teleportation shop spread, thousands of players fought to use it. In the few minutes since the shop had opened, it had generated 10 gold in profit. The teleportation shop's money-making speed was simply frightening. At this rate, as long as there were enough magic crystals available to continue operation, generating 10,000 gold in profit would be child's play for the teleportation shop. Silverwing Town's teleportation device was even more lucrative than Zero Wing City's 4 towers of elements, of course. Shifeng had expected this. There were already more players using Silverwing Town's teleportation service than those in Zero Wing City, which had decreased since the players who wanted to travel to the Empire had long since done so. Moreover, most players visiting the Empire were here to develop themselves. They'd likely remain in the Empire for some time. Furthermore, due to the airport's recent construction, many players had opted to travel to the Empire via airship. This further reduced the number of players who used Zero Wing City's teleportation services. In addition, Silverwing Town's teleportation service allowed players to teleport directly to the Secret Stone Fortress. Players could then use the Secret Stone Fortress's teleportation service to travel to the Empire's inner region. Players who wanted to enjoy both Silverwing Town's benefits and grind in the Empire's inner region would frequently use the town's teleportation services. Including the players trying to enter the town each day, far more players would utilize the town's teleportation services than those in Zero Wing City. News of Silverwing Town's teleportation service quickly spread throughout the Empire. It was enough motivation for players that quested and grinded in the Empire to shift their base of operations to Silverwing Town. Previously, not many players had settled down in Silverwing Town since it was so far from the Empire's inner region, making travel to and from inconvenient. But since Shifeng had resolved this issue, these players would naturally set up their base in the town. Although the cost would be slightly higher, the town's benefits would make it worthwhile. The players operating in the Empire's inner region were at least elites as well, so spending a few extra silver coins each day wouldn't be a problem for a time. The number of players trying to enter Silverwing Town skyrocketed. Meanwhile, Blackwater's upper echelons and Beast Emperor learned about this recent development. They wore gloomy expressions. They had hoped that the various superpowers would gang up on Zero Wing. But not only hadn't that happened, but Silverwing Town also had a teleportation function now. With this, Zero Wing's control over the Empire's southeastern region would grow even stronger. Dust, the item you've mentioned, is incomparably precious. It will definitely be difficult to acquire. If you have it, how confident are you of gaining full control of the evil Dragonification magic array? Beast Emperor asked the man beside him. Dust Edge, from his seat in the Evil God's branch temple in Ancient Rock City, had planned to use the dark players and bounty hunters to whittle Zero Wing's combat power and financial strength down. But now this plan would likely fail. He also lacked the forces to launch a direct assault on Silverwing Town. Although Blackwater was powerful, it had recently acquired the Crimson Flame Fortress. It was still in the process of reinforcing its strength and also lacked the power to destroy Zero Wing's town currently. Dust Edge's evil Dragonification legacy was his only hope. Unlike nurturing evil beasts and evil demons, producing evil dragons only required rare materials and players. I can't guarantee success, but I'm 80% confident I can gain full control over the magic array. Once I do, I'll be able to create even stronger evil dragons. Including the Evil God's Temple's current forces, destroying Silverwing Town should be a breeze. Dust Edge proclaimed, confidence shining in his eyes. We'll wipe all of Zero Wing from the face of God's domain. Not to mention removing the guild from the Empire. Good. I'll notify Blackwater and Dark Soul now and have them secure the item for you as soon as possible. Seeing the confidence in Dust Edge's eyes, Beast Emperor couldn't wait to see the completed evil dragon. Meanwhile, in Silverwing Town's candlelight trading firm, Shifeng had begun to rent out the shops around the airport. He had set the rent at 3,000 gold per month for small shops and 5,000 gold per month for large shops. Naturally, there were a limited number of shops available, so they would be rented out on a first-come, first-served basis. The moment the guild revealed the rental prices, the town's interested merchant players were stunned. This is insane. Has Zero Wing gone mad for money? Chapter 1887. Foundation Solidifying. Once the candlelight trading firm had published the shop's rental prices, the town's merchant players and nearby bystanders gaped in shock. Crap. 3,000 gold to rent a shop for 1 month. I can buy a shop in an NPC city with that kind of money. Silverwing Town can't even compare to an NPC city, yet Zero Wing dares set the rent so high. Who could possibly afford such a price? If I had 3,000 gold, I could fully equip myself in top-tier equipment. With that kind of equipment, I'd be able to earn back the gold in a month if I'm lucky. It'd be far more profitable than renting a shop in Silverwing Town. For a time, Silverwing Town's players heatedly discussed the astronomical rent. Guild leader, I'm afraid that very few merchant players will be able to afford this price. Many capable trading firms have offered to rent the shops long-term if we lower the price by 30% as well. Why don't we drop it just a little? Aqua Rose suggested from her seat in the second-floor hall truthfully. Even she thought that Shurfeng's price was a little too high. It might be acceptable for the shops in Zero Wing City since the city had over 5 million player residents. The city's merchant players would accept such a high rent. Even the players that purchased permanent shops in NPC cities still had to pay a 15% monthly property tax, after all. Moreover, this property tax would change based on the shop's monthly evaluation. The tax wasn't fixed based on the initial purchase price, however. Silverwing Town wasn't Zero Wing City. Although it had already become an intermediate town, it could only accommodate a limited number of players at a time. Right now, its player population was nowhere near that of a major NPC city. Not to mention Zero Wing City tell them that my price isn't that high considering Silverwing Town's current prosperity. If they refuse, we won't push the matter. However, I can't guarantee that the prices won't increase after another fortnight. Shurfeng said nonchalantly. Silverwing Town was home to the treasure trove known as the Transportation firm, which allowed players to purchase rare items. If players purchased these rare items before reselling them in other countries, they could make quite a profit. In addition, the shops themselves could be used as warehouses to store items if his plans for the Sea of Trees hadn't required so many coins. He wouldn't have chosen to rent out Silverwing Town's shops yet, guild leader. I've also received a report regarding the Orc capital city. It seems that Blackwater has removed the seal on the Orc capital city's armory. The various large guilds have already dispatched expert teams to explore the armory. Although we are attempting to do the same, Blackwater's surveillance around the regional dungeon is quite tight. If we approach, Blackwater's members will intercept us. We can't get anywhere near the city, Aqua Rose said worriedly. However, the Orc capital city's armory is guaranteed to contain a plethora of war weapons. If we let Blackwater claim them, it'll be detrimental for our guild's development in the Empire. They've opened the Orc capital city's armory? Shurfeng frowned. Blackwater is certainly impressive. The Orc capital city was an Azura mode regional dungeon, which doubtlessly had bountiful resources. Needless to say, plenty of war weapons were stored within regional dungeons' armories. It was a perfect location to secure war weapons for the large guilds that lacked such things. However, since Blackwater controlled the Crimson Flame Fortress, it essentially controlled the path to the Orc capital city. Moreover, Blackwater would have a much easier time eliminating Zero Wing's members once they entered the city, since the guild had the home ground advantage. If Blackwater truly acquired a large number of war weapons, it would become a detriment to Zero Wing. Zero Wing had solidified its position in the Orc Empire because it had far more and stronger war weapons than other guilds. If it lost this advantage, Blackwater would have a much easier time capturing Silverwing Town. The various superpowers might even take advantage of the situation to strike at Zero Wing while it was down. Based on our reports, the various superpowers have begun to prepare for the armory's exploration. If we fall behind, Aqua Rose felt utterly helpless about the situation. While Zero Wing could sneak some of its experts into the Orc capital city, they could only send in so many before attracting Blackwater's attention. If they didn't send in enough, however, the participating superpowers could easily chase them away. We'll give up on the Orc capital city, Shurfeng decided after considering the matter. Give up? But Shurfeng's response surprised Aqua Rose. If they gave up on the Orc capital city, Zero Wing's situation would become quite awkward once the various superpowers had explored the armory and acquired a stock of war weapons. I am not done. Although we'll give up on the Orc capital city, we can still explore other locations. The Orc capital city isn't the only regional dungeon in God's domain, Shurfeng said, chuckling. How many Tier 2 players do we currently have? Thanks to the Primordial Souls, our members have had an easier time with their Tier 2 promotions than other guilds' members. We now have more than 400 Tier 2 players, and quite a few players are still attempting to complete their promotion quests. I don't think it will be long before we have 1,000 Tier 2 players, Aqua Rose said. A little excited. Zero Wing already had enough Tier 2 players to rival superpowers, and as time passed, The guild might even surpass the various major powers in God's domain. She had to admit that monopolizing a large fraction of Primordial City's resources gave Zero Wing a massive advantage. Zero Wing had far fewer experts than the various superpowers, but after acquiring the Primordial Souls, Zero Wing's members had a much easier time with their Tier 2 promotion quests. The guild also had an advantage in the equipment its members wore. We have so many already. Shifeng was a little surprised by this revelation. It was far more than he had expected. Currently, the various first-rate guilds were lucky if they even had 40 Tier 2 experts. Excellent. In that case, take Icarus's heart and organize a 300-man team to raid the Salic Mountains. Grind the giant rock beasts there. Kill as many as you can for their loot. It'll also be a good opportunity to level up. However, be careful as you explore the map. Although it isn't an Azura mode regional dungeon, it is still one of the rare Hell mode regional dungeons. The Salic Mountains occupied a level 60 to level 90 neutral map near the Storm Empire. Meanwhile, the regional dungeon was well known for its production of fine Titan, or was far more valuable than Titan Oregon. Although it could be acquired from 100-man team dungeons, the drop rate was painfully low. Although the fine Titan ore's drop rate in the Salic Mountains was also relatively low, less than 3% for Great Lord-ranked giant rock beasts. The regional dungeon was home to plenty of these monsters. However, grinding in the regional dungeon had a condition. Players had to reach Tier 2 first. Previously, Zero Wing had only nurtured several dozen Tier 2 players, not nearly enough to grind in the regional dungeon effectively. Hence, he had set the endeavor aside. However, now that the guild had so many Tier 2 players, he could use this opportunity to collect fine Titan ore, which was the main material needed to produce the Guardian puppet. Once he had the fine Titan ore, he would only have to wait until Melancholic Smile had nurtured the necessary master lifestyle player. Shifeng's ordered, left Aqua Rose a little confused. She didn't understand why he wanted to grind monsters so far from their territories. But since he had given the order, she had no choice but to accept Icarus's heart and do as he had told her. Meanwhile, all 20 of the shops Shifeng had offered had been filled after only a day. Of the 15 small shops and 5 large shops he had prepared, none were vacant. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng had earned 70,000 gold. This dumbfounded many merchant and independent players. They all wondered if the shop's tenants were crazy to spend so many coins on these shops. By the time the appointed date to set off for the Sea of Trees arrived, Shifeng had earned a total of 120,000 gold from Zero Wing's territories, and selling the materials he had acquired from the Ice Crystal World, following which, Shifeng took his money and 9 Tier 1 experts to the Dark Knight Empire's Dark Knight City. Chapter 1888 Undead Knight Dark Knight Empire Dark Knight City. When Shifeng and the 9 experts Aqua Rose had carefully selected left the teleportation hall, they were greeted by a crowded street. Many of the players among the crowd were independent experts. Many of these independent players were at level 55 or above and very weak equipped, with quite a few pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment. As if they were on a pilgrimage, these independent players ventured towards Dark Knight City's business district. At a glance, there were easily more than 5,000 of these players. Why are so many experts here? Shifeng was surprised by the number of experts on the street. While it was true that a large number of experts tended to gather in Empire's capitals, he had never seen so many independent experts in an imperial capital before. Not even the 4 major empires' capitals were this popular. As Shifeng wondered about the reason for this gathering, he heard shouting from a short distance away. Players wishing to class change to a Tier 2 traveling bard, head to Starlink's residence to apply as soon as possible. The guild will only accept applications for another 30 minutes. Upon hearing the announcement, the independent experts began to charge down the street. Starlink is so stingy. Despite controlling the path to the Sea of Trees, it's only recruiting 200 non-guild players. I know, right? How could 200 slots be enough for so many people? I've heard that players had begun to line up outside of Starlink's residence 10 hours ago. There are already more than 100,000 players in line right now. The most infuriating part of it all is that instead of recruiting based on individual strength, Starlink is recruiting based on one skill with magic arrays. I'm a berserker. I almost never have to deal with magic arrays. Even magical class players rarely learn that stuff. That subclass can't help improve one's combat power, and you have to waste a lot of time researching arrays. However, I've also heard that if you become a traveling bard, you instantly get access to the same treatment as Starlink's core members. If you don't want to compete in Starlink, you can do so over at Unyielding Soul. Shortly after Starlink began its recruitment, Unyielding Soul did the same for the Traveling Bard class change. However, it only has 100 slots available. Though, like Starlink, you'll receive core member treatment if you complete the class change. I really didn't expect a Tier 2 class change to require knowledge on controlling magic arrays. If I had known about it earlier, I would have studied magic arrays a while ago. The players on the streets chatted as they watched the swarm of players rush towards Starlink and Unyielding Soul's guild residences, discussing the two guilds' recruitment standards. They also expressed their regrets about not learning to control magic arrays earlier. Starlink is recruiting players with knowledge on magic arrays. Feng frowned a little when he overheard the nearby players' conversations. Does Unyielding Soul have a leak? Aside from himself and Aqua Rose, only Unyielding Soul's members knew about the method of increasing players' success rate during the Traveling Bard's class change quest at this stage of the game. Unless Starlink had discovered it as well, its recruitment conditions wouldn't have been so specific. Magic arrays were usually only useful to lifestyle players. The benefits of manipulating magic arrays would be minuscule at best to combat players. Moreover, that was limited to magical classes. Knowledge regarding magic arrays was basically useless to physical classes. While Feng and his group traveled toward the Purple Night Plaza, the agreed meeting place, players crowded every inch of the plaza. Tens of thousands of players from Unyielding Soul, Starlink, and Crimson Emperor surrounded the area, and every one of these players wore full sets of level 50 secret silver equipment at minimum. Some of these guild players even carried level 50 dark gold weapons. The scene made the lingering independent players envious. Meanwhile, only these three guilds members were allowed to enter the Purple Night Plaza right now. Outsiders could only watch from a distance. As Feng and his group approached, Mu Lingsha, who had been waiting for them for quite some time, led them to an area Unyielding Soul's members had cordoned off, instantly attracting many players' attention. Who are those people? Didn't they say that the three guilds have reserved the entire plaza? Based on their guild emblems, they don't seem to be from Unyielding Soul. I think I've seen that guild emblem before, right? That's the guild emblem for the guild that has garrisoned in your Empire's secret stone fortress. That's Zero Wing's emblem. But why are Zero Wing's members here? Didn't they say that the three main guilds weren't even giving the Sea of Trees slots to players from first-rate guilds? Zero Wing is pretty impressive. It actually gained Unyielding Soul's favor and earned some slots for itself. TCH. So what if Zero Wing got some slots? It's not like they're guaranteed to complete the class change. As Feng led his team into the Purple Night Plaza, his 9 guildmates grew nervous. This was the first time they had encountered such a large group of experts. Of the tens of thousands of players in the plaza, all would be rare experts in a kingdom. With so many in one place, they radiated an immense pressure. Experiencing such a phenomenon would likely be rare for first-rate guilds' upper echelons. Moreover, Unyielding Soul and Starlink's members stared each other down in the center of the plaza. A chilling atmosphere lingered between the two guilds. As for Crimson Emperor, their players seemed slightly more relaxed, but although the guild was acting like a spectator, it would take action if given the opportunity. Bright Dawn, I had truly never thought that you would betray the guild to join Starlink. Just what benefits did they offer you? Unyielding Heart hissed, rage flashing in his gaze as he glared at the indifferent man beside Lu Xinglua. The indifferent man carried a bone greatsword across his back. When Feng saw the indifferent man, he was stunned. This man was none other than Bright Dawn, Unyielding Soul's third vice guild leader. Bright Dawn was also a Tier 2 Undead Knight, given the title Undead Swordsman by the Secret Pavilion. In terms of strength, Bright Dawn was on par with Unyielding Heart. He had been one of Unyielding Soul's 3 main pillars. As far as Feng knew, Bright Dawn hadn't betrayed Unyielding Soul in the past, yet he had done so now. This wasn't the history he remembered. In response to Unyielding Heart's question, the indifferent man revealed a calm smile and responded, "You should be fully aware of Unyielding Soul's situation. Rather than fall with the ailing Unyielding Soul, isn't it better to join the rising Starlink? Moreover, the Starline Corporation has offered me far more than Unyielding Soul. Why don't you join me? With your fame and strength, the Starlink Corporation won't offer you any less than it has me. As for breaching your contract, the corporation will handle everything. Chapter 1889. Change in trajectory at Bright Dawn's invitation. Unyielding Souls members gasped. They finally realized why a vice guild leader like Bright Dawn would dare to betray unyielding soul-tight restrictions tied every upper echelon to their guild. If an upper echelon wished to withdraw from the guild and retain their game accounts, they only had two choices. The first required automatic expulsion from the guild, while the second option required the upper echelon to pay a high compensation fee for breaching their contract. For a vice guild leader that had spent more than a decade with Unyielding Soul, the required compensation wouldn't be trivial. It wouldn't have been odd if Bright Dawn had even gone bankrupt after paying the compensation fee yet. Not only had Starlink Corporation foot the compensation fee, but it had even offered Bright Dawn a high salary, including Starlink's limitless potential due to the Starlink Corporation's backing. It was only natural that the guild had lured over Bright Dawn, of course. I'm sure that you have no interest in these factors. In that case, I'll tell you about something that will definitely catch your attention. A fantasy star. Unyielding Soul will never get its hands on something like it. Why don't you give the option some consideration? Bright Dawn smiled at Unyielding Heart, who had aged past his vibrant youth. Everyone's eyes glowed as they listened to Bright Dawn's offer. Fantasy stars were a special, or that humanity had discovered during the interstellar era, and they only had one purpose. When worn, these stars would recover and retain a human's youth for a long time. Although fantasy stars couldn't extend one's lifespan, if one consumed the Green God Company's products while wearing a fantasy star, they could extend their youthful glow for another decade or two even without physical training. In other words, a middle-aged individual around 40 years old that didn't maintain their physical fitness could look like an early 20-year-old with the fantasy stars. The fantasy star was an absolute treasure to professional gamers who relied on their youth to make their living. Although one's physical body in the real world wouldn't affect the performance of their virtual body in God's domain, their mental performance would. People past their prime generally had slower reactions than younger individuals. Even if one trained diligently to maintain their physical form, their age would more or less affect their mind. Needless to say, improving one's mental fortitude past one's prime was a daunting challenge. However, the fantasy star couldn't just restore one's youth. It could also maintain mental function, allowing humans to operate at their peak. Hence, the fantasy stars were extremely valuable. Not even the wealthiest individuals could afford one. Moreover, fantasy stars were incredibly rare. To purchase one needed sufficient status as well as funds. Meanwhile, the Starlink Corporation just so happened to be one of the few fantasy star suppliers in the world, which meant that Bright Dawn had likely told the truth. A fantasy star. No wonder why he betrayed his old guild. After hearing about the fantasy star, Shurfeng understood why Bright Dawn had turned traitor. Bright Dawn currently looked to be in his 40s, and vice guild leaders from super first-rate guilds had no need for money. However, everyone craved youth. Once he acquired a fantasy star, Bright Dawn could recover to his peak. With his abundance of combat experience and combat techniques, he could improve himself further with his recovered youth. When Mu Lingsha heard what Bright Dawn had been offered, she glanced at Unyielding Heart nervously. Not only was Unyielding Heart one of Unyielding Soul's three main pillars, but he was also the guild's first vice guild leader. If Starlink poached him, it would deal a devastating blow to Unyielding Soul. So, you betrayed your brothers in arms for a stupid fantasy star. I was blind to think of you as a friend. From now on, I will have nothing to do with you. Unyielding Heart growled. He then glared at Lu Xinglua, who had maintained his smile, and said, "Just you wait. Sooner or later, Unyielding Soul will chase you out of the Dark Knight Empire and regain its former glory." Unyielding Heart's words restored his dispirited guild members with fighting spirit. They all cheered their first vice guild leader while ridiculing Bright Dawn. Regain your former glory? Bright Dawn could not help but laugh at Unyielding Heart and the other members of Unyielding Soul. And how will Unyielding Soul do that exactly? Will it rely on an old fellow like you, Heart? Or the ignorant Miss Mu? Or are you going to rely on Zero Wing, your pitiful partner? Open your eyes and take a good look. Unyielding Soul is finished. The only thing holding it together is a group of useless old bastards. We've already gathered over 50 experts who are capable of manipulating intermediate magic arrays. Unyielding Soul should give up the hope of nurturing a single traveling bard. No, to be precise, you won't even get into the Sea of Trees. After saying so, Bright Dawn raised his hand. In response, some of Starlink's members in the Purple Knight Plaza began to make their move. Each holding a silver crystal ballast, these Starlink members completed an incantation. Silver magic arrays began to manifest before them, releasing a bright light. A massive barrier then enveloped both Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor's members in the plaza. Have fun inside this barrier. It isolates everything within in a different dimension. Although this barrier requires 288 level 50+ players to sacrifice 5 of their levels permanently, the barrier will hold every one of you for 8 hours. With that said, we'll be taking our leave now, Bright Dawn said, laughing at Unyielding Heart. He then took a key from his bag and opened a teleportation gate to the Sea of Trees. Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor's members could only watch as Starlink's members entered the teleportation gate and disappeared from the plaza. No matter how much they attacked the magic barrier, they couldn't damage it in the slightest. To make matters worse, the surrounding NPC soldiers were ignoring the magic barrier. Damn it. To think they had planned such a trap. Unyielding Heart cursed as he attacked the illusory magic barrier with his greatsword. However, it felt as if he attacked nothing but air. The barrier didn't react as his greatsword sliced through it. Currently, the magic array in the center of Dark Knight City's Purple Knight Plaza was the only path to the Sea of Trees. Unfortunately, since they were now trapped in this magic barrier, they could open a teleportation gate even if they had the keys to enter the Sea of Trees. If they were truly stuck in this barrier for 8 hours, Unyielding Soul would fall behind Starlink. Starlink's players would likely complete at least 1/3 of their class change quests by the time they were freed. How were they supposed to catch up in that case? Meanwhile, Mu Lingsha glared at the barrier before her, clearly livid. Unyielding Soul had gone to great lengths to obtain the first clear of a level 50 large-scale team dungeon in the Dark Knight Empire, allowing the guild to catch a breather. However, if Starlink monopolized all 20 of the initial traveling bard slots, Unyielding Soul would suffer unimaginable consequences after attacking for more than 2 minutes. Unyielding Soul's members gave up. They had no other choice but to wait until the barrier faded. Shifeng, however, approached the barrier, step by step, his nonchalant expression seeming as if he were admiring the Purple Knight Plaza's view. At the same time, he pulled a magic scroll from his bag. What is he trying to do? Does he plan to test the barrier as well? It's pointless. Both our guild's experts and those from Crimson Emperor have tried everything we can think of. What could one person from Zero Wing possibly do? The plaza's occupants watched Shifeng approach the barrier in confusion, including Unyielding Soul and Mu Lingsha. They had already expended a precious Tier 4 magic scroll to attack the barrier, but they had accomplished nothing. Even if Shifeng did the same, nothing would change when Shifeng arrived before the barrier. He activated the Summon Guard scroll in his hands immediately. A golden-haired beauty in sacred robes appeared beside Shifeng. Destroy this magic array.